You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network. Here at paceradio.net.
Podcasts are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's April the 7th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing pretty well, adjusting to Nova Scotia times again. How are you?
And probably weather, too.
Oh, we won't even get into that. I left BC in sunshine and 15 degrees, and I got off the plane to freezing rain and 0.
Hey. Aren't you lucky?
The funny thing is, the people flew home with, about 12 hours before the flight, they messaged everybody saying freezing rain in Montreal, and there's supposed to be snow in Nova Scotia, so you can delay for up to a week if you want at no penalty cost.
Oh,
I sat there tapping my fingers going, I should. And the first 2 days after I left BC, it was like 19 and sunny. And I'm like, why the frig did I come home?
Oh, yeah. And never mind flying with the stress, knowing that it's freezing rain down out there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I got home, and it's definitely colder here. I left BC, and BC is about a month and a half ahead of us, really. Flowers were out, daisies, like wildflowers and daisies were growing. The cherry trees were all there, and it was spring in full-fledged going.
Spring. It was spring.
It was spring, and I came back home to fall or winter.
Well, I've seen some buds starting to show up on a tree outside our window. So.
Oh, that's so amazing! Yeah, we're not that far behind, but it's far enough that it's really noticeable when you go from one to the other.
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh
this
yeah.
time of year.
For sure. All righty. What do you say we get into the news?
Yeah.
All right. First story's up.
Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, Canada's Psychedelics Trade Association calls on party leaders to cut red tape as election nears.
That's right. Election just around the corner. Canada's one and only Psychedelics Trade Association posted a bulletin this week calling on candidates for the Prime Minister offices to make a psychedelic medicines more easily accessible. With the federal election approaching, it was an opportune time, the organization felt. For the past 4 years, the Trudeau government has shown little interest in doing so. Psychedelics Canada highlighted, despite a growing body of evidence showcasing the efficacy these treatments can have.
Absolutely. Instead of offering patients hope and relief for a strained healthcare system grappling with a worsening mental health and opiate crisis, the Trudeau government has lately chosen inaction. This is coming from Psychedelics Canada Executive Director Liam Bedard. PsyCan is deeply concerned that Canada is falling behind in the psychoactive therapeutic sector in comparison to countries like the United States and Australia. In the U.S., Oregon and Colorado have fully legalized psilocybin therapy, while other states like Washington have implemented progressive decriminalization measures.
Meanwhile, Australia now benefits from an authorized prescriber scheme enabling the physician-recommended uses of magic mushrooms and MDMA, the only means of legally assessing psychedelic therapies in Canada, at the moment is through the nation's cumbersome Special Access Program known as SAP. And yeah, a lot of people have a problem with it. Clinical trials or Section 56 exemption. Few, if ever, receive SAP authorization or a government exemption.
Yeah, and I think with the bringing on of the SAP, they got rid of Section 56 for psychedelics. I think, if I remember how we reported it there about a year or so ago.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah. This election offers all parties the chance to reset and chart a course for the future. SciCan board chair Nick Kaddish said, if Canada wishes to be globally competitive, we have to bring new treatments into the healthcare system to help patients. In a recent interview, Kaddish, I guess, explained that a lack of government progression in regulating psychedelic treatments has left many investors disillusioned and frustrated.
Yeah, he goes on to say that I think there was a huge boom about 3 or 4 years ago now where really and truly there was probably too much investment, like way too much investment. Sounds like the cannabis end of things. This left a sour taste in the mouth of many investors about the psychedelic sector, Kaddish highlighted.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, a lot of psychedelic medicine facilitators are now moving to Mexico.
There you go.
Yeah, they're switching it down to Mexico where things, are legal.
Yeah.
Currently serves as the CEO of Pharmala Biotech Holdings, one of the world's leading MDMA producers. Pharmala has supplied clinical trials in multiple countries with its GMP product. Toronto-based SciCan, with Kaddish helps lead, recently partnered with Psychedelic Industries UK in Britain and the Psychedelic Medicine Coalition in
How's that? Science UK, PsyCan, and PMC, which are all short forms, remain committed to creating a future where psychedelic medicine is accessible, safe, and effective in those who need it the most. That's PMC founder Melissa Levezani said that back in January. Now, MAPS Canada, the nonprofit Therasville, and Heroic Hearts Project are notable advocacy partners of Psych Canada.
Yeah. Last fall, Bedard led a press conference calling on government regulators to provide funding for veterans seeking psychedelic therapy for mental health disorders. Absolutely. He said, Liam Bedard said in a tweet, it looks like here, or I guess that's X these days, I recently had the privilege of standing with combat veterans at a press conference at the Parliament of Canada, calling on Veterans Affairs Canada to fully reimburse the cost of life-saving psychedelic assisted therapies for veterans. Hallelujah.
Yeah, good stuff. Yes, exactly.
In that case, I have a couple of things that, things that I should apply for to have refunded.
Yeah.
I wonder
it'd be great. We're seeing that happening down in the U.S. and a lot of the states, and there's no reason why it can't help. Happen right here in Canada.
Yep.
As well. Like it's if it's helping veterans, it's helping more than just veterans, other people as well.
Yep, 100%.
It's an alternative therapy, and if it works, it works.
And it does.
So, all righty, on to the next story.
Coming to us from News Medical Life Sciences, medicinal cannabis may help reduce cravings and improve recovery times.
A new pilot study by the UBC Okanagan and Thompson Rivers University examined how medical supervised cannabis use in residential recovery home may support people in treatment for substance use challenges. Participants reported that cannabis helped them manage pain, anxiety, depression, and sleep issues, key symptoms that can help complicate recovery.
Yes. Our findings suggest medical cannabis could play a meaningful role in reducing cravings and improving retention in recovery programs. Participants clearly indicated benefits in managing both physical and psychological challenges during recovery. This was Dr. Zach Walsh, who is a psychology professor at the UBC Okanagan and co-lead in this. Users also reported reduced cravings for opiates and other harmful substances, improved pain management, and enhanced mental health and sleep quality.
Shout out to the cannabis substitution programs.
Yes.
There you go. Exactly. However, stigma surrounding cannabis use remains a significant barrier, according to the research. Staff interviews revealed a need for increased education and better integration into the cannabis treatment approach.
Absolutely. I know people that can help you out there in BC, all kinds of them. Reducing stigma through targeted education for program staff is critical, says Dr. Florin Fair, who is the co-lead researcher and nursing professor at Thompson Rivers University. Staff skepticism often comes from misunderstandings about cannabis as a legitimate medical treatment, highlighting a clear opportunity for improvement in recovery support. Education, education, education.
That's right. The study recently published in the Journal of Studies on Alcohol and Drugs was conducted by researchers from the UBC Okanagan and Thompson Rivers University. This collaboration between institutions in Kelowna and Kamloops sought to better understand patient and staff experiences with medically supervised cannabis use in a supportive recovery environment.
It examined patient and staff experiences at Maverick Supportive Recovery, a residential recovery center in the BC interior. From what I hear, Maverick is really amazing too. Residential recovery centers provide structured live-in environments where people receive treatment and support to manage substance use disorders.
While the results are promising, researchers emphasize the need for larger scale studies to fully assess the benefits and risks of incorporating medical cannabis into a substance use recovery programs. This study was funded by Interior University's Research Coalition and the BC Ministry of Health. Dr. Fair is to present the findings to the International Council of Nurses and Congress in Helsinki this June.
Amazing.
Yes.
TRUE is also planning the Medical Cannabis and Recovery Forum on Saturday, April 26. This forum is open to the public, healthcare professionals, and researchers interested in cannabis and recovery solutions. Wow.
Yeah, there you go. That comes right from the University of British Columbia Okanagan campus, right from them themselves, right?
Wow. Yeah. Wow.
Exactly. And I know that we're going to be reading this similar stories coming up because, as I said, the report's coming out in June, and I'm sure that we will be catching that report as well.
Wow. I just keep saying wow, and I've got so many examples that run through my head. We have a host here on our station that has two daughters that could truly benefit from know the recovery homes, gaining this knowledge. Wow. Good. I'd like to see more of it.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. All righty, here we go. On to the next story that might get a little bit.
Yeah, might get Cindy chatting a little bit more than usual, which is not good. Coming to us from StratCan, new Nova Scotia cannabis regulations support community-run stores in Mi'kmaq communities.
Here we go. The new regulations introduced in Nova Scotia will allow Mi'kmaq communities to open legal community-owned cannabis retail stores on reserves by agreement with the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation. The provincial government made the announcement on April the 4th. The new regulations will allow a band or a band-owned corporation to become an authorized seller within their community through an agreement with the NSLC to set up a legal retail store.
Wow. Wow. I got so much I could say. The NSLC remains the only authorized cannabis seller in Nova Scotia. Any cannabis stores in Mi'kmaq communities will sell cannabis purchased through the NSLC. Any cannabis stores will sell cannabis purchased. I think there's a word missing there. I think will be allowed to sell cannabis purchased through the NSLC. The NSLC currently operates only 50 legal cannabis stores in the province. I honestly thought it was 49. So I don't know where the new 50th one is, but I did not know that. The provincial government says it's currently it currently has no plans to authorize other third-party cannabis sellers, which is fine. But now they're going to give the Mi'kma'kis standalone cannabis stores, and in the rest of Nova Scotia, we only have one standalone cannabis store out of the 50, and the rest of them are closets in the back of liquor stores. 8 First Nations in Nova Scotia are part of the Confederacy of Mainland Mi'kmaq. Mi'kmaq refers to the Indigenous people of the Atlantic provinces of Canada. Mi'kmaq is the singular form, which can also be used as an adjective, as in Mi'kmaq communities. Representatives from these communities were not immediately available for comment as of press time.
There is currently one on-reserve NSLC location that sells cannabis in Nova Scotia. It opened in Eskazoni in Cape Breton. That was back in September of 2022. According to Timothy Holman, he's the Minister of Environment and Climate Change on behalf of John Lower of Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, says we've spoken with Mi'kmaq leaders across the province, and they have raised concerns about the sale of illegal cannabis in their communities. These changes will allow bands to open a legal store for those who wish to buy and use cannabis.
Okay. There are a number of Indigenous-owned stores on reserve lands that have had the permission from band and council. So I find that particular comment very interesting. The regulations require cannabis to be retailed in a socially responsible manner. Authorized Mi'kmaq sellers must sell cannabis in its original package, sell no more than 30 grams of dried cannabis or the equivalent in one transaction, only sell at authorized permanent location, allow no sampling on the premises. And Al?
Display a certificate issued by the NSLC indicating they are authorized cannabis sellers. Follow the NSLC's responsible retail training guidelines, ensuring cannabis products aren't sold to minors or those who are impaired, and follow all Health Canada requirements. That would mean that they could only sell 10 milligram products, and not the higher dosing stuff as well, right?
Yeah. Nova Scotia sold 32.6 million worth of cannabis in the second quarter of 2024. Just so you have half an idea, 30, 60, 120, probably $130 million worth per year on average based on that number.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I know here in Ontario there are some First Nation lands reserves that have the provincial stores in them, and then obviously we got lots that don't, right?
Oh yeah, you have two beautiful what we've deemed the Green Miles, with
Tioga,
yeah,
and Alderville.
Yeah, it's I love both. I just love going and driving them. It's beautiful. I drove Alderville one time with a former host, Craig, and I mean I think we counted like 52 dispensaries or something crazy like that along the 2 kilometers there.
I know, right?
That was a few years ago. I think some have closed. And
there's some now that got gas stations on them. They've grown, and
yeah. So I'll do another video when I drive across Canada this summer.
All right, sounds good. Okay, I will get the next story lined up, and we will jump into that before we go to break. This is the last story for break, and I know when you saw this, you went, "Wow, here we go."
Yeah, coming to us from the Hamilton Spectator, psychedelic research led by Queen's professor earns Canadian Cancer Society grant.
All right, who would expect that? Really, no wonder you went, "Wow." Yep, the Canadian Cancer Society has announced new grant funding for research in the treatment of people with advanced cancer, including research of psychedelic-assisted cancer therapy that is led in part by a Queen's psychiatry professor. The project, led by Queen's Dr. Ronald Shore and Dr. Linda Carlson of the University of Calgary, focused on using psilocybin-assisted therapy to help treat feelings of anxiety, depression, and hopelessness that can be commonly experienced by patients living with advanced cancer.
Yeah. there was a documentary done by two beautiful Canadian gentlemen from Vancouver. They did two documentaries. The second one that they did called Dosed 2, Trip of a Lifetime. That's what they did, is they followed a lady with terminal cancer that was told she had months to live, and helped treat her with psilocybin to accept her fate. She also worked with cannabis oil. And by the way, years later, the lady is still alive, which is really awesome. The $5 million granted to the project by the CCS is part of a total $17.9 million, broken up into 3 CCS breakthrough team grants, with each focusing on priorities identified by people with lived experience of cancer. The grant represents the single largest investment into psychedelic research in Canada.
Dr. Ron Shore from the Queen's Department of Psychiatry says the funding makes possible a 5-year program that will allow investigation of needs to be very thorough and will spend a lot of time focused on training for clinicians. While there are many trials exploring the benefits of using psilocybin as a tool while treating illnesses, including cancer, Dr. Shore says this could allow for a more comprehensive, long-term look at that when it comes to advanced cancer patients.
There are all kinds of one and done. You go in, you test something, you leave, and this is something that just is going to have much more impact, Dr. Shore said. It's going to have a lot more thoughtfulness behind it. So as a researcher, it's super exciting to be part of this. I bet it is.
I bet. The research will explore how psilocybin combined with mindfulness can help advanced cancer patients dealing with demoralization, and will build off other research that Dr. Shore says has shown promising outcomes for patients with other illnesses dealing with demoralization. Clinical trials likely won't happen until year 3 of the project's term, with the first couple of years being focused on building a network and collaborating with stakeholders and developing a training and education curriculum.
Dr. Shore says officially having those guidelines around training published will be a first and a huge step forward for the integration of psychedelic assisted treatments in Canada. It'll be the first time that we've had evidence-based psilocybin therapy guidelines developed, Dr. Shore said.
Yeah, he goes on to say that would be a real legacy piece from this. We'll have a standard kind of practitioner training guidelines. It'll be definitely shift how we think about psychedelic therapy. We'll have a whole lot more trained and educated people, and we'll know a lot more even just through the first few years of the funding. Dr. Shore says when the time comes, he doesn't anticipate finding trial participants to be difficult. No. I completely agree with them there. Probably the only disappointing about that is that it's going to take so long.
It is, yeah. I mean, like it's been something that coming from the legacy world as we are. Yeah, we've watched. We've been able to open our eyes and watch and see what cannabis or psilocybin or MDMA or 5-MeO or any of the psychedelics, what they can offer. We've watched from the inside, and we also know that the people, these earth medicines that have lineages, they have been writing down for hundreds of years what this medicine does. And that's why they have a lineage, and that's why they get used by these tribes. So there's all of that research too, which isn't official, but it's still there and we get to see it. And the governments are they're finally stepping in and catching up, but you're right. It's going to take them forever.
Forever, yeah. Oh yeah, that's the worst thing is the time. So, all right, break time. Halfway through our stories, we got 4 more to go. We'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
We're back with psychedelics and cannabis educational news. We've got, 4 more stories to cover, Cindy?
We do.
Alrighty.
We do.
Huh? We do.
We have 4 more, and it's an awesome day to cover them. So.
Yes, it is. It is. Exactly. All righty. Here we go. First story of the second half is up.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, an ointment with cannabis compounds CBD and CBG can effectively treat symptoms of eczema, study shows.
All right. There we go. Authors of a new report on cannabinoids and atopic dermatitis, also called eczema, says their study demonstrated that an ointment including CBD and CBG are effective in reducing itching and improving the quality of life of patients, leading to symptom remission in some cases. Published in the Journal of Clinical Cosmetic and Investigational Dermatology, the original research looked at a number of metrics of skin health, including hydration, sebum level, and pH in 9 adult patients diagnosed with atopic dermatitis.
The transdermal ointment was used as an alternative to conventional auxiliary therapies during both flare-ups and remission from May to July of 2022. This is coming from the team. The results we achieved included improved skin hydration, sebum level, and TWEL, which is water loss, as well as a reduced redness in the studied areas, which was forearms. AD, or eczema, is the most common chronic and relapsing non-contagious inflammatory skin condition, and that was noted by the authors.
The ointment itself consisted of 30% CBD, 50% CBG, hemp seed oil, and cholesterol. Patients were instructed to apply a generous layer of the ointment to the same site once daily before sleep, and to cover the area with the wet wrap dressing it to enhance its effectiveness and protect bed sheets, it says. Photos and other metrics observed a marked improvement in skin appearance and health over a 3-month period. Authors wrote that their preliminary analysis of the results showed that the topical delivery of the ointment compounded with cannabis sativa L, sativa oil, cholesterol ointment, 30% CBD, 50% or 5% CBG, led to the remission of skin lesions on the forearms of the included patients.
Patients who better adhered to the treatment regime, they added, demonstrated greater improvement. In the course of the therapy, patients adhering to the topical cannabinoid regime achieved satisfactory skin parameters, including normal skin hydration and sebum levels, as well as improved twel and erythema, which is, the redness is gone. The study says, as opposed to patients who reported failure to comply with the regime owing to the fatty texture of the formulation, despite the instructions they received.
Authors, a 5 research team from the Medical University of Silesa in Poland and the Montfort University of Leicester in the UK, noted that one complication of the findings may be that the study was performed from May to July of 2022, a season when AD frequently enters remission. The new research comes on the heels of another recent study suggested CBD could be a useful addition to certain skin products, given its anti-aging and antitoxin properties, as well as evidence that it may speed the healing of the wounds.
Absolutely. Authors of that study from Prince of Slanka University and the National Science and Technology Development Agency in Thailand wrote that CBD appeared to influence a range of skin processes, making it, quote unquote, an appealing natural ingredient for the development of cosmeticalities.
Overall, overall, we suggest that CBD exhibits many potential characteristics that can be used to develop a topical cosmetic products. I'm going to say that's a pharmaceutical version of a cosmetic.
Yes.
Yeah. Such as skin protection products, hair care products, and wound healing products, the study says. Now, a separate study published last year into cannabinoid therapy in skin wounds, meanwhile, found that cannabis oil may help promote wound healing, noting that promising benefits despite a need to better optimize product formulations.
For years, I've been putting cannabis oil instead of polysporin on cuts and putting a Band-Aid over it. It works. It's great. Another paper published last July in the Journal of American Academy of Dermatology found that applying CBD-infused lotion to the skin appeared to be tied to lower risk of damage from exposure to UV rays. Researchers at George Washington University, Northwestern University, and the University of Miami and the Center for Clinical and Cosmetic Research, wrote that 21% of those who used CBD cream had less damage than the control group that received a placebo. Another 47% had comparable damage, and 11% showed better results after taking the placebo versus the cannabis lotion. The possible benefits aren't limited to human applications.
Yeah, because a separate study published in the Journal of Frontiers in Veterinary Science last year concluded that cannabis appears to be a viable alternative treatment option for dogs suffering from common skin disease, especially if they experience adverse side effects from conventional steroid therapies. That study detailed the efficacy of full-spectrum CBD oil on a dog with the autoimmune disease discoid lupus. Yeah, it's called DLE. The condition which causes hair loss and redness that could progress to lesions, typically treated with cortisone steroids and other medications that can put a strain on a dog's liver.
A veterinarian prescribed a full spectrum oil with a 2-to-1 THC CBD ratio, which was administered orally at first, 1 drop per day for 3 days, and gradually increasing it until the optimal dose for symptom control was identified. Within a few weeks, the dog exhibited significant improvement in dermatological signs, accompanied by a concurrent improvement in liver function, the study said. Interestingly, the owner reported an improvement in the dog's behavior shortly after discontinuing the prednisone, and within the first day of receiving the cannabis oil.
First day of receiving the oil. Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anointment. A little bit of, CBD and CBG.
It's really amazing to see these studies happening. I
Yeah.
wish that they had happened years ago, and I wish that they would happen quicker. Reading this, I have been watching a couple of dogs out west. Sadly, they have both passed now, but they both got an extra 3 years of life thanks to cannabis. Cannabis ointment shrunk their tumors from the outside. Cannabis oil worked from the inside to help them. And it's just literally 3 years of watching a miracle happen. And it's nice to see veterinarians and government catching up.
I think one of those dogs is in one of our ads.
She sure is. She absolutely is. And she's even got products named after her. Beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. All righty. On to the next story we go.
Coming to us from RNZ in New Zealand. Medicinal cannabis users worried about new drug driving rules.
Yeah, we even had that right here in good old Canada as well, with our program. So, all right, here we go. A survivor of abuse in state care is worried new drug driving laws mean he could be banned from taking the wheel due to his use of medicinal cannabis. Tony Jarvis said he uses prescribed products to ease his PTSD or PTSI for injury, not disorder, which stems from his abuse, and he now feels like the state is after him again.
Yeah, the new law passed last week, supported by the government coalition's parties and Labor, coming into effect on the 1st of April next year. It allows police to do random roadside tests. If a driver has 2 positive screening tests, they are banned from getting behind the wheel for 12 hours. This is said to address immediate safety concerns.
Drivers who return a positive result will then have their saliva samples sent to a lab, and if it finds certain drugs present, they are being fined or issued demerit points. Medical cannabis is a defense that only once an infringement notice is received and not from the 12-hour ban, which has left Jarvis worried.
Yeah. Just weeks away from receiving a King's Service Medal for his fight for justice for state abuse victims, he is one of about 100,000 medicinal cannabis prescription users who could be caught out by the new law. Medicinal cannabis has been legal in New Zealand for about 7 years, and for the past 4, Jarvis has used prescribed products as other medication was not working for him, leaving him groggy.
He says, I use it every night for sleep. I use it every day for sleep at night. The reason I do is for 30 plus years, I used to wake up to nightmares, terror, panic, anxiety, extreme levels, sweating and gasping for air, waking up to the dreams of me as a 9-year-old boy in Cherry Farm Asylum. There, along with other institutions, the Invergirl man was abused.
With the medical cannabis, I take it at night. I sleep. I don't wake up anymore. It's a godsend for my mental health. And probably the sleep is what's really, truly helping. I'm not waking up to those adult patients doing what they did to a 9-year-old boy. So I have a better quality of life. I'm resting. I'm sleeping.
Since he heard about the law change, his anxiety has returned, as Jarvis was uncertain where he and other medical users of cannabis products stood. Here's a ride program. He says, if I get pulled over and this comes out, what does this do to my integrity as a King's Service Medal recipient for what I've done for 50 years? Does it tarnish my image? Do people say, oh, he's just a pothead? I don't need that. I'm a patient.
Jarvis and his medication said his medication came with a warning not to drive for 6 hours after use, and that's what he's done. As did Alexandria man Corey Potter. He uses cannabis products to help manage his multiple sclerosis symptoms.
He says, when I do test positive, what happens then? I know I'm not impaired. I know I can drive my car. If I was impaired by my medications, I wouldn't be driving, just like any other medication you get prescribed by your doctors. I don't understand why they're making medical cannabis so different to all the other medications.
A 12-hour stand down from driving would have a big effect on family life, as he cannot transport his daughter, he said. I am mobile, but not really, really mobile. I can walk 1,000 meters, and I'm pretty shattered after. I would it would limit me quite badly in what I could get to and what I could get. Traces of cannabis can be detected in the system for several days after it's consumed.
I know a truck driver, 31 days. When? Right here on the network. But Transport Minister Chris Bishop said the new regime targeted recent rather than historical drug use and roadside screening devices would detect concentration levels showing recent use. Similarly, laboratory tests will only return positive results where the drug concentration level detected is above a threshold that indicates recent drug use.
The police have said that in 2021, 93 people were killed in crashes where a driver was found to have drugs in their system. A third of all fatalities. Doesn't say what drugs, though. New Zealand Medicinal Cannabis Council Executive Director Sally King said the intent of the change was right and no one should drive while impaired.
But she said it ignored evidence about the effect of cannabis while driving and was poor law. It doesn't address considerable uncertainty about impairment levels when using cannabis-derived medicines.
Yeah, the saliva test is a test for evidence of use. It's not a test of impairment. In the case of many cannabis-derived medicines, you can still see evidence of use long after impairment, as well as the 100,000 New Zealanders taking prescribed cannabis medication. Another 200,000 were thought to use it for medical reasons, he said.
The government has said it would undertake about 5,000 road tests a year, or 50,000 road tests a year. NZ Drug Formation Chief Executive Sarah Helm said medicinal cannabis was prescribed to treat a range of problems such as chronic pain, insomnia, inflammatory conditions, and anxiety.
More than 70% of the medical cannabis supplied last year contained THC, which could result in a positive result on a roadside saliva test, even up to 3 days after use for some people. A police spokesperson said officers would start testing their new enforcement tool in December ahead of next year's rollout.
Please always undertake impaired driving testing for alcohol and drugs. The further addition of roadside drug driving testing to our existing practices about ensuring that we have the tools to deter and detect those drivers that are over a level that is considered unsafe to drive. Operational discussions remain ongoing related to the medical defense. However, if a person is prescribed medicinal cannabis and they have a current and valid prescription and take their medicine as prescribed, then it's unlikely they'll have a breach the new drug driving provisions. What do you think?
I don't know. I when Canada was coming up to legalization, so we're going back to 2015, 2016, I did use more cannabis back then. But I applied and was invited to be part of a couple of studies where they were testing roadside tests.
Yeah.
And they were the tests were completely and utterly way off. I made sure to not smoke anything from one of them, or eat anything. From the night before. It was a, midday test, right? They were providing lunch and the whole thing. So I decided to go without that day, and I got up there, when we had lunch and we talked and they explained everything to us, and then we did our tests. And they looked at me and they're like, wow. And I'm like, what? They're like, you're really impaired. And I'm like, absolutely no way. I haven't done anything since last night. And this is what I took last night. This is what I smoked last night. And it was 10 p.m. last night that I did it. Like I had, taken notes. So it was, I don't trust them because I saw the proof from myself that they just don't work.
They don't work. Yeah, there's been a lot of...
but something could have changed. They could have gotten better technology. But what I saw 9 years ago, what I saw it wasn't very good. It picked up that I used it, but it was, any detection whatsoever, it was saying, oh my God, this person's wrecked.
As the rep there said, it shows recent use, but doesn't show impairment.
No.
And the 5 nanograms in our blood is an arbitrary number.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All righty.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. On to the next story. Here we go.
Coming to us from StratCan, outdoor micros now included in New Brunswick Farm Assistance Program.
Yeah, outdoor micro cultivators in New Brunswick can now apply for financial assistance under a provincial program to help farmers. New Brunswick's Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, part of a 5-year, $3.5 billion agreement between the federal, provincial, and territorial governments, was recently extended to now include micro cannabis cultivators growing outdoors. The program aims to strengthen the competitiveness, innovation, and resiliency of the agricultural, agri-food, and agri-based products sector. Gee, isn't that nice? Hear them talk about cannabis as an agricultural product.
They have been leading in this kind of stuff right from the beginning. They were one of the first provinces to offer farm gate as well, and I've had the luxury of going to a couple of those stores. So good on New Brunswick. This is amazing. The cross jurisdictional agreement includes $1 billion in federal programs and activities and $2.5 billion in cost shared programs and activities funded by federal, provincial, and territorial governments. Adam Hicks, founder and head grower at Green Rose Farms, a micro located near Sackville, New Brunswick, told StratCan he recently learned the program now includes micro cultivators after reaching out to the provincial minister of agriculture, aquaculture, and fisheries, who is Pat Finnegan.
In a reply to an email that Finnegan sent to Hicks on March the 10th, Hicks said the department recently determined that holders of federal micro cultivation licenses are eligible to apply for financial assistance under New Brunswick's Strategic Initiative SCAP programs. The provincial program provides support for New Brunswick fruit and mixed vegetable producers who want to increase production by providing financial assistance for the adoption of season extension and controlled environment agricultural technologies, the advancement of storage facilities, and investment in on-farm equipment to improve efficacies and build production capacity.
A media representative with the Provincial Agriculture, Aquaculture, and Fisheries Agency confirmed to StratCan that the decision to include micro cultivators was recently shared by Minister Hicks and that no micros have yet applied under the program. Outdoor micro cultivators can apply for non-repayable financial assistance under New Brunswick's Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership Strategic Innovative Programs. Holy, that's a long title, confirms Heather Pert, the department's director of communications. Each program has specific eligible criteria. And, if you click a link, you can see the program details.
And I see that big words, non-repayable financial assistance.
No,
that sounds like free money.
Yeah, that's a lot of help. And I really am excited in the future to report on this particular licensed producer, outdoor micro cultivator, was the first to apply and receive. I'm really excited for that.
Now they add that the application can be submitted anytime, but some programs have an application deadline, noting that the program applies to outdoor micro cultivators only.
Yes. Yeah. So New Brunswick outdoor cultivators, get those apps in. We can't wait to see it.
Yeah, we've helped spread the word. Now it's time for you guys to get them in there. Yeah. All right. Last story of the day is coming up, and it is almost loaded. And there it goes.
There it goes. Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, Canada's retail cannabis expansion came with only modest increases to use, new studies show.
There we go. Ever since recreational cannabis was legalized across Canada in 2018, researchers have been studying what the decision changed for Canadians. We've learned, for example, that some patients immediately left the medical cannabis system, presumably to use recreational products instead. Or maybe the doctor told them, why sign the paperwork when you can just go to the store and get it there? Which did happen. Conversely, legalization appeared to have no effect on Canadian alcohol sales.
We've similarly seen how cannabis retailing has evolved since it became legal. Retailers suffered from product shortages during legalization's first 6 months, but steadily expanded soon after. Canada went from having some 210 stores. Canada went from having some 210 stores across the country in April of 2019 to 3,500 stores in April of 2023. And I think half of those are in Ontario.
Yeah.
The ensuing competition pushed prices down 28% during that period.
And probably where most of the First Nation stores are too. Meanwhile, provincial governments have tried various regulatory approaches. Some initially restricted the number of stores to avoid tempting non-users. Quebec still has 10 times fewer stores per capita than Ontario does as a result. Other provinces have set minimum prices to discourage people from overindulging. For example, Ontario won't let wholesale prices drop below $2.28 per gram. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either, but interesting. Things that make you go, these developments in business and government policy prompted my latest research. I wanted to understand what effect retail expansion had on cannabis use. To do this, I analyzed consumer responses on government surveys collected between 19 and 23. I then compared these responses to the Recreational Cannabis Consumer Price Index and the number of licensed stores in each province. Did Canadians consume cannabis more widely, more frequently, at younger ages as it became more accessible and affordable? The answer was mostly no.
No. Percentage of men who used cannabis stayed around 28% between 2019 and 2023, despite retailers' massive store growth and notable price cuts. But usage did slightly grow slightly among women, raising from 21% in 2019 to 23% in 2023. My analysis suggests this was related to the increasing affordability of cannabis, not its retail convenience. More women consumed cannabis when prices fell, not when more shops opened.
Interesting. A similar contrast appeared between younger and older adults. Cannabis use among Canadians aged 25 and over crept upward from 21 to 23%. That increase again seemed related to falling prices rather than expanding stores. Meanwhile, usage among those aged 16 to 24 varied year to year, but remained around 46%. I just want to I don't think how many stores makes a difference because people are going to drive. I think the only difference that made is in how long people drove and how much gas they used, to be honest, right? The average age of first-time use consequently rose from 19.2 in 2019 to 20.8 years old in 2023. This finding also seemed correlated with both falling prices and expanding stores.
So the first-time users' age got older in that span, not younger, like some people would think.
Right? I was expecting it to get older. Our younger minds are, I'm not allowed to do that. I'm going to go do it then. And we start to lose that. And I think if we make things legal, the kids aren't going to be as apt to go after it.
Because it's not something they can go up and break the law type thing. Yeah. However, the product's preferences shifted, they said. The percentage who smoked dried cannabis decreased, while the percentage of consumers who consumed edibles increased. Some consumers used both types of products or used other products entirely, such as vapes. Both changes seemed related to prices rather than the number of retail stores. Consumers seemingly traded up from basic dried cannabis to processed edibles as prices fell.
So overall, Canada's substantial retail developments came with only modest usage growth. The apparent relationships between usage and price might be partly, coincidental. Product selection and quality also improved, so they likely contributed too. But falling prices do seem to be a plausible explanation for the increased cannabis consumption that was seen.
The lack of relationship between stores and users might seem surprising. After all, Canada experienced a 16-fold explosion in stores between 2019 and 2023, but the findings correlate with what my previous research found. It showed that between 2018 and 2020, there was a similar non-relationship between retail expansion of cannabis stores and usage.
Yeah. So perhaps the main effect of retail stores was to draw existing users away from illegal dealers rather than to tempt new ones, which is true. And I've got to say that when legalization first hit us and the product that was in the stores had been sitting around for anywhere between 6 months to 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
And it was dry and it was terrible and there was no choices. And I could go on with negativeness about it. But since we have gone from October of 2018 to we are now April of 2025.
Yeah.
Things have changed. Things have changed hardcore. There's still some of that bad product out there, but it is slowly getting weeded out by people making complaints, sending product back, which you can get refunds for bad product, by the way. So people are doing that, and messages are becoming clear with that, and therefore products are improving. And that's kind of a good thing. I mean, yeah. I suspect retailers probably influenced usage somewhat in their local neighborhoods. For example, someone who walked by a new store daily on their way to work might have decided to try cannabis. But this effect would have been too small to appear in provincial level measurements.
The findings from the study suggest some tentative lessons for regulators. In opening more stores has minimal impact on usage. There's little need to limit their numbers. Provinces don't need to ration store licenses, and municipalities like Markham, Oakville, and Ontario don't need to ban them. But since price declines tempt more consumers, it's important for policymakers to prevent prices from getting too low.
Other countries who are considering legalizing cannabis may want to consider these points too. For example, medical cannabis is surging in Australia, much like it was in Canada a decade ago. And Australia's Green Party is campaigning for recreational legalization in the upcoming federal election. If that election produces a coalition government, legalization might be on its agenda. They could look at our policies and hopefully improve on them.
Meanwhile, in Germany, the previous government legalized recreational use, but not sales. So Germans must grow their own plants or join a club that does. Commercial products are sold only through the country's medical cannabis system. Unsurprisingly, medical use is soaring there. Based on what my research suggests, Germany will likely see similar usage growth, whether it allows stores or not. But allowing stores would mean consumers could buy products from licensed sources instead of illicit dealers.
Canada's cannabis legalization was controversial at the time, but Canadians say it has become a memorable part of Justin Trudeau's complicated legacy. It's the only part I want to remember, to be honest. Now that he's no longer prime minister, that's something he and his biographers can contemplate.
Yeah, I am. All righty, there we go.
There we go.
We got them all in. And we
I don't know about you. I mean, I find it curious if they said, like legalization didn't really produce a lot of new users. I'd really, honest to God, have to argue that. Being the green sheep of my family, others did use it, but I'm the loudest green sheep in my family for sure. And and I'm talking about extended family. I had a lot of family that were in the forces, are in the medical field of some sort. And October 16, 2018, and October 17, 2018, I was bombarded with messages and phone calls going, what do I do? How do I do? How do I use? How do I make better? What do I do this? What do I do that? And these are all from people that, until the government said it was okay legally, they shunned me. They don't bring it around us. Oh, that's bad. That's devil, blah, blah. And like I said, the day before and the day of legalization, they all became new users because it was now legal.
Oh yeah, there'd be new people added to it, but there also might be people who dropped out. Maybe some users died. I don't know. Like it's, but they just base it by the numbers, right? So, as far as myself, I know within my own family, probably, I know that I've had one try, but I don't think they continued, and I believe it was more for their spouse who was dealing with cancer.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, so that'd be why. All righty. Anything else?
No, I don't think so. Have a great day.
All right. From the news. This is our Pace News Report for today. Thanks to our buds at Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics, and at ease.ca. And in closing, we'd like to say thanks for watching. Plus, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place. High on love, we elevate. Nature's gift that celebrate. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. Higher love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff we sow the seeds. In this fight, we fulfill our needs. High on love, we elevate on. Feel the joy that can
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me, to Marijuana. Well, it's Monday. We all know what Monday means. Ugh. It's rainy and crappy here, but my daffodils are blooming, which is meaning that spring has sprouted. And I took some pictures of the, strawberries popping their heads up, and of course, all the weeds. Sometimes we have good weeds that pop up, right? And that's the thing that we like to talk about on this show is, well, the benefits of medical cannabis and cannabis in general therapeutically can help everybody. So this morning I'm going to bring on a return guest. They're almost like they feel like they're family because I've known them for so many years. Miss Haley's birthday is coming up, and she was 15 when I met her, and she's going to be 32. And like I said, when the fuck did that happen? But again, she's the same age as my older kids too. But again, we have like the fact that she was in a position when she was 15 that her poor mom didn't think she'd even make it to 18, 20, never mind where she is now. And thanks to her mom and all the research and all the pushing that she has done over the last 20 years to keep Haley's health intact, to keep her breathing, and to keep her that we can see the benefits of all this, you have to thank Cheryl Rose for all those years of dedication and loyalty to her daughter. And, we all love our kids, but this one's over the top. Love. I mean, dedication to the point she's going to university, right? Like she didn't have enough on her plate. But anyways, I'm going to let them tell you the rest of the story because we have both of them here with us this morning. So we're going to welcome Cheryl and Haley Rose. Good morning, ladies.
Hey, hi. How you doing? We're glad to be here.
Welcome to, and I'm glad you are here. And so glad that you're here. And like I was saying before, like 32, like when the fuck did that happen? Never mind the things and the progress that has been made in the last 2 years, right?
Amazing. Like, so monumental. Like, I thought we've made some major milestones over the years, but this is like something I've never seen. And it's just mind-blowing.
We know at one point too, like when she was going through puberty and stuff, hormones had a lot to do with and that happens to a lot of girls, boys that have disabilities with epilepsy and these different ailments, diseases, whatever you want to call them, that hormone levels and hormone balances really make a difference. So
huge.
Puberty was kind of hellish, no?
Oh yeah. Like her natural body wants to kill her, right? Like, and that I laugh about it, but it absolutely was critical. Hospital teams of doctors trying to prevent her hormones from keeping her in status and ending everything for us. But we have lucked out. It happens to everybody, like just about near. You might not notice it in some people, but it really does impact a lot of different things. I mean, we see puberty, whether or not you have an ailment or not, right, is very difficult on everyone. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, puberty is something that's, and I don't think we are prepared for it. I don't think that we're taught enough. I don't think our parents, even though we went through it ourselves, But I mean, as generation, like, let's face it, like, we're in 2025 now. Like, my mom's generation, we're Gen Xers. Like, we were told very little. Like, you know, mom didn't set us down. Now, thankfully, because of the different generations that move forward and education systems and curriculum and stuff, our kids are actually learning about their bodies and how they work and why they work. And because we're a little more, I guess the world is woke, or whatever you want to call it, open-minded, I call it, but a little, you know, we're allowing people to actually be who they are. And that's also bringing forth research and stuff that we didn't have before. Oh my God, the dogs are outside. You guys start telling the story.
Well, so the last 2 years have been pretty incredible. With Haley being on her ketogenic diet that she started in 2018, because her seizures had, being LGS and being a lifelong, you know, progressive condition that is medication resistant. You know, eventually we ran into issues where there was subclinical activity that was not able to be detected other than by an EEG, which causes huge issues because you have no idea that there's actually activity going. We started the ketogenic diet. It was helping. The difficulties we started encountering were issues with hypoglycemia because we needed the ketones to be in a certain range, and blood sugar stability was an issue. Also by 2019, she was having metabolic issues, so she was having malabsorption, severe malabsorption. She was eating 2,400 calories a day and 87 pounds. You know, up to, you know, that it was, everything was just going through. Nothing was sticking. She was losing. It was really a rough time at that point.
Yeah, I remember you, like, you had said that, like, you'd sent me a text message one time, and you were pretty concerned because she was down to like 80 pounds.
Yeah,
it was like lethargic. Like, you're like, I don't know what's going on here. Like, I don't know. Like, you were.
It was. Nobody knew. It was actually 87. Yeah, and for her, considering what we were giving her, there was no reason, you know, that should not have been happening. And so it was causing a lot of issues. Glucose was bottoming out. And I, like, when I say bottoming out, I mean less than 60, or also known as 3.3 mmol. It was going lower than, which is like extremely dangerous.
Right.
She was
and
in the
let's let
hospital.
our audience know, like, Haley's not diabetic.
No, she's not diabetic. This actually can happen.
Explain to everybody, like, what it is, what it's called, and what you've learned about it. Like, because that's the thing we really talk about is the actual ailment, the actual epilepsy, the actual, because it started as childhood, right?
Yes, Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. And it is a rare, lifelong deteriorating form, medication resistance. So you're constantly trying to stay ahead of a beast that is just relentless, right? So,
and how many people in Canada contract something like this? How many people in Canada contract something like this? Is it like rare? How many?
Okay, so like Drave rare, right? So like little Charlotte. Today is Charlotte. Charlotte's day today. Charlotte's what?
Yeah.
It actually is. It's her day today. She passed. In Colorado, they actually have a day for her. Charlotte. Hey, pardon?
I don't remember her last name now, but
I say I don't want to say it and butcher it. Fiki or
Fiki. It was Fiki. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Charlotte Fiki. Yeah.
Yeah, and so thoughts are with her and her family and everyone that little girl absolutely made a life changing. The world really needed her.
Well, and that's the thing, like, you know, we're all brought here for a reason, I think, sometimes at some point. And unfortunately, it wasn't a long life, but it was a gift that was given.
Yes, for everyone.
To open the doors for other children, like Haley. Like, Maya, like Liam.
Well, Haley was so much older than them that people went, oh, wow, that's cool. But Charlotte had that impact because they went, oh, my God, this is a young child, like a very young child.
Yeah.
And that made people open their eyes, and we needed that so bad. You know,
I don't think that their eyes are open enough yet, though.
No,
like, to be honest, I think that there's still way more work to be done for kids.
There is. There is.
The legalities around it and the stigma around it, because even with Sophie out in Nova Scotia, too, like, I mean, thankfully, they've got an LP that are working with them and a doctor that's working with them. But how many kids out there, like, especially like 15, like, let's talk teenage years, when they say it's, you know, against the growth of their brain and all these things, and to keep it away from children and stuff. But is it beneficial or is it non-beneficial? Like, where are we drawing the line here? Like, are we saying it's beneficial only for kids with epilepsy, but not beneficial for all kids? Like, that's what I mean. Like where are we doing that with even like with anybody? Like, where is the line drawn? As far as I'm concerned, it's beneficial for everybody. There should be no.
We have an ECS system, right?
Yeah,
and a system, right? So there is a degree where, we actually are deficient in where that line crosses from being deficient to being oversaturated. I don't know where that, like that, I don't know, but
well, yeah, like, I mean, and that's I think the fear with it is because there's no dosing, right? But apparently there is going to be some research being done, CBD research for dosing being done.
Excellent.
We had something come on the show last week, and it's a Canadian study.
Really? Awesome.
It's a peer-reviewed study, I believe, and it's like kind of trying to like figure out how much CBD works efficiently or not, right? For dosing.
Nice.
Because, I mean, again, here we're sitting at the 10 milligram, but 10 milligrams of what? THC, CBH, CBD, like, what do you, and I'm still here with this, like, why are we ripping it apart so much? Like,
I know. That's
like the full spectrum, because in reality, I'm sorry, but a little bit of high ain't gonna kill you. And like, how much, like, anyways.
And
you've been doing some other research with some plants.
I have, and I actually want to bring up something on the research I've been doing, but also to what you're saying. So with Haley now, she consumes her Haley's Comet as rescue meds, and only as rescue meds. Her raw cannabis, her juice, the microgreen aspect is all raw and all acidic. So there's nothing, and it's all THCA. That is what she is consuming. So she used to consume. Yeah. Oh, she wants to tell you something.
I just got taken off a med that I've been taking for how long?
10 years.
For 10 years.
Oxazepam, benzodiazepine. 10 years later, she is off.
I don't even know how to describe how she just, like, she's so different.
And then I would be coming off another drug soon, and
that one's 17 years. Diazepam, and that it might be delayed about a month because we have some traveling to do. We may have some traveling coming up.
I remember a time when you couldn't travel.
I know.
I saw the trip to Kamloops. Should have come a little farther. East out, not that much. My house is falling apart, and I couldn't invite anybody in because I don't even have a couch to sit on. But again, like I said, like, I'm just so, like, no, I'm not trying to be like disrespectful, Haley, but oh my God, it just makes me so happy that, like, it's like your brain's rebuilt itself. Like,
yeah,
it's like a little block, like the Minecraft, when you see the Minecraft.
Yeah, and I used to not be able to watch fire trucks or moving.
Or rain on a tin roof.
Sorry, not fire trucks. Fireworks and moving lights, like, the moving lights that you get in clubs or at your prom. That kind of moving lights doesn't bother me anymore, and neither does fireworks. And how long did it take until fireworks?
You were
28.
By the time you were 15, you couldn't do fireworks because they did make her seize by the time.
Right, but I mean, she was 28 before she could really start watching them again, too, was it?
Just in the last year, it was only about a year or so ago that she started, after starting the raw juice.
Right.
And what about moving lights, like, at parties?
Same. All of that was like
I said, like, how you see, like, it's almost like the blocks in her brain are being like Minecraft. It's like whatever is in that THC is stimulating the blocks to put.
It's not just that, though, Tamara. This is the crazy thing about it. Okay, so what I'm finding was in here. Okay, so we know there is papers. I actually have. I'll give you a glimpse of this. So this here is a 7-page summary I did. I have
seen it.
Well, it's okay. It's just anyway. It's okay.
It's okay. We know we got paperwork. That's yeah. We
But,
don't
and this summary has 30 references in it for 5 to 6 categories that connects and brings forth information that this is what the research was on with Haley and what we were doing, what that connects how very likely that the raw cannabis is actually working with the ketogenic diet and in a symbiotic sort of thing within the body in order, because THCA, then we're looking at the different fats and it works well with fats and the ketogenic diet, also with the way the pathways are in the brain.
Another thing that I can do now, I can, I don't need to usually go in a wheelchair in taxis.
Yeah, we don't do the wheelchair in the taxi.
I just use 2 pads, one for the feet and one for
your back and your butt.
Yes, and
sometimes
use a pad for the feet for vibration, but not all the time. The only time I need a wheelchair is going on a bus or traveling.
Yeah, like the long distance, because there's other factors that you can't necessarily take into account for it, and it's more of a to mitigate any.
It's more security
risk,
than anything,
right?
no? Because in reality, like, is she really using it, or is it just there in case of, right? More like
The wheel. So, okay. So when we took the bus, I could have used the cushions, put her in the chair. She would have been fine, like in the regular seat, and that would have been fine. But we utilized the wheelchair because if there was any other factor that I might not, it gave me more control over the situation, right? Getting her on and off the bus because there's that lift and any anti-vibration. But realistically, if we'd been driving, I wouldn't have even. I would have put the wheelchair in the trunk.
Were you able to get a car?
Not yet. Not yet. I'm not going to get a wheelchair car. I'm going to get a regular car for the wheelchair.
That's what I mean. Right. So, you got a driver's license now, though, right?
I need to get a driver's license.
Yeah. Well, you get on that because we can still do maybe we should do another
and get somewhere. We're going to be doing traveling. Like, no matter what, we've got things to do now.
Have that you can get a car, right?
Yeah.
Get on it.
Much easier to get. All the different places. And
right?
She had so much fun. She was making all sorts of friends up at the university. Talking.
And that's the thing, the fact that you can actually go out and be social, and actually meet people and meet friends and actually have some quality of life. And isn't that what life's all about? Like I said to you, so I went to the physiotherapist this morning expecting to be, thrown up on a table and moved around and, got given some x-rays and told, see you later. And I sat there for 40 minutes being told that I need to take some time for myself. And was given a list of stuff, and here's a course you need to take, and until we get you figured out with your chronic, with your some time for you because you do too much. Basically, my doctor and now her telling me I shouldn't be working, and then talk to me about PWD. I said I'm not eligible for PWD. What can you get? So because you need money, but you shouldn't be working. And I'm like, what am I supposed to be doing with my life then?
Yeah.
What do you expect? She goes, something that you enjoy that's not causing you this much pain. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
I had to put my cane out last week for the first time in 3 years. It's, whatever, right? But we're patients. And of course, we know that, we're living with chronic deterioration. I know my body's going to break down. I know that these things are going to happen, right? Exactly. But I mean, when I see what's happening with Haley and the reconnection and the neurological benefits and the behavioral difference and everything,
so
it's watching her go from being a toddler to being 20, 30.
Yeah, I noticed a lot of things. Even her ability to be more independent.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Taking care of, more independence and just
another thing that's changed is that I used to be only be able to have baths because of running water, and now I can have showers. I just need earplugs. That's it.
You know what? I'll tell you something. 3 years ago, you wouldn't have been sitting here having this conversation with us like you are.
Mm-mm.
Like you were non. You weren't just verbal. Like you were to the point. Like, and I'm not trying to like I said, you were forgetting your Disney songs when you were because you were losing your memory. We weren't having a conversation like this, honey. Like having a conversation like this, like my heart is like, what the heck? This is so amazing.
It's just so good.
You're just like it's like you're just somebody different, somebody I have to get to know different because you're not the same person. You are the same person, but you've got
her voice is coming back, man.
Yeah,
She got that voice going.
And you're telling us we don't need your mom don't need to talk to you for you.
No.
And you just tell her, shut up, mom, I can do this myself. I'm good now.
Oh yeah,
right? And that's what like I can talk for myself. I don't need to tell myself. I can tell it myself. And we said you were going to be the loudest, biggest, beautifulest cannabis warrior ever. When we told you that, and you are, you're our inspiration. You're the cannabis warrior that we all aspire to be. Somebody that just stands there and uses their voice, and you're doing that right now. And I'm so happy that you can. You're way younger than us, so you better giddy up and get some signs made because I think there's a protest coming up soon.
Well, yep.
April 7th, I think. Are you guys going, or is it April 7th? They're going to the city hall.
That would be today, then.
Is it April 7th? I don't know. Yeah, I think there's a protest at City Hall.
Is there today? Really? Oh no, I'm so out of touch.
I think it was for CSP because they're trying to get the city of Vancouver to allow Langley CSP to do a pilot project with the substitution program.
Oh, that would be excellent.
I don't know where my phone is. Maybe it's not today, but 420 is coming up though too, right?
Yes,
I don't know what's going on in Vancouver because I know some of my friends. Anyways, we want to talk about that. They're going to Mexico and doing 420 down there. I'm good for you.
Yeah, hey.
I'm also able, my grandparents paid for me to go to art class.
Yes. I saw your art.
So she's,
absolutely beautiful. In fact, I think I can bring some of that up. Just give me 2 seconds and I'm going to go look. Because I think your mom sent me some pictures or there's some pictures somewhere and I can actually share them.
I think I just put some the other day online.
Yep, I'm looking right now. There they are.
I'm hoping that someday I'll get really better, more stable, so I can sing at Canadian Idol.
It's just like I'm still doing that, right? Remember, you're
I absolutely think you should. Okay, so we're going to bring this up, add it to the stage. So these are Haley's latest artwork that she's been working on for her paper dolls. Her mom had those posted. So we can show everybody what you've been up to. Let's see what else we got here. I think there's some other pictures here. There you are. There's your mom.
That one's me.
Yeah.
And I love this one.
There
like
you
she's
are.
like, yeah.
There you are at the university. Oh, and the competitor. Oh, there's another picture of you standing in the rain.
Yep.
So let's talk about this here. Let's talk about this competition. Oh, it's already over.
So I went and it was my first time presenting and I went there. Oh my gosh, I got to meet some incredible young researchers that I am just very thrilled to have gotten to meet. It was great. I got to meet, so I found my supervisor that I needed, my principal investigator for my research.
Nice.
So for the upcoming, I did there's a slide. If you go to I think it's the last one I did, the newest picture, that is of her. Yeah, that one. So this is what I spoke about at the university and what I will be speaking about many more times. And it has to do with what the juice and the microgreens. And what it is that, so as you can see, like looking at that, you can see that there's a massive decrease that happened in the hypoglycemic events. Now, with this ketogenic diet, there can be complications. So you're a family that's desperate, you want to try a natural way, the drugs aren't working, or maybe you haven't tried the drugs yet and you want to try this way. So there are patients that it can be within a couple of months, or it could be later on in their therapy where they may run into an issue where their ketones are going through the roof and their glucose is bottoming out, as you see in these pictures. So for 2 summers prior to this, so in 2022, or yeah, 2021, 2022, Haley was hospitalized both those years. 2020, we started this path because I wanted to make sure that 2023 we didn't end up back in there, because she was just decreasing. Her body's ability to stay stable was decreasing, and even when I dropped out the ratio, so it was more of a normal type meal that somebody not on a special diet would take, she was still having issues, and it was bad. Like, and then when it would start to regulate, because now I've dropped it way down and we've got no ratio, well, her glucose would start to stabilize that, and she'd have no ketones, and we'd start off with major seizures. And then also, if your glucose is too low, you can have seizures due to hypoglycemia.
Like it used to go to as low as 1.9.
Yeah, it did. It had, and we were in the hospital when that happened. Yeah. So it can be fatal, and through giving her these microgreens. Now, people go, "Oh, is it just the cannabinoids?" No, I don't believe it is. Is it just the plant? No, it's definitely not. There's something very unique about the raw cannabis plant that you're not necessarily seeing in just an extract. And I have not been able to find enough data or enough papers or knowledge out there that can lead me to say, yes, you know what, maybe it's more this, or maybe it's more this. I haven't found anything that could, and it really seems to work together. So fiber is really important for most people. They like to have throughout your body, right? With seizures, with epilepsy, it is extremely important. Fiber can actually help if you have seizures, so that you have less seizures. And there's a whole thing on how that would actually works and that. But one aspect of it is, if you're constipated, you are going to trigger more seizures, right? So making sure that your body's got a good gut brain axis happening, the microbes are all, everybody's happy, right? Is really key and important. And there are papers that I mentioned in my review and in my paper that is going for publishing, that talk about how THCA, not only can it help seizures, it can also, there are other cannabinoids that actually work on the CB1 and CB2 receptors that will help metabolically, like, so help with the metabolism and stuff. And they actually mentioned one on Crohn's. And my thoughts on that was, I know people who have Crohn's, and I don't necessarily think that things like, if I was going to do a juice or something, I would totally not, I wouldn't use like the leaf, because I think that would be so freaking hard on your body. Because remember, we talked before about issues.
Vegetables, right? And that seems like a thing for me. Like, I'm not saying, then I've got lymphatic colitis. Al too, I think when he talks very little about eating a lot of vegetable greens, because it hurts. It kills, like, and like I said, so anything that, like, even avocados, like I used to eat avocado sandwiches, like I can't eat them anymore. I get nauseated, and never mind. But see, I've got a different issue. Like, a lot of people get plugged where I never plugged, right? Like, it's like, and even like I said, even when I'm taking, like, say for example, I've got a flare and I'm taking hydromorphine.
Yeah.
It will a bit, but it's not to the extent of somebody else where they could never go. It just, like, you know what I mean? But I live with chronic diarrhea, right?
Plugged up, constipated.
Yeah. Like codeine or an opioid will cause constipation, right? So because I've got rheumatoid arthritis, I've got the ability to, I have those, right? Opioids. Not that I could take them on a very rare basis.
Do you ever drink like vegetable juices and stuff?
I like V8, but I can't do tomatoes much. Like nightshades with rheumatoid arthritis, right? Like tomatoes and stuff, they say to
what about like celery juice or something like that?
My daughter bangs on about celery juice, says good and we should be doing it. And I've been eating more celery because I've been eating more Asian foods, right? I'm finding that eating more Asian food seems to agree with us, but we also went and got all that beef. So I've been eating more carnivorous than I was before, which I was told was better for me anyways, because it slows the digestion down. As much as people say red meat's bad for you, for me, on the other hand of it, it's easier for me to slow my digestion down so I get some absorption from that red meat protein than anything else. Right? I mean, a scoop of peanut butter for me is probably one of the best things that I do for myself every day, just so because even like the insurance stuff, like like the chalk when they do a gastric, upper whatever.
Yeah.
They left me sitting in like for like 20 minutes, and I was already like, it was coming out the other end before they could actually do the test.
Yeah, and you're like, this is not
Like,
helpful for anybody.
like I've already gone to the bathroom, like it's already out of me. Like you guys you waited too long. And they're like, what? And as I told you, if I take anything in orally, it's going to be out of me in 20 minutes. It don't matter if it's liquid or if it's fucking solid. And
that is so hard, man.
Well, even now, like I go to work and I'm so dehydrated because I can't drink anything, because then I'm like peeing to every 10 minutes. Like every time everything goes in, it's out. Right. Yeah. So I drink very little until after I get to work, before I go to work. Right. I don't eat anything before I go to work, because if I do, even when I eat, say I grab something I eat at 6, before I have to leave work, I'm running to the bathroom and I'm the only person there. And I sometimes just can't. So I don't eat. So, and that's another thing we were talking about, like the physiotherapist, is my eating schedules and how I eat and stuff, right? And I don't. And you're right, we have to take a break for about 3 minutes because it's commercial time. We got to thank our sponsors. I'd also like to shout out to Al again, and as well, we are looking for new sponsors because one of our sponsors has left. So we are looking for a new sponsorship. So if anybody's interested in sponsoring the show to keep us going, you can get a hold of either Al Rapp or Al Graham. We'll be right back after a quick 3-second or 3-minute commercial break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
It's the opposite of what I was doing. Oh my God, what's going on in Abbotsford?
What?
I just got this thing on my page that's showing that there's something going on. There's something at the schools in Abbotsford.
Something where?
You don't want to hear it. So this fucking bitch, I'm gonna put it right out there and I'm gonna call her this, that runs the CSP in Surrey is a fucking racist.
Oh, well, that's nice. Great.
Oh, like what took her kids out of school because it was Eid on Friday.
Because what?
Because it was Eid. You know? Anybody from any Muslim or any yeah. And she runs Surrey. Anyway, so this is posted on her page right now. I'm from Abbotsford, but I am of Indian origin. Tomorrow, the 7th of April, I'm going to commit one of the most violent attacks in the history of Abbotsford. I'll be targeting each and every school that is listed in this email. I'll be emailed. I'm armed with an AR-15. I got it snuck into the U.S. And this is a report regarding online threat. Dear families, we are aware of the serious online threat that is made against schools in our district. We take such a threat as utmost seriousness and immediately involve the Abbotsford Police Department. This was posted 5 hours ago.
That's harsh.
That is very harsh.
But she's trying to make a point that because the person said he was from an Indian descent.
Still, it's a bit harsh.
That's wow. Okay.
Anyways, I don't know if there's any truth to it. It just said that she kept her kids home. So maybe.
Well, I don't like the idea of any threat of it. We've seen.
No, like, I don't care what the threat is, right? I don't care what they're. I don't care. Well, look at that guy that locked himself in Parliament Hill, in the east wing of Parliament Hill yesterday. 35-year-old. There's now a publication ban, but he's a 35-year-old convoy supporter. So you can guarantee he's a whitey. So, like, and this is fucking bullshit. Like, I can't believe any of this is going on. Anyways. Yeah, First Nations leader called for Conservatives to drop candidate Aaron Gunn because he's making fucking comments against First Nations. Like, yeah, today's the day. Please come out and show support for an hour downtown City Hall, Langley.
Holy crap.
2:45 to 3:45. So it's downtown in Langley. Downtown Langley on Douglas at 2:45 p.m. this afternoon is when the protest is. Anyway.
Can you send me? I'm gonna check that out when we're out of here.
Hang on a second.
What's going on? Yeah.
I'm gonna send you a couple things.
Thank you.
I'll just send them to your text. But yeah, like,
okay.
Because there's some crazy shit going on right now as we're sitting here talking about.
Listen, all I've been doing for the last 2 years, like I had to do upgrading in school and because I got into the bachelor's program, and then I've been doing upgrading, and then my years of stuff. What?
Like I had my head buried.
Haley's directing me. Apparently, I'm not sitting enough in the camera. There we go. She's like, "Mom, you want to move closer?"
Like, yeah, I just, like I said, I'm having a, like, it's just so crazy out there.
So I've just been like, my whole life's been consumed with working on my education to get these. We did that one, and now I've got another one that I'm preparing for. That is like the next phase of what I want to work on with raw cannabis microgreens. But
you're going,
you're doing any of that.
Like, you know, like, yeah, like I just can't even.
I missed everything because I'm just like, you know. Maybe I.
Anyways, back to cannabis. I guess we burying our head, and that's a little bit better. Maybe it's just like.
I've been reading schooling.
I don't watch a lot of the Canadian shit because they always put that fucking mealy mouth piece of shit on there, and I can't stand looking at them. So I don't watch Canadian news much. I watch Al Jazeera, but that's not very good either because it's endless bombings and babies dead. It's just so. I might, like I said, I need to find a different place to be.
Yeah.
Because I'm not losing my mind, but like I said, this world's gone crazy, and I've lost my ambition with cannabis to the point that, well, not so much. The substitution program kind of brought me back to my roots, right? Because everything was going so crazy, and everything was like I just had to like refocus. So that's what the cannabis substitution program has done for me, right? It's helped me refocus back to my roots, back to doing back to the basics, right? Back to the to working with baking and making and processing and doing something that I love, right? So that's been helpful. But then winter fucking came and it got to be like minus 50 and everybody was in warming shelters and got shuffled around. So we kind of got sidetracked and I haven't been out to the park since. Like I've got off-site patients I'm still dealing with, right? Like 60 of them and then there's 60 people up there. But again, they are transient, they move back and forth. So if I see them, I've always got a care package with me, like always, and I never come home with any. So
my mom make ice cream, keto ice cream.
What is that,
Yes.
Haley?
Haley eats ice cream almost every day.
I helped my mom make keto ice creams, and there's a schedule that we do that learning how to make keto food.
That's good.
She's doing better. That
there's no disputing that. Like, look.
Oh yeah, it's
like look at her talking, doing whatever, like able to go out on trips. Like everything is just like
totally engaging in what's going on
and comprehending what we're talking about.
Exactly.
Right? And be able to there's some sense of humor and sarcasm there too. I can see it.
Yeah, there is.
You can see like some sarcasm in her like her little eyes are like, yeah. There's a comedian in there, isn't there, Haley?
Yeah, she likes to. She's saying that there's a comedian inside you.
I think you're a bit of a comedian too, right? Because I like making people laugh too, right? So it makes people laugh. I like to laugh too. So
I have more energy, and if I keep, I just need to exercise for a bit because I'm better enough that I feel like climbing up monkey bars, ladders, swinging, climbing ropes, those kind of stuff that are at playgrounds.
Like, yeah, we gotta go to Adventure Park.
Well, stuff that she's missed out on. So it's like
exactly
like it's like I said, it's like Minecraft. And her brain's going back together, and it's like slowly like picking through the and growing.
It's not even just her mind though, Tamara. Her body is now metabolizing food. So she came off Creon, which she's been on since 2019. It's a pancreatic enzyme for commonly used for cystic fibrosis to help with malabsorption. She's completely off that. Only the raw cannabis.
And maybe it's this year or next year. Me and my mom are going camping, and I haven't been camping since how long?
Oh, 2018.
Okay, well, you know what? I live in the best camping area in the whole world.
Oh yeah, we have to go up and see with Tamara. Since we're mobile now, right?
Because like seriously, like I live in the East Kootenays, and like we have the best mountains and the best camping ever.
Oh yeah. Listen, this one here was almost in tears and giggling to herself on the bus. And I'm like, what are you laughing at? She's like, it's so pretty.
Oh yeah. Isn't that nice? Like, yeah.
The mountains, the waterfalls on the mountains, all the trees, all the bushes, everything.
And now that you can walk a little bit, there's about a 2-kilometer hike, but I could take you to some natural hots.
That's why we're doing the exercising, building up strength, working on gait, so that we can go when we go camping, we can go on those trails and things like that, right?
I mean, it's a beautiful hike in. It is a beautiful hike. We just have to be careful and bring a bear, Belle, because there's bears.
Bears, of course.
And cougars and all kinds of critters. But again, like I said, you can see critters in my backyard.
Yeah.
I just look at my to get just an example, like my cover photo on my Facebook. That mountain I can see from my.
That's a beautiful. I saw that this morning. I was like, man, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's Fisher Peak, right? And that's like right there, like that's where I live. Like that's what I mean. Like this is the best.
Just gorgeous.
And like I said, Fernie's an hour away too. Kimberly's only 35 minutes from me. Creston's only an hour and a half west. Moye Lake is one of the most beautiful lakes in British Columbia, right? I mean, sure, you got Kelowna and you can go to the Okanagan Lake, but it's not mountains. It's like, it's beautiful. It's desert, sure, if you want to, do the
But there's so much more. Like,
Camera, here's a reminder. Visio. Just let me know you're done
it's
with
my
the
thing saying I got physio. Alexa, I've already done it. It keeps telling me.
Here's a reminder.
Alexa, stop. I have to remind myself of these things. Telling me to go to physio.
She's laughing. I can hear her giggling in my ear here.
Yeah.
At your Alexa.
Because of my attention deficit and my gap. So if I don't remember to do these things, I'll forget. And I got a phone reminder. Never mind, my physiotherapist told me I better get a day timer and start journaling. Like when I get up, when I eat, when I eat.
But sometimes I forget when to take my pills at 5 or 1.
We got timers.
So I set a timer to let me know, because I do have a watch, but I don't really pay attention to my watch.
You know what? I got myself a Samsung smartwatch too. And it's supposed to be, watching my weight, my, where it's sitting right over there behind my computer on the charger. I don't wear it either. And like I said, I've got all these reminders and shit too, but if I don't, I forget. And even with I've changed my meds too, but it depends on what time I get up and what time I work. So I've taken myself back to using Ritalin because it's a 4-hour dosing that I can actually control it. Because the other one was making it so I wasn't sleeping, and I'm still only sleeping 4 hours a day, max.
Yeah, that's not good.
So again, that's between the pain in my hips and my pelvis, and just if I'm flaring or whatever, I'm sleeping 4 hours. And I went to bed 10:30, I was up at 2:30, and then I couldn't go back to sleep. And it's like I'm laying there, my brain keeps moving, I can't go back to sleep. So I'm living on 4 hours of sleep a day, and that's not good for anybody either, right?
No, that's not. That's not.
So, the doctor recommended physio for the osteoarthritis that they found in my hips and my pelvis. Yep. But like I said, it was there was no exercising. And it was I'll see you in 2 weeks. We'll figure out something then.
Another thing that changed is that I used to take this burning drug how many times?
So it's the midazolam. So it was 6 to 12 doses of rescue drugs a month. And now
I had
0
to 3, but I had to take one today.
So catamenial time is when we'll see it, and it's if there's any clusters. So she had 3 seizures, which just means we actually, I think we lowered her ketones a little bit too much last night, which actually triggered there to be 3 rather than 1.
So will there ever be a time
but not all the time in catamenial.
Yeah,
just here and there, very non-often that I need that burning drug. So mostly I just need just to wake up, have some cannabis smoothie, and then I'd be fine.
Yeah. And so she
do you think there'll ever be a time that she doesn't seize, or is this going to be something that's going to be ever?
It's the classification of the condition is a lifelong deteriorating seizures, medication resistant, never a good prognosis.
Okay, right. So there's never going to be a time that. But I mean,
I have no idea.
Right? Exactly. That's where I'm kind of going with this. Do you think with the progressive, what are the difference between? How many times
the seizures change over time too, right?
And they were more frequent, and they were harsher, they were harder, more frequent. Yeah. Now are you finding less, more
so seizures now really we've got them pretty clockwork. We can actually track the ketones and the glucose and see when she goes into a catamenial stage, which is one of the 3 phases throughout the month for women, right? And it could be anyone depending on who you are. You could have any one of the 3 phases could be your trigger for seizures if you had catamenial seizures. So for her, she still has issues with that. However, that rescue drug, midazolam, she's had 4 doses since January 17th. It would have been after January 17th because it was picked up on January 17th. And we're like April 7th. So that's a massive difference from 6 to 12 a month, right? Like,
right.
Like,
so there's decreasing on everything.
Everything. And so that's one benzo completely gone. A pancreatic enzyme she was on for many years, since 2019, gone. Okay, so yeah, 2018 or 19 Creon gone. 2008, 2007, 2008. No, wait, sorry, I apologize. 2015, oxazepam gone.
And this is
next up is diazepam, which is 2007, 2008 will be gone. That's our next one that will be.
And this is before the sprouts. This is all before the raw juice and the sprouts, right?
This is all since that, yeah. And only since that, everything else was downhill, and we didn't know what was going on. We had over a listserv of over 400 specialists, ketogenic diet and epilepsy specialists, go over 2 years in a row, and endocrinology team, neurology, you name it, man. And no one had anything better than just keep doing what you're doing, lower it, and try to keep balancing it out. The thing is, the typical treatments. This is the thing, the typical treatments did not work. No. So adding a cornstarch, adding inulin, adding sugar, adding anything that you would normally add to normalize your, to end a hypoglycemic event or to normalize it would be, nothing was working. Nothing worked. And when it did start to work, we lost the ketones. Right. The raw cannabis juice, is creating a balance and a homeostasis within her body that everything's jiving now. We've got absorption is rocking. We've got increased energy. We've got decrease of medications. We've got continued seizure control. And you also have to remember, it was only a few days ago, like 4 days ago, 5 days ago, that she stopped the last dose of oxazepam. So having it
was actually 3 days ago.
Was it 3 days ago? Okay, so there you go. So it really, she's not having a massive kickback of an influx of seizures or anything like that. She's actually, it takes time, obviously, but she's progressing positively, and she's still at a quarter of her dosage.
Right. So let's explain again, because we're going to have to wrap up here. Explain to everybody what you're doing. So juicing, are you juicing sprouts? Are you juicing full plant?
Okay, so her original, when we ran the test in the study, it was with raw cannabis juice from the leaf. Now, I do not advocate for people to just run out and start juicing their leaves. And the only reason why I don't advocate for that is because if you could be thinking that you're growing organically and you are using a foliar spray or something like what happened with us. And thank God for Matt from Matt's Green Space. He's on YouTube. I want to make a shout out to him because some information he gave me early on actually could have prevented a lot of potential problems because of buildup of things that you may not realize, even though it's organic, you're actually getting. Because when we consume cannabis, we usually have that nice flush. You're not having a flush to flush that out. So this is why I like microgreens better, because you don't have to add anything in. They're fresher. They're just straight from the ground. You haven't added in that extra feed. They're still living off of what all that nutrients that is in the actual seed at that point.
Plus, you get more than you do out of it than you do of the cannabis.
And the taste is better with microgreens, honestly.
And it gets you more hungrier.
So you're juicing the microgreens, or are you just using the microgreens on salad?
So we did some of the microgreens. What is happening? Okay, so the laws, our regulations in Canada are wacko. So her microgreens do test out as qualifying as hemp because of the amount of THC per gram. Now, the serving is larger than a gram, okay? But, so she would consume that. However, under guidelines, so you can't have as many plants as you can't as a regular under the legal, and most would not have anywhere close. Like we don't have anywhere close, and hers is 250 plants. But 250 microgreens is nothing. It's nothing, right? So and even with the hemp licensing, there comes a problem. They go, yes, 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 and then they go, no. And it's a matter of an issue within the regulations. And that is something that part of my research is going to address, is these pieces of the regulations that actually they needed tweaks and adjustments in order to meet the changing field of cannabis and medical cannabis and cannabis just in general. And so I'm working on cannabis as a functional food now, cannabis microgreens specifically. That is the next phase of that I get trained on some cool machines. So.
Right. And that's great because exactly like we want to have cannabis microgreens in little containers besides the bean
in the store, in the grocery store.
In the grocery store, like beside the bean sprouts. Like, like beside the alfalfa sprouts that you put on your sandwiches. Like,
and that's exactly how it should be, right?
Microgreens are microgreens. Like, bottom line, you can't smoke them. You're not going to smoke them. You're not going to like this.
No, it's not.
I noticed that microgreens fill you up more than a cannabis
juice. Yeah, because the juice is like any juice, right? You're not getting.
Yeah, it's not giving you any substance, right? You're not getting the fiber that fills up.
There's no.
Oh, that's great. And you said you would also mention like a specific time, like the green should only be how many days in grow?
Okay, so the microgreens, you want to harvest them 10 to 14 days after the first set, and I always mess up how to say the word. Coatsly, the first leaves. The first little rounded leaves that you get when it grows.
Days after that, yeah.
Yep. I've got to get that word right.
I don't
know. So embarrassing. Anyways,
I said my brain doesn't always work either. All right. And so, well, again, I did, like I said, being, in my age group and, learning a whole new world with medication, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's been a whole different world.
Definitely.
Exhausting. All right. With that, you wanted to give a shout out to Matt of where?
Yep. Matt Greenspace on YouTube. He teaches growing your own, but within the 4-plant limit. So how to maximize as much as possible. He does a lot of scrog type growing in that. And he is actually really excellent. He is very passion driven to help people. And that's why I want to give a shout out to him. Because of his passion, he helps me to avoid things so that I can pass that same knowledge on.
Right.
So, yeah.
Excellent. Great. Well, thanks again. No, shout out to both of you because thanks for coming on again and keeping us updated. On
no problem.
Right. And seeing Haley, it's always good to keep track of what she's doing because who knows what's going to happen in the next 6 months. Right. Oh, yeah. So we'll have to have you back on again in the next few months. Probably, a little after you turn 32. And see where your journeys and travels have taken you, and update us when like I said, we love hearing all.
We got a busy summer, and looking forward to doing some talks. And
maybe then you'll just have to do a live show from here, sitting next to me instead of.
Oh, that would be awesome. Hey, would you like that?
Yeah.
I'm camping in the Kootenay. You betcha. Exactly. Yeah, we got a big backyard and a fire pit. Like I said, you don't even have to. You can just throw a tent in my backyard,
exactly.
And we can just drive to the lake. And because you can try booking a place, but you have to probably try now to get into any of these provincial parks anywhere, right? And why would you want to do that when the bathroom here is a lot better?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
fun. And then you only have to deal with the chickens. Because they're out there clucking, but there's no rooster to wake you up early.
She would love that. You have no idea.
You could camp right beside the chicken coop, hang out with the chickens, or you could sleep beside the rabbit. I got a chicken in my living room. Oh yeah, Penny's been living in the dining room all winter because she got picked on by the other big birds.
Oh no!
So I got the rabbit and the chicken in the dining room. Okay, well, you
That's
guys stay around after the show. We'll chat a little more after the show and talk more about camping. I'm going to wrap things up. Thanks again for joining me on Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana. I'll be live with Al on Wednesday night for PACE, which is People Advocating Cannabis and Psychedelic Education. That's 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on paceradio.net. You guys have a great week. We'll see you Wednesday. Bye.
Bye.
I got to find the right buttons.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hey, welcome to the Hi Guys podcast with the two Al's. What are you looking at today, Al?
I'm hearing voices today, Al.
Are you? Where are they coming from?
It's yours.
Oh. Does it sound clear or does it sound all stuffed up and coffee?
No, you still sound stuffed up, unfortunately.
Well, you know, I believe it's starting to break up though.
Are you kaflemted still?
Am I still what?
You don't know what kaflemted means?
I didn't hear the word, but I've never used the word in my.
Kaflemted is a Yiddish word that means you're all stuffed up. I'm all kaflemted.
I am all yes, I am. It's actually getting better versus getting worse, so that's a good sign. But
that's a good sign.
It's been hanging on too long. I got to get rid of it.
Nope, you're not allowed.
Oh, come on, man! I got to share it. You want to take it for a bit?
I've already got it. Thank you.
Oh, well, then you're experienced. But it eventually leave. They usually do.
Well, you know,
I am susceptible to colds. Anyway.
Our friend the pharmacist on my show, on the 420 show, tells me that most infections or colds will run itself out after 7 days or 6 days.
6 days.
6 days.
Yeah.
It's like that old adage, I guess they call it. It takes 6 days to create a habit and 21 days to get rid of it.
Yeah. Well, I'm on day 21 of trying to get rid of this cold.
Well, then you'll be fine tomorrow.
I hope so.
If that's true.
Yeah.
I've been pre-approved for a Rogers MasterCard.
Oh, well, you're lucky.
No, thank you.
Yeah. So today on the show, we got more than just colds and coughs and stuffed noses. We've got some recipes. We got some news, some medical news, as well as some just some news. We got some sports news. We got
some heartburn.
Got heartburn?
Heartburn.
Oh.
I've been up most of the night, really bad heartburn.
Oh, what'd you eat that you shouldn't have?
Stir fry before I went to bed.
No, there you go. And are you tumming it with some Tums?
No, I don't take anything for it because I find that antacids, just all they do is they make me bloat and get gas really bad, and then I got to walk around and toot for a week.
Oh shit! Yeah, well,
exactly.
No shit. I know that that's something I've dealt with for years, and
I know.
The scopes down into the stomach shows that because of the scarring.
It's coming.
Yeah, it can burn the your throat from all the stomach acid coming up.
One of the things I've learned is when somebody that's bad at acid reflux, or is bulimic or something like that, and makes themselves throw up after a meal or whatever, it can cause really, really bad reactions for your teeth, especially the back of your teeth and your throat and your esophagus, because it's all stomach acid and it burns.
Correct. Yeah. That's what they saw the last time they did an endoscope down into my throat, down in my stomach.
When I wake up in the morning after a night of bad heartburn, even having a tea in the morning, which I'm out of, so I'm grumpy. Even having a tea in the morning burns. It whatever, even water, just it burns my throat.
Yeah.
But I don't like to take antacids because I get bloated to the point where it's painful. Rosalie, would you please lay down? You're clicking.
What about some Pepto-Bismol?
I'd be willing to try it. I've never tried that. Usually it's been Rolaids, antacids, things like that.
Yeah.
I tend to stay away from stuff like that because prolonged use of that stuff can be very bad for you.
Yeah.
Would you lay down?
What about
all over the place? Excuse me, I'm having a conversation with my dog.
Your dog?
Here. Lay down, please. Dingo. Lay down. Dingo girl, please. Rosa.
Yeah, Al's just talking to his dog, folks.
Yeah, we're just
come back.
Just shut up. I don't remember what I was saying other than it makes me, antacids and that make me bloat painfully. And sometimes for several days.
Okay, I'm going to make a recommendation to you then.
Okay. Stop eating spicy food?
Well, yeah, obviously that would help. But if you're looking for something that you can take to help settle that, I'm going to recommend a medication, a prescription medication that I took for decades that is now available by over the counter. You can just walk up and just buy it there now, and that's
Spanish fly.
What's that?
Spanish fly.
No, no. Something called Zantac.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I took it for years.
I've heard of it. But you know, it's one of those things, Al. I mean, I have a deviated septum, and the only way they can correct it is by surgery, but they can make it a little more comfortable with a spray. That spray, I was told not to use something like Dristan or something like that because it becomes an addiction. Because it's like it makes your face feel better, your head feel better. So you overdo it, and then eventually the Dristan doesn't work so well, so you have to use more, and it's literally a cycle, like getting caught up in pills and stuff. You know.
Yeah, it's
so I try and stay away from that stuff, but I will try the Pepto.
Yeah, Pepto Zantac.
That just coats your tummy, right?
Pepto will coat your stomach, and the Zantac will reduce the acid that's in your stomach. Yeah,
I like acid.
I do. Yeah, well, this is an LSD.
Yeah, I find the mushrooms actually create a little heartburn sometimes too.
Yeah.
A lot of things do, you know.
I've been dealing with that for years.
I also have to start cutting. Like, I don't use a lot of salt, but lately I have been for seasoning. Yeah. And I got to cut back because that's even affecting my prostate.
Oh yeah.
It will enlarge your prostate and inflame it.
Oh,
then it'll get very angry with you, and then even when you sit down, you're like, "Ouch."
So yesterday, on Saturday, it all started Saturday. I could hear this cat just screaming, meow, 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 meow. And I started following the sound, and it came from, I made it up to a pond on the property, but it was on the other side of the pond. And on the other side of the pond, there's a county road. So I got to the pond, and I couldn't get around it. So I went out to another side road and walked down to the county road. And as soon as I got down where the cat sound was, it stopped. It went quiet.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. So I left it. Sunday, we're out and about in the yard, and Gail can hear a cat in the barn. We don't normally have barn cats. So we opened the door, went into the room, and I said, hey, Garfield, what are you doing in here? Thinking Garfield is our cat, right? And Gail says to me, no, Garfield is right here beside me. So it turns out that the cat that was in the barn wasn't Garfield, obviously. And so I took it as a stray. I walked over to it, and the thing starts rubbing up against my legs, and I could pet it, and I actually picked it up. Like stray cats, you don't normally do that to.
Yeah. Obviously, right? It's not a stray then.
Obviously, it's not a stray cat. So we, I spent yesterday, I went around to around the neighbors, up and down the roads, knocking on people's doors. Hey, you missing a cat? No, don't know anything about a cat. Not missing one. And then there are some people that just weren't home because it was through the daytime, right? And turns out that nobody. I actually went 1, 2, 3, 4, down 4 different roads, knocking on people's doors. Nobody owned the cat, but everybody agreed that because this cat was so friendly that there's no way that it was a stray. They figured somebody has dropped it off. Unfortunately.
So now you got a field cat.
Well, we've also have 3 cats and 3 dogs here on our own.
How do they get along?
Those all get along fine, but this new cat comes from nowhere, and so last night, because
now you have a barn cat.
Right now we have a barn cat, and so what I did last night is I made it a spot to sleep. got the straw out and got a blanket out and made a little shelter inside the barn so it could stay warm. And then today, what I'm going to do after the show, I'm going to take it into a vet and see if it's been microchipped, scan it, and if it's got an owner, then we can return it to the owner.
Is it clean?
Yeah, it's clean. It's healthy.
No bugs?
No bugs. No nothing.
So it's recently been outside.
Correct.
Although it is still cold enough that bugs aren't yet.
Yeah. Well, last night it was cold here and it was windy and it started actually snowed. Al, what are you doing sending that stuff this way?
Hey, don't look at me, buddy. It hasn't snowed in 2 days. Here.
It's it finally made it then. But it snowed a bit last night. And so I haven't had a chance to go out to the barn this morning to see if it's still there.
Oh, I hope it's all okay.
But I assume it will be. And then I'll take it in the vet, get it scanned. And if there is no owner to it, and it's also posted on Facebook as well. If there is no owner to it, we do have somebody who is willing to take it.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah. And then that doesn't include my grandson, who was all over it last night and the day before. He even named it.
Oops. I was going to say, don't name it.
Yeah, he named it Arlo. So, Arlo, yeah, like Arlo Guthrie.
Oh, Arlo. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll find out. Like I said, I'll find out this afternoon.
Well, I hope so.
If anybody owns it.
And I hope that that person doesn't come back in a week or two and say, "Where's my fucking cat?"
Well, that would be if the owner sees it on Facebook within the next week or two. All we can do is connect them to the person who now has the cat, and they can decide where it goes, right?
Yep.
But I figured that it's a job.
I'm keeping the cat. It's my cat now.
Yeah. so that's a story that maybe that could have been tragic. Hopefully, we'll have a happy ending for the kitty. So
now I wish I had a sigh or a
yeah. I even got a picture of him. Well, I got a few pictures of him, but he's a good kitty. He's been behaving.
You don't want another kitty?
No, like I said, we've already got 3 cats here.
So you maybe take a 4th. Come on, Al.
There he is.
Cute. Oh, he's just a young little guy.
Yeah, exactly. Just a young guy. And you can see here on the bottom of the step, he's sitting, and above 3 steps above him is our Garfield.
So they get along.
Well, I know. Yesterday morning, ours were in the window growling at him. So, but yeah, they get that close together, and the dog goes over. Tussa goes over and sniffs it. Doesn't seem to have any problem, but yeah, we're gonna send him to find a home for him, anyways. So,
there you go.
Yeah, Jay, exactly. Hey, Al, I got that Tuesday morning question for you.
What are you smoking? I'm having a mix of Master Kush, Platinum Pink Kush, and Death Bubba.
Oh, big mixture.
And I've discovered, I knew this, but I've discovered that if I don't just grind and turn around and dump in the tray, there's a hell of a lot of keef in the bottom of that grinder.
There is there?
So I've been pulling that out and sprinkling.
Putting it in your doobies?
I'm noticing that, there's a big difference between the medical value, aka buzz, of removing the kief or keef, whichever you want, tomato. Right. It changes the buzz. It does. It's not as as overwhelming sometimes.
Oh, really? Eh? Even though you're adding some kiff to it.
Well, no, when I'm taking it away and just smoke a doobie without,
yeah,
it's a totally different buzz because it's not overwhelming sometimes. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. You know.
Yeah, because
I'm just, you know, I'm bored. I'm trying to amuse myself, if you must know.
Jeez. I'll get rid of this.
What are you smoking? Nothing, because you're in your office, your new office.
I'm in my new office, but I do have, once we get to that point, I do have a product review that I'm going to do in my office.
So you're going to stank up the new room.
No, well, it's not that. It won't be that bad. It won't be that bad. So, but other than that, yeah, I'm smoking some Cherry Dragon mixed with a little bit of CBD stuff that I've added to it.
I was looking at what is available to me in the vaporizer cartridge market there at the store here.
Yeah.
And aside from some honey oil, it's all distillate.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start making my own again.
Yeah.
The squishy.
I have found some resin stuff. Resin.
Yeah, they are completely recreational. They don't care about medical, and he brings stuff in that people want to buy. And up here, most of the people that I see in there are either seniors who know what they need, or the kids just go in and say, "Oh, I like that buzz last time. I'll take that." You know, and I guess that's what we've been doing too all our lives. But now it's different.
Yeah.
I like to know. I always ask when somebody hands me a nug or even a doobie, although I don't share doobies much anymore. I always ask what it is, you know, and usually the answer is, I don't know.
I don't know. My friend Bob, he used to say, when I asked him what he was smoking, he'd say the good stuff.
Weed.
He never knew the name. He just called it the good stuff.
The good stuff. Yeah. The stuff we got down at the St. Charles Tavern in the 1970s.
Yeah. Yeah. So, no, it's
you know, they've renovated that whole block where the St. Charles used to be, but they've left the tower, you know, the clock tower,
on
the top. Now, the main reason I even know about the tavern is because literally it was the best place to get weed in the 70s in Toronto. But next door to it, do you remember what was next door to it, Al?
No.
It was I guess the 70s version of a tech shop.
Okay.
It had gadgets and much like the Acme store down on Queen Street.
Yeah.
You know, the one with the clown in it. Like this.
Scaring everybody as it walked by.
There's been a few stores in Toronto over the years that I've frequented. One of the CP used and PC used. That was a place to get used computers. That's where I used to buy all my used stuff. Mac and PC. There was a little computer store on Yonge Street just below the TTC building, beside the art shop. You know, the art shop, the big store there? And they had everything that you could think of that you might need like cords, and you could go in and get because everything was wired back then, right? So you could go in and get cords and connectors, so you didn't have to get a really long cord. You could just get two little short cords. But there was an electrical store beside Ramsden Park on Yonge Street, and that's where I used to get my light blinkers and stuff like that you would get from Christmas trees and stuff like that. But I would use them in different applications.
Sure. Yeah.
You know.
And were you using it to torment your neighbors with or anything?
No, I had a disco down in the basement. My mom hated it. I wired some speakers into the stereo upstairs, and we went out and stole a bunch of construction signs. You know, the ones that blink, 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 and converted those into a parallel connection of lights hooked into the speaker line. So the more voltage, bass, treble, things like that, the brighter it gets. They still use that technology. And I made, we had a disco ball and everything downstairs. It was our makeout nest.
Did you make up or make out?
Make out. It's where we brought the girls, Al.
Yeah, I know. I had one of those rooms too.
My mom hated it because she came home one day and there was a basement room downstairs made up of her very high thread count sheets.
Oh,
I was in so much trouble, Al.
I guess so. I guess so. Just on a bit of a somber note. You can see behind me, I got the treating yourself sign behind my head there.
Kind of sorry.
Yeah, there it is. Up on the wall. Big poster there. I was down, as you may know, and our listeners or viewers may know, or may not know. Marco is in the hospital.
Marco Renda,
yeah, Marco Renda. He's in the hospital dealing with liver cancer. I've been down visiting him a couple times. I was down last Friday, visiting him, and I took 420 Deb down with me.
Oh, that must have been a treat.
Yeah, we went down and just drove straight down to the hospital. Found a spot to park, which is, well, it just said the website said plenty of parking, and we found it.
$500 that day.
Yeah, it was $20 for the day.
That that in the city, that's not so bad. There are some places where you can go and get cheap parking. Just as a suggestion, if you're downtown going to the theater or going to the Sky Dome I'm sorry, it's not the Sky Dome anymore, the Rogers Center. There is a parking lot below below the Princess of Wales Theater.
Oh yeah.
And it's only $15. It's the cheapest parking in the city. At least it used to be.
Yeah, this was right at the hospital, so it worked out pretty good. And we went in and seen him. He was sitting on the edge of his bed having some lunch when Deb and I arrived, and he had a sitter there. I posted an update.
Yeah, I saw your post. Yeah,
on TY. And shared it around. So anybody who's in Toronto, you're near Princess Margaret's hospital, stop in and
go
say hi
to Marco. Yeah.
Stop in and say hi.
Is he
able to your messages? So
is he able to use oil as well? Is he doing that?
No. He before he was hospitalized, he was he had some oil at home, and he was finding himself getting pretty stoned all the time.
Yeah. I have to stop every now and then, otherwise I walk around like a fucking zombie. Or more zombie-like than I used.
So I'm hoping to go down again and see him next week. Shooting for next Wednesday to go down and see him for a visit and see how things are going. So
good. We'll say hello to him.
I shall.
Marco was instrumental in dragging me into this so-called community that we have.
Oh, well, I think he brought in a lot of people, especially a lot of patients.
Well, we were doing the show. Dave and I were doing the show I don't think Brian was even involved at that point. And we started going to the TY. We went to a few, but when I called, Marco called me right back, and he's like, "Yeah, come on down, you know, bring your stuff." Yes, So we went down, and Dave and Kelly was with me, and Marco comes out, and he introduces himself. It's the first time we met, and he had Dr. Bob with him.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I
Dr.
met
Bob
Dr.
Melman.
Bob as well. And then I said to Kelly, "Here's the microphone. Go talk to Dr. Bob."
Yeah,
I miss Dr. Bob. I miss Bob's wit and humor, even though he was very, very flat in his conversation because he's not, a scientist. He was very amusing to talk to because he had a lot of stories. He's been around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So he knows what he's talking about. Well, so he's a very big loss to the community, unfortunately.
Yeah, Dr. Bob being gone for sure.
But that's how I met, and then Marco spent some time with us behind the stage at the last really big Freedom Festival, Toronto Freedom Festival, which was generally held on the GMM day. Right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. That's when they had the big stages all set up, and they had the bands going. It was called the Freedom Festival.
I also met Casper there for the first time.
Casper, really?
Casper, yeah.
At TY or
at that festival?
Oh, okay. I didn't know that he went.
Yeah, he was sitting in the media tent by himself with all his computers, kind of like what I do. I find a little corner, set everything up.
Yeah, he would have probably had his laptop.
I want to say 8-9 years ago, because Jennifer Pixie just posted video of when COM was raided, and they came in and knocked the guy off of his wheelchair. And
I remember that. Yeah.
And that was 9 years ago. I was like, wow. So I remember, I specifically remember that day because we were on our way to go down there. I was literally, that's where I was heading that afternoon. And it happened that morning, I believe, around 11 or 12 o'clock, I think it was.
Yeah. I remember the video was posted. And
COM was,
the security camera got them.
One of the first medical dispensaries in the city of Toronto that actually knew Neve and Amy and Sandra Petit and Sarah Sunday. You walk in those doors and meet all of those people back then at the same time.
Yeah.
And those people now are some are gone and some are hidden, and some are still around. Amy's still around. Sarah, as we know, Karma Cup.
Yeah.
Neve is a professor at what they used to call Ryerson.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called now.
Yeah, I don't. But he teaches cannabis stuffs.
Oh yes.
So there, and unfortunately, we lost Sandra a few years ago. Now, it's been a long time now already, eh?
It's been a while for sure. I guess TY was still publishing then. I don't think so. It's been a while. It's been several years.
I mean, the things that have come and gone. I mean, TY came and gone. COM has come and left.
Is the Toronto Compassion Center still around?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I haven't. Yeah.
COM tried to set up shop across the street from where Mark had his cannabis culture in the village. They're on Church Street, Church and Gerard, somewhere around there. And but there's been a few attempts, but not really.
Not really. Yeah.
But they're starting to come up. Is Justin still around? I don't know.
He's still around, but I don't think he's like his compassion center is not around. Just
because he was one of the last ones to close.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know?
there's right now it's just seems because there's just so many stores between legal and illegal stores.
I remember walking out of the lounge in Hamilton on King Street, and you would see a dozen shops all lit up, all with some with lineups even back then to get cannabis, and Paula had one next door to the lounge as well, and then they just we were one of the last ones to be closed, and then there were none, and now it's Conrad's down there still with the Village Cannabis.
No,
but it's legal now. That was where I was going. There's lots of people that have been around for a long time that have just now entered the legal ring. Conrad's one, and most recently, the last week or two, Jody has taken on cannabis culture dispensaries, legal dispensaries, after all those trials and tribulations that her and Mark went through over the years. It's really, they refused Mark, obviously, but I like that she's finally got her store, and there will be more. I'm hearing a lot more.
I imagine there will be more coming up.
But it's in Niagara Falls. If you're in Niagara Falls, go visit the Cannabis Culture Store. I don't know if you'll find Jody there or not.
Yeah, I don't know.
Might.
Never know. Owners aren't always present in their stores. They have other things to do. Other than they hire people to sell the product. So
at one time, I was looking at getting involved in something like that because I really loved what Paula was trying to do at Gunjanistas.
Yeah.
And so shortly after that, my father died. And I was like, huh. But in retrospect, and this was 8 years ago now, I think.
Yeah.
In seeing what's happened with that business, that kind of business, I'm glad I didn't, because I probably would be sitting somewhere else with a pout on my face and broke.
Yeah, I know somebody.
I'm broke anyways, but
Yeah, I know of a fellow who was going to open up a vapor lounge until legalization came in place and no smoking.
We went looking for places.
Yeah,
we went down to the beaches. We saw restaurants that were available with porches outside, and and then I was looking at shops to do a dispensary, and I was like, I don't have $1.5 million.
No.
Well, that couldn't happen, but I'm glad I didn't jump into that arena, because several months later they shut everything down. Yeah. Even what's the one that was in Cabbage Town, Al? Upstairs, the bar.
Oh.
It's closed. They closed quietly.
Oh yeah.
They didn't make a big thing about it, and they just one day shut the doors.
Shut the door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, cannabis culture, or not cannabis. What was it? Vapor Central's been gone for
years.
5 years now, at least.
Yeah. I think Planet Paradise, they closed more. They were probably the last one that closed.
That's the one I was talking about, Planet Paradise.
Right.
They were the last one that closed, and they closed quietly because I didn't hear anything about it. I said to Matt, is there anywhere to go in the city anymore? And there are some new places opening up. And he said, no, they've closed everything. I said, what about the one there in Cabbage Town? He said, no, they just one day closed the doors and just walked away, because it got to the point where they're getting raided all the time. And,
Oh, yeah.
Well, when you have locked doors and security standing there, the police kind of like to know what's going on, although I'm sure they did know what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
I remember when... No, go ahead.
I was going to say, all right, time to move on, but you finished what you were going to say.
No, because now I've already forgotten.
Oh, hey, I hate that. current recent memory loss. That's what we used to call it when we were kids.
All
right. Moving on to the next.
It's certainly high on the list.
God, you could have warned me, Al.
Oh.
Before we do my high list, I want to play something that I should have done because we've been talking about Toronto. I've got a short little thing here.
Okay.
Steve Martin in Toronto in 1974.
The only major city in North America with a streetcar system. Next stop, become a desire. Oh, this is it. It says here, 1861, the Toronto Street Railway system was established with horse-drawn cars. Gosh,
$115. You don't understand. You know what it's like to shop for Stella?
Oh.
You know what she puts me through? You don't understand. You just don't understand.
You get that, right, Al?
No, I don't understand. This escalator's not moving.
Wait for it.
I've been stuck on this escalator for 40 minutes. Help!
Help.
Toronto is a city on the move. They're constantly building. For example, this is the new communications tower. It's 1,805 feet high, making it the tallest self-supporting structure in the world. It was built for 3 reasons. 1, they wanted to improve the communication system for the city of Toronto. 2, they wanted to have a distinctive landmark for the city. And 3, they wanted to attract more gorillas from the Empire State Building.
I didn't say it was funny.
Is Kensington Market, a Portuguese, Jewish, Italian, Greek, Spanish, Chinese, West Indian grocery store bazaar. In other words, it's a polyglot. What is a polyglot? A polyglot is a parrot that's been run over by a truck.
Oh.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I thought it was amusing when I found it, and then, you know.
All right.
Okay.
Move on to your 5 high list.
Our list today,
yeah,
excuse me, is cannabis medicine, plant, or drug. 5 reasons it's not so simple. There's a lot more stuff here than 5 reasons, but I'm just going to go to the 5 reasons.
Yeah, scroll down further.
Let's go down to the key takeaways. There you go. Can you see that, Al?
Yeah, I can read it. Yeah. This is number 1 is cannabis is a naturally occurring plant that humans have cultivated and used for thousands of years. Sure have. The human body contains an endocannabinoid system that naturally produces compounds similar to those found in cannabis. Yes, it does. Cannabis has been used medicinally across diverse cultures for millennia before prohibition. Yes, it has. Legal classification of cannabis continues to evolve worldwide with growing recognition of its legitimate uses. Yes, it has, for sure. Mind you, there are still some who are against it. And cannabis serves as... Oh, there we go. I can't read it. Go? It's up top. Serves
I thought you were done. Sorry, I was trying to follow along.
Cannabis serves multiple functions beyond recreation, including medicine, industrial applications, and cultural and spiritual practices. Yes, it does. All right.
And there's a lot of I've just been added to the, I can't remember where, but it's one of the Church of Cannabises down in the States.
Yeah.
Added me there to their group. So let's skip down here to our list.
Okay. Number 1, It says natural plant versus synthetic substances. I prefer the natural plant. How about yourself?
As do I, although, as you know, for about 5 years, I did not have a supply and nowhere to get it, cannabis. So I had a prescription for Sesamet, or Nabalone, they call it, which is a synthetic cannabis, but it's, and it cut the pain down to the point where it was tolerable. But like the issue that I have with distillates, because that's basically what it is, just having THC, be it synthetic or other form, is not enough to keep me living. I found myself getting very irritable after a few years of using it. I started having kidney pain, and back pain from I'm guessing the carrier, right? Because it's a powder. And it wasn't. It got to the point where I had to take more and more and more, and then it got to the point where I had to break the capsule open and put it under my tongue to get any relief. That was the point when I said, fuck this shit. That's the farthest that I've gone to having take pills for pain. That's the farthest I've gone. I refused to take opiates. It's awful. Your doctor will offer it to you up the fucking wazoo.
Okay? Oh, yeah, they do.
And I decided I would rather sit there drooling in pain than become addicted, because over my lifetime, I don't know how many friends I've had that have gotten addicted to Oxy and other forms of pain medications that are not cannabis.
Exactly.
So lost a few. And there's a few out there that are still very much kicking, but still have an issue that they're trying to, and unfortunately, a lot of people nowadays who are chronically ill have issues with. I have a friend who takes very high doses of morphine every day, and although he wishes he didn't have to, he has to. Otherwise, he can't do anything. But to wean him off after, 30 years, 20 years, anyways, of that, it just ain't happening. I mean, doctors will tell you if you're an elderly person and you're a smoker, sometimes they'll suggest don't smoke, don't quit smoking. So cannabis is the way. I don't know why I went off on that, but it's all the same thing. Cannabis is the way. Let's go down.
Number 2. Let's scroll up to number 2. The endocannabinoid system when your body already makes cannabis. Yes, it does.
It does.
Sure does.
Yeah. You know where it starts?
It says here the body
right from your mama's milk.
Yeah. The body naturally produces cannabinoids.
Yep.
They're called endocannabinoids.
Yep. And it literally starts with your mother's milk.
Dr. Bob always talked about that.
Yep. Yep. That's one of the reasons babies are like, Mama, come here.
All right. And what does the endocannabinoid system does? Scroll up just a tiny bit. It helps out with the other way. It helps with you. Whoa, no. A little more. No. The other direction. Right there. Whoa. It helps with, it regulates your mood and stress. It helps with sleep cycles, immune function, helps with pain perception, helps with inflammation responses, memory processing, and appetite and metabolism. Those are some of the things that the ECS does for us as humans, which are all very important things. Now, Number 3, it says historically in cultural context, cannabis is beyond recreation. Yeah, it's ancient medicinal heritage. It says here that the Chinese pharmacopoeia is dated back to 2800 BCE.
Now, BCE is what?
Before
Before
Christ.
Christ, eventually? I'm Jewish. Help me out, Al.
I don't know what the E stands for, but BC, before Christ, and after Christ. I don't know. They say ancient Egyptian medical papyra mentioned cannabis preparations in India. It was a tradition. Cannabis has been used for thousands of years. In the Greek and the Romans, physicians prescribed cannabis for pain and inflammation.
And we have Bonnie Drake has been making comments, and she's a member of the.
Yeah, she says, I'm a member of the American Cannabis Nurses Association. All right, because they were supportive last I had read. Currently treating cancers, dementia, anxiety disorders, people of all ages with both mental and physical illnesses. Most work out of our homes and utilize multiple plants to achieve results. Want more information? We are in every state. Bonnie, I completely agree with you. I know that there's several nurses association. I know I was on another podcast recently where one of the hosts was.
Wait a minute, you were on another podcast.
I'm on 5 a week. Come on.
I don't miss those days, Al.
Yeah. As you can see here, Bonnie lists off a bunch of different cannabinoids, and she says I was on 17 meds. Now I'm on 2. Bonnie, I was on 32 medications, including a self-injection I had to do every week in my stomach.
And I have I'm only taking stuff for my diabetes and for my prostate and cannabis. That's really all I'm.
Yeah.
Oh, and my cholesterol. But yeah,
we all have a lot to learn. That's right. There's never. We've been doing this for over 20 years, and we still learn something new every day. Science is still learning. Science.
All right, number 4.
4, evolving legal status. Yes, worldwide it's been changing. They have a brief history there of how it was illegal throughout most of the world in the early 20th century. The 1937 Marijuana Tax Act in the U.S., 1970 Controlled Substances Act also, and then there's all those UN treaties that were against it and making people, say that they had to keep it illegal. And I didn't believe they actually got to a point where they were allowing medicinal use in it. And that was one of the things that Canada used when we first brought in our medical program, was the fact that it was
distillate.
So,
yeah, but now it's illegal to produce on your own, unfortunately.
You can grow it. Over 35 countries have legalized medical cannabis in some form.
Yep.
Multiple nations and states have legalized adult use. Exactly. And like in the States, there's so many, over half the states got it legal.
Canada was the first nation to legalize.
Yeah. The World Health
Organization. I think it was the first country. I think Canada was the first.
Uruguay.
Oh, that's right. Yep. You're right. Forgot about that. Sorry, Uruguay.
The World Health Organization has recommended rescheduling of cannabis under U.S. treaties, and a lot of places are expunging cannabis convictions.
But there are still countries out there that will kill you if you get
correct. There is exactly, and remember that. That's why I always say, educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
I friended. Can't remember his name. The guy from Midnight Express. I can't remember his name. But anyways, I've been following him for years and years and years. And he's now got another book and a documentary about it as well. But what I found interesting was the culture where, he got caught trying to bring hash back to the States from Where was it? Al?
Rosie? You talking about Rosie?
No.
Okay, because Rosie was a big hash dealer. Brought it in.
No. I'll have to look up his name.
All
I
right.
can't remember. But anyways, it's the gentleman that the movie Midnight Train is about. He eventually broke out of jail, and the Canadian government helped him get him out of the country.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh. Yeah, didn't know.
But he's still around, and he still lectures and stuff like that.
All right, let's go to number 5.
No, I don't want to.
Therapeutic potential versus recreational use. There is a difference, they say.
Only because of the word.
Beyond the recreational paradigm, they say, unlike substances used exclusively for intoxication, cannabis serves multiple purposes. It sure does. Patients may use CBD products for anxiety or inflammation. Medical cannabis often involves microdosing. Oh, does it? Doesn't produce a significant high. Many medical users report improved functionality rather than impairment. Yes. Some consumers use minimal amounts, specifically tolerance, to enhance creative work or focus.
For the record, I enjoy improved functionality and impairment.
Yeah. Yeah, you can improve. You can enjoy both. Exactly. I know when I was writing for Treating Yourself, sometimes I just smoke a joint just so I could focus on what I was doing.
When when I'm trying to do stuff on the computer, I'm usually doing 3 or 4 or 5 different things at once, and it helps me focus on the one, depending on the strain. But to try and do stuff like that without, no, it ain't happening.
Okay, then I didn't know it was. This says that patient-directed approach includes cannabis. Says patients typically self-titrate doses based on effects. Yeah. Treatments involves finding individual-specific effective doses. Variety of delivery methods allow personalized approaches. Correct. It does.
Correct.
I have a friend that just loves a bong but hates a joint. Many medical users report using less over time, contrary to addiction patterns. Exactly. And they say conclusion. We don't go to conclusion. Towards a more nuanced classification. Let's see. The article doesn't suggest. They say what remains clear is that the traditional drug.
Charlie Brown.
That's my speed reading. Didn't you catch any of that? I say traditional. What remains is clear that traditional drug framework will be insufficient for understanding a plant that has been intertwined with human civilizations for thousands of years, and that interacts with fundamental system within our own bodies. By expanding our conceptual categories beyond simple doctrines, we can develop a more accurate and nuanced understanding of cannabis and its place in human society. Yeah. I agree.
I feel we need a round of applause.
All right, you got one?
No.
Okay. I see we got a bunch of comments there. I see Bonnie's. Yep. I see Big Terp is in the grow. G'day, Big Terp. How you doing? All righty.
Next.
All right. Next, after the 5 high list, we're moving on to.
It's not called the 5 high list. It's called the high 5 list, Al.
Okay. That's probably won't be the first time I'll get it wrong.
No, I'm sure.
All right. I'm just going to bring up the picture here first. Here we go. What's that look like?
It looks like a banana split.
It sure is. It sure is. We got a banana split with cannabis chocolate sauce. Mmm. You just need 1 banana. Don't forget to peel it. Cut it lengthways. You need 3 scoops of vanilla ice cream or whatever flavor you prefer. If you can eat nuts, chop them up before you put them on. Some of us are allergic or can't eat them because of dietary reasons. Chocolate sauce and
no nuts for you, Al.
Yeah, whipped cream as well. And they say place your banana slices in a plate, top with scoops of ice cream, drizzle with a cannabis-infused chocolate sauce, and squirt the cream with sprinkle the nuts, and enjoy your banana split. Now I'm going to try to click on the link here. You can see there's a link for the chocolate sauce, and I did it opened a new. Just so you know, it did open another page. I didn't open the same one. But just to make the sauce, it says you use 1 cup of heavy cream, 2 tablespoons of can butter, and 8 ounces of dark chocolate. I use milk chocolate instead.
I prefer dark chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
I like sharp. I like dark chocolate so much. My mom used to get baker's chocolate for baking, and it's got no sugars in it. It's just chocolate, and I would munch out on that. It's very tart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they say to put your in a double boiler or heated proof bowl, set things together. So you got simmering water underneath this is the way I do it with a double boiler. I put a pot with hot water in it on the stove, and I put another pot with the chocolate on top. Heat the water, which then in turn melts the chocolate, and then you can add your can of butter to it, stir it all up, and voila, you're done.
I have my mom's double boiler, but she used to also put just a whipping bowl on top of the pot so that she could right.
Yeah. And then just pour that on your banana split and enjoy.
So my sister and I were she said all the restaurants we used to go to and places are closed. If we went down to the city, where would you want to go? And one of the places that popped into my head was Dutch Dreams, which used to be at Vaughan and St. Clair. And they were also featured in the movie. Do you know what movie it was?
No.
It was a movie with Matthew Broderick and Marlon Brando.
Yeah,
called The Freshman. And it was featured in the movie. But anyway, Dutch Dreams is an ice cream shop that used to be at Vaughan Road in St. Clair, had a big cone out front, and they've moved down the road a little bit, but they're still there.
Are they? Boy, they've been around for a while then.
They've been there since the 70s, yeah.
Yeah.
And lineups, because they were open till 3, 4. This was the place that you went to before places like Just Dessert in Toronto.
Yeah. Someone has to lead, right?
Go to Caniso's for a meatball sandwich, and then on your way home, Dutch Dreams for a banana split.
And you know what? I was gonna pick a recipe that talked about meatballs, but I maybe next week. But instead, I grabbed the last one, the banana split, and I also grabbed this one here, which is, as you can see, nachos. Ganja nachos. There you go.
Now, what are they medicating in this?
What are they medicating in this? THC oil is what they're asking for.
Okay, so what kind of oil?
If you want, you can add some beer to it.
What was that?
If you want, you can add some beer to it.
Yeah, I would think that infusing a sour cream would be quite easy as well, and you wouldn't lose anything because of the heat.
So there you go. You got onion, tomatoes, green tomatoes, red tomatoes, some peppers, some garlic, the beer, lemon juice, some, I say 3 tablespoons of THC oil, some tortilla shells, chips, and tortilla, and an avocado. They said heat up your oven, Roughly chop your tomatoes, jalapenos, and onions. Add them to a blender with the garlic, beer, lemon juice, and THC oil. Pulse it 3 times so the mixture becomes chunky. Spread the chips on a baking sheet, cover with Tex-Mex cheese, and top with several heaping spoonfuls of the mixture you just made. Put it in a baking sheet and put it in the oven for 5 or 10 minutes or until...
You're making me hungry.
Well, that's the idea.
I have half a roast beef sandwich here.
Yeah. So the ganja nacho recipe, I will put it in the chat. And unfortunately, I got rid of the other one. I closed it off. Recipe.
Now I'm thinking about all the restaurants that are closed. Did you ever go to a restaurant called Ginsberg and Wong? Was near the art gallery?
No.
Ginsberg and Wong was a very unique place. It was literally Chinese food and deli.
Oh, really? Eh?
Yeah.
That was it.
And ever since then, I got a thing. When I make a stir fry, I like to have grilled cheese sandwiches with it. That's from Ginsberg and Wong.
Okay, there we go. That was my recipes for today. And I put the one in the link. So you can have your nachos, and when you're done your nachos, you can have yourself a banana split.
May happen sooner than you think.
Okay, give us a review next week.
Well, it won't be next week.
It won't be next week? Okay.
No, we've still got lots of snow here, dude. My car's still buried.
Oh, it's
I was looking at it the other day. It's just surrounded by snow. It's you can see the car now.
Yeah.
But there's the big bank of snow around the whole thing because it's very windy here being next to the lake.
Right. I could just imagine it is. So, all righty. Let's move on to the next topic of the day or segment, however you want to call it. And it is all right. Today, I got a gift that was given to me from a friend of ours. Where'd you go, Al?
I'm here just because we can't see what you're showing us if you're not big.
I got this given to me. It's called the Kootenai Buddha Romulan.
Gee, I wonder who you got that from.
Who do you think?
Somebody by the name of Tamara, maybe?
No.
Really?
Oh. No. I got this.
What is it, a wax?
Yeah. There's two pieces in there. And it smells like Vicks.
Is it for smoking or for rubbing?
It's for smoking. It's 1 gram. And this was gifted to me by Naomi.
Oh, from Naomi. Oh, wow.
Naomi Pulley.
I was as a nurse and is very well known as a cannabis connoisseur in Toronto. Very well known person.
Yes. She's a retired nurse.
Yes, she is. Yeah.
And
but she's been in the cannabis community supporting since before she stopped working. So
yeah, exactly. And she I was there. I was down visiting Marco the first time I went down and visited Marco.
Mm-hmm.
And after we got done, we went up for lunch. Cindy and I went up for lunch. And because Cindy was in Toronto doing something
and then you
else.
went to cafe.
So we went to the Cafe Dispensary down on Fort York Road.
And they have like now that's the first one we've talked about. That's the first one they opened.
Yeah.
And that's the one where they put the big wall of blocks in front of them. I frequented the one at over by Ossington and St. Clair. No, it was further out than Ossington. Probably closer to Kiel. But in the same scenario, you walk in there and it looks, and they're still very much open. It looks like you're walking into a cafe.
Yeah, when we walked in, this one, it had like a counter where you order something to eat. Out front, there was tables.
And lots of doors with padlocks on them.
And there was, it had a bathroom. Upstairs was the boardroom.
Yep.
Out front, like outside, there was a patio.
They had chairs out?
Yeah, but it was cold. Nobody was out there.
Well, it's nice to know that there's a place to go still, because there really isn't.
Yeah, there's no the space we were in wasn't huge. It was more like you say, it was like a cafe. It was sort of smallish.
10, 12 people, maybe,
Yeah. So I've just loaded the ramen
into your Shatterizer?
Into my Shatterizer.
I've killed another one. I don't have any working ones.
And we'll just, like I said to you, it smelled like Vicks. That was the first thing I said to Naomi when she said, "Hey,
maybe it'll help your throat."
Maybe. She said, "Check this out." So I opened it up, smelt it. I said, "Wow, does that ever smell like Vicks?" She says, "Yeah. Do you want it?"
She probably didn't like it.
Yeah, that's what. So I said, "Well, hey, sure, I'll take it." And then I thought, okay, I'll use it for a product review here on the show.
Ooh, that's got a lot of smoke to it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it almost looks
vapor.
Almost vapor. It goes with the background here.
There you go.
It doesn't taste like it smells.
Well, I don't hear you coughing. What setting do you usually have your Shatterizer on?
I'm on green.
So the first one.
Yeah.
You know that you can suck for 12 seconds with one of those.
Can you?
Yeah, it's one of the longer. Most of them are
Here comes that cough.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's expected to have a cold.
Do you have a hard time smoking anything or vaping outside during the cold?
Outside cold air? No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I cough like crazy outside, even more so.
It's just yeah.
I'll
cough on
air.
Labs, that happens.
Too much air.
But, yeah. No, it's there's not an overpowering flavor to it. There's no it's not, obviously it's not a fruity flavor. I like the fruity flavored ones. This is a sativa dominant strain, just so you know. And see if I can get a bit on the end of the. Okay, you can change the screen there again.
You're awfully demanding today.
I am. I know. There you go. I got the pieces on there.
Don't drop it.
I know. That's the first thing I'm thinking too. I don't want to drop it.
Oh yeah, it's that when you're rolling that last joint.
Yeah.
And you don't got to get it. You don't got any more until the next day, and then you spill it on the cat.
Oh yeah. You can't. Or it falls on the ground.
Stephen is usually either beside me on the couch,
yeah,
on the pet pillow because they both use it, or he's at my feet. And when he's at my feet, he is literally a pot catcher.
Is he?
Hi, buddy.
Hey, buddy Weeds, how you doing, man? Puff, puff, pass as well.
All right, let's move on.
Moving on. Okay, from product review, we are turning our sights to today's headlines. All righty. Now, for today's headline, I grabbed one that is very important. There are a lot of cannabis advocates across the country that are doing things in order to help people that are addicted to drugs, that want to get away from that. So today's headline says medical cannabis may help reduce cravings and improve recovery outcomes. This is a pilot study that is being done by the UBC Okanagan and Thomas Rivers University. So it's done right here in British Columbia. Or not here in British Columbia, but here in Canada, British Columbia.
When did you move?
When did I move? Yeah, they said that it's a study that's examined how medically supervised cannabis use in residential recovery home may support people in treatment of substance use challenges. This is participants reported that cannabis helped them manage pain, anxiety, depression, and sleep issues, key symptoms that can help that can complicate recovery. So those are things that cannabis can help with that. They say that our findings suggest medical cannabis could play a meaningful role in reducing cravings and improving retention to recovery programs. Participants clearly indicated benefits in managing both physical and psychological challenges during recovery. And they said that users reported reduced cravings for opioids and other harmful substances, improved pain management, and enhanced mental health and sleep quality, which are all benefits. They say, but unfortunately, stigma around cannabis use remains a significant barrier, and it does. They're completely right. They said that they interviewed staff at these places and revealed a need for increased education and better integration into the cannabis treatment approach. And they feel that reduced stigma through targeted education and program staff is critical.
Another thing that they're fighting here in Ontario, anyways, is what we call the Smoke-Free Ontario Act.
Yeah.
Now there's a few homes, halfway homes, whatever you want to call them, nursing homes, that will allow you and have a room set up for vaping, though. Like you can use what do you call that big vaporizer that we had?
Volcano?
The Volcano, yeah. So they'll have a Volcano in a little room. Now the issue, though, being able to do that in a hospital, it has to be in a room that is confined and has a circulation system because it can't go anywhere else in the hospital.
Right.
So there still are some issues as far as being able to inhale cannabis. But, I'm finding, or I'm hearing anyways, that they're not using cannabis products as far as other means of using cannabis. They're using synthetics. They choose to use synthetics.
Oh, really? Eh?
No.
Now this, oops, I've lost that page.
Oh, you just closed it.
That's all right. I'm gonna reopen it. Yeah. So the I look at this as being good news for patients.
Yeah. Because they're allowing it. It's just you got to figure out how to do it.
Yeah. They say while results are promising, researchers emphasize the need for larger scale studies to fully access the benefits and risk incorporating medical cannabis into substance use recovery programs. The study was funded by the University's Research Coalition and BC's Ministry of Health.
There got to be something. They've got to allow something and educate people. Right
Yeah.
now, the biggest, as far as medical goes, in Canada, it's the seniors. You know,
Yeah, a lot of seniors have shifted.
we
That's for
have
sure.
to teach the seniors how to do this because the kids are going to figure it out on their own. Okay, they've got their rec stuff they can use, but the people, the sick people, I'm starting to sound like Trump. The sick people um, are the ones that need to be properly educated because most of the stuff that you see online.
The okay, from there
Yep.
we are shifting to another headline. As
Another
I move
one?
things, another one. Yeah, I got one more. One that you picked out, which is good news for people who are in Michigan, because in Michigan, what they're doing is it says that Michigan Supreme Court cannabis odor alone is insignificant probable cause for warrantless vehicle search.
Yeah, we've heard this up here too.
Yeah, this is it's important because there are people, patients who do drive, and just because they smell like cannabis does not mean that they are impaired.
Why do I smell cannabis in the car? Because I've got plants in the back. I'm taking them home. You're allowed to travel with 4 plants as long as they're not flooding in Ontario.
Yeah, and it would smell different.
That's Canada wide.
Yeah, and it would smell different because of the fact that cannabis plant doesn't smell burnt.
Yeah, but I also have an ounce in the back too, officer.
Yeah.
What are you interrogating me now, Al?
Yes, yeah. You're not allowed to grow plants in your car.
If it's your home, you can.
If it's your home, yeah, unfortunately, yeah. So yeah, people in Michigan, just so you know, if your car smells like cannabis, they have to find another reason, and for you to be able to, for them to be able to search your car.
And we had this discussion way back when they first legalized, and we're talking about legalizing here in Canada. I've had conversations with Jack Lloyd about it.
Yeah.
And basically is the odor of cannabis is not enough to detain you for an investigation.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be something else there.
Yeah, it should be. Exactly. I know we did a story in the news on Monday down in Australia. Patients are really concerned and worried that the new driving laws is going to keep them at home. They won't be allowed to drive.
Again, something we went through here.
Yeah, I know. I had patients call me and send me messages when we legalized in 2018.
Australia, it's nuts. Oh. That one got me by boo-boo.
Yeah, that happens every once in a while, eh?
Australia is where we were 15 years ago. You know, they're just finding their footsteps with a medical program. And they don't have recreational, I believe. It's only medical, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think.
And that will change too. But they're just over the last maybe 2 years starting to get their feet wet with cannabis. And so what we're seeing Australia go through now, we went through 10, 12, 15 years ago.
Yeah, and there'll be more countries that'll go through that as well.
How long has it been? It's 8 years now?
For us? No, we're year 7.
7 years.
Yeah, like come October, it'll be 7 years.
Wow.
Yeah, so we're 6.5 now, I guess, right? So, but yeah, you got any news you want to bring up?
Yes.
Okay, we do the news before we get into this.
News? No, not news.
News?
We can save this one for next.
We'll do the entertainment and education and that section. We call it
I
events.
okay. All right.
Events. Yeah. Okay.
I
All
don't
right.
have any events other than I want to remind people that May 3rd.
I've got one once we get to that section. That segment. I've got an event. You got no more news? No more cannabis news? He's gone to sleep on me.
No, we're good.
We're switching to sports.
The one subject I could not give a fuck about.
Well, I thought being that this is an achievement, this one had to be brought
Before
up.
you begin your sports, let me ask you a question. Are you gonna grow a beard for the month to show a faith?
Beard for a month of
For the hockey.
playoffs?
For hockey. Yeah.
For playoffs? Yeah, I've never done that.
No.
No. Just never have.
I already have one. It's the moot point.
Yeah, you already got yours. All right, here we go. Headline for the sports: Alex Ovechkin scores 895th goal to break Gretzky's NHL goal record.
I saw that after watching a video of a friend at a bar with his father just last weekend. Yeah.
There you go. Now, I think this has got, I don't know if we'll get in trouble for this or not. I was going to play that little video to show that his goal.
How long is it?
It's not very long.
Well, just play it.
Try to force it to him if he's open. Here is Ovechkin.
Oh, there we go. Like I said, I don't think I could play it.
Did it said you can't do that?
Yeah, it said you can't do that.
Hmm.
Yeah, it didn't like that. It looks like you're using an ad blocker. Oh, I just saw this noise come up. I'm not using it. Well, maybe my system.
If you have ad block set on your Chrome, it will do that as well. Like I have that set so that I don't get pop-ups.
Yeah.
So you've got that set that way so you don't get pop-ups. That's what's going on.
I get pop-ups all the time during the news, during the marijuana moment. Fucking things come up all the time.
It depends on the website you go to.
Yeah. That too, yeah. So we didn't get to see the goal, but he scored it.
I'm sure if you're a hockey fan, you've already seen the fucking goal.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But there's probably some people maybe that missed it. But just so you know, Gretzky's goal scoring record has finally been beaten. And I seen a headline saying that Austin Matthews of the Toronto Maple Leafs doesn't think he's going to catch Ovechkin on that. So see what happens.
Huh.
And last little bit on sports I have here is just to give you some quick rundown of the scores. And on where was this? Monday night. Yeah, Monday night. The Lightning beat the Rangers 5-1. Sharks lost to the Flames 3-2. Does that mean the Sharks went down in flames? Yeah.
That means the Sharks got eaten by a whale.
Yeah. The Jets beat the Blues 3-1. Ducks over the Oilers 3-2. And Kraken beats the Kings. So there you go.
That's basketball.
Basketball. There we go. Kings over the Pistons. And 76ers lost to the Heat. And they even got Major League Baseball, Tigers, Blue Jays. So there's the scores for them there as well.
Are you a Stanley Cup watcher?
I have been not so much in the last couple of years, but in the past years, I was constantly. I was a hockey.
Are the Leafs?
I was vice president of minor hockey in my town. Come on.
Are the Leafs still in it?
From what I saw or heard, I thought they said that they are.
because I'm enjoying there. If you watch Prime or any of the other streaming services, there's a slew of commercials. One of them is the Law and Order Toronto cast interrogating the Stanley Cup. There's a few where they've involved the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Now I've seen the cup up close and personal because I went to the opening of the Hockey Hall of Fame in Toronto.
Yeah.
Way back when.
I
with
went to
my
Hockey Hall of
newspaper,
Fame.
What's Up Toronto magazine, and I got to walk down the red carpet with Daryl Sittler.
Oh.
This is when they allowed media to just walk down the red carpet with everybody else because you got your pictures and you had to have your mental notes of what you wanted to say. And Daryl Sittler happened to be beside me walking down the red carpet. So I went into photographer mode and started snapping pictures. And then I said hello to him and then I left. On to the next person. There were a lot of people there, all the big hockey players, all of the old hockey players like Daryl Sittler. And I think that Shaq was there.
Oh, yeah, Eddie.
Eddie Shaq, not Big Shaq. Although Eddie Shaq was a pretty big guy, too.
Yeah, he loved golf.
Yeah, and Paul.
My dad used to golf with him.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. My dad golfed with him, and he golfed with others as well. Went to Eddie Shaq's place for parties. My dad played hockey in Europe.
He was a true Canadian, that guy, Eddie Shaq.
Yeah.
And he also, I'm not kidding, he loved pop. He owned the pop shop. He started the pop shop. Right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Or he was involved with it or something like that. But he was involved with the pop shop in some form. Yep.
Now, just so you know, I did pull up a little bit. You asked me about the Leafs, and presently, according to the standings, they have clinched the playoff spot.
Oh, awesome!
And they are 76, 47, and 25 was what their record was. And I see that they are, and I believe that they are playing Florida. There you go. Regular seasons. Yeah.
They've made it to the playoffs a few times over the last few years, but they've never quite been able to get over the hump.
It just means I got to get a little more attention close to find out what's going on with them. I've just been too busy lately doing things.
I remember when the Argos won that first time after many, 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 many years. Toronto just lit up. We drove up and down Yonge Street. I don't know how many times with beers in our hands, sitting on the lid of my sister's car, going back and forth up and down Yonge. The city just lights up. I went to when the Blue Jays came back. They did a thing down at the Sky Dome. It was still called the Sky Dome then, and the place was packed.
Yeah.
Toronto is a big sports
town. The Leafs haven't won since 1967.
But the Argos have, and the Argos won last year apparently, and I didn't even know.
Yeah.
And then the Raptors are doing pretty good themselves. So
the Blue Jays have won a series since the Leafs did. The Leafs are the
Blizzard still plays down at the exhibition.
Yeah, BMO Field.
It's Coca-Cola Field now, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
They keep changing names. I guess that's all dealt with sponsorships, anyways. So.
Well, look, we've gone from the Air Canada Centre to the Scotia.
Yeah. Well, that's all. Who's got the money?
Who's got the money?
Right. I say even like in small town, Campbell.
Not Elon Musk at the moment. He doesn't have any money, but whatever.
All righty. From sports, time to go to. entertainment and events. And what do you have?
I've got a review
All
of
right.
the show from Prime, from Google Prime, or not Google Prime, Amazon Prime. There's a new company for you. A show called The Bondsman. And it is Kevin Bacon. It's funny, it's witty, and let's watch the trailer.
Hub, did you die?
Male enforcement, come out with your hands up.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I think maybe I did.
Mr. Halloran, come here about your new job orientation.
She knows things, Hub, about how you
died and went to hell. You're only standing here now because we brought you back.
Which is just plain silly.
Do you think it's silly, Mr. Halloran?
What job, lady?
You're still a bounty hunter, but now you hunt demons for the devil.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Imagine hell is a prison, and sometimes inmates bust out. This time one of them busted out here, and more might be coming. The warden wants them found and sent back.
What do you mean, send them back?
Just put one in the brain, and you'll see, hopefully, for all of us.
I need to tell you something about your pastor.
I hope he's feeling better this morning. Maybe it's not just about killing demons.
Run!
You can get your family back together.
You're stuck in this so-called job for how long?
Till hell runs out of demons, seems like. You need to see this. There's a pattern.
Then call the hotline.
A 1-900 number charging $10 a minute.
What do you expect? It's hell. If you fail to process any demons assigned to you,
Step on it, we're skipping school.
you will be terminated.
Jesus, Lord, please help me.
Did you take our son along for a demon fight yesterday?
I'm just trying to do something nice here.
You okay?
No. You?
Nope.
Now I watched
that out.
I watched that. I sat down. I was bored. I was looking for something to watch, and I started. I watched every episode together in one sitting.
Oh, did you? Oh,
it's that
big
good.
binge.
It's very Beetlejuice-esque.
Is it?
You'll get once you watch it, you'll get what I mean by that.
Okay.
It's basically Beetlejuice meets a bounty hunter.
Is it?
And it's Kevin Bacon, and
Yeah,
he's
I see
very,
that as Kevin
very
Bacon.
funny and witty, and I've been telling people about this one. And
All right.
I really enjoyed it.
I'll have to check it out for sure. All right. Now, what I got an event, and I picked a song for some entertainment for today, and the song, I'll get into that when I get to there. But first, let's go to the event, and just so you know, I will put the event in the chat. Okay. But first, I will bring it up here.
If you can remember how.
But yeah, here we come. It is the 420 in the 6, Toronto, from 2 to 8 p.m. It's on Sunday, April the 20th. Of course, got you $12 for a ticket. This is coming to us from Pixies Collective. Location to be Yeah, location to be announced. Now, about as far as the information about the event, it says it's the biggest day of the Stoner year. Join us April the 20th from 2 to 8 p.m. for the best Canadian legacy community. It says this vibrant 19-plus green marketplace features more than 20 trusted brands with incredible deals, free samples, huge raffle prizes, indoor consumption, and more. You can follow Pixies Collective on Instagram to get some more information. And here's see. Choose your tickets based on our awesome 8 gift options. It says each ticket receives a custom lighter, 1 raffle prize ticket, and your choice of 1 free gift. Now, they say choose your ticket based on one, as I mentioned, of our awesome 8 gift options. Number 1, 5 additional raffle tickets, prize tickets, 1 post roll, your choice of 12 strain options while supplies last. Number 3 is 2 grams of Moroccan black hash, 3 grams of daytime flower, or 3.5 grams of nighttime flower. So I'd probably say indica and a sativa.
This is the gift bag.
Yeah, choose your tickets based on your 8 gift options. Yeah. 1 Mary Jaynard's liquid candy syrup, your choice of 10 flavors. 1 package of Mary Jaynard's peanut, I guess it's Jaynard's, peanut butter cups, and 2 packages of gummies from the same person. Your choice of 4 flavors. And it says you can even add the incredible unlimited dab bar upgrade, which gives you access to your unlimited dabs throughout the entire event. $12. There you go.
One of the last events that we went to together was one of her events.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it was called. It was out in the Stockyard area of Toronto.
Yeah. So there you go. You're looking for something to do on 420? This is something that you'd want to go to if you're in the city or willing to drive all the way to the city and spend the night there. So there you go. 420.
There's another one going on as well on the 19th, but I can't remember any information. I will get that stuff next week.
I'm putting the link in the comments.
Putting the link.
Yeah,
We need some putting a link into the comments music.
What's that?
We need some putting the link in the chat music.
Oh, okay. We'll have to create something for that. All right. Do you have anything that you want to add before I go on to my next thing? Just take turns.
What are we doing right now?
Events and entertainment.
No.
And education. We'll just make it the triple E's. If you got a video, for education.
I have a video that is going to tell us the all burning questions that we need to know about psilocybin.
Oh, all right. Let's check it out.
Psilocybin is a naturally occurring psychedelic compound. It is found in certain types of mushrooms, often called magic mushrooms. These mushrooms have a long history of use in indigenous ceremonies. They are known for their ability to alter consciousness. Psilocybin works by interacting with the brain's serotonin receptors. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter. It plays a role in mood perception and cognition. When psilocybin enters the brain, it binds to these receptors. This leads to changes in the way the brain processes information. The experience of taking psilocybin can vary widely. It depends on factors like dosage, individual sensitivity, and the setting in which it is taken. Common effects include altered perception of time and space. Visual and auditory hallucinations can occur. People often report feeling a sense of euphoria and connectedness. Psilocybin can also induce introspection. It can lead to profound spiritual experiences. This has sparked growing interest in its therapeutic potential. Researchers are exploring its use for treating mental health conditions. They are also exploring its use for enhancing creativity and well-being. In Canada, psilocybin is classified as a Schedule III controlled substance. This means that recreational use of psilocybin is illegal. Possession, production, and distribution of psilocybin mushrooms are prohibited. However, there are exceptions to this rule. Psilocybin can be legally accessed for specific purposes. One avenue is through clinical trials. These trials are carefully regulated. They are designed to investigate the safety and efficacy of psilocybin for treating various conditions. Another legal pathway is through Health Canada's Special Access Program, or SAP. The SAP allows healthcare professionals to request access to restricted drugs. This access is for patients with serious or life-threatening conditions. This program has strict eligibility criteria. It requires documentation from a healthcare provider. Despite these legal restrictions, a grey market for psilocybin exists in Canada. Storefronts selling psilocybin products have emerged. These are primarily located in British Columbia and Ontario. The legality of these businesses is uncertain. They operate in a legal grey area. Enforcement of the law varies. Psilocybin has shown promise in treating a range of mental health conditions. Macrodosing, which involves taking a high dose of psilocybin, has been studied in clinical trials. These trials have shown that psilocybin can produce significant and sustained reductions in anxiety and depression. These effects...
I just want to point out, half the time it says psilocybin, and the other time it says psilocybin.
Oh, that's just the way the AI pronounces it.
Yep.
Particularly notable in patients with life-threatening illnesses. This suggests that psilocybin may offer hope to those struggling with end-of-life distress. Often just 1 or 2 doses of psilocybin combined with psychotherapy can lead to lasting improvements. Microdosing, on the other hand, involves taking very small subperceptual doses of psilocybin. This practice has gained popularity. People claim it enhances mood, creativity, and focus. Some proponents suggest that microdosing can reduce symptoms of anxiety and depression.
I'd agree.
While research on microdosing is still in its early stages, anecdotal evidence suggests it may have therapeutic benefits. Studies are underway to explore its potential in treating conditions like PTSD, ADHD, and chronic pain. However, it's important to note that many of the claims made about microdosing are not yet supported by robust scientific evidence. Further research is needed to understand its long-term effects and optimal dosage. While psilocybin holds therapeutic potential, it's crucial to acknowledge the risks and side effects associated with its use. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, headaches, and chills. Psilocybin can also cause hallucinations and altered perception, which may be distressing for some individuals. One of the most significant risks associated with psilocybin is the potential for a bad trip. These experiences can be characterized by intense anxiety, paranoia, and fear. The likelihood of a bad trip can be influenced by factors such as dosage, mindset, and setting. Individuals with a history of mental health conditions, particularly bipolar disorder, mania, psychosis, or schizophrenia, are at an increased risk of adverse effects. It's crucial for anyone considering using psilocybin to consult with a healthcare professional to assess their individual risk factors. In Canada, compassionate access to psilocybin has been expanded in recent years. The Special Access Program allows healthcare professionals to prescribe psilocybin to patients with specific conditions who have not responded to conventional treatments. This program aims to provide access to potentially life-changing therapies while ensuring patient safety. However, the emergence of the grey market for psilocybin has raised concerns about regulation and consumer safety. Experts have called for better control over health claims made by vendors and for measures to ensure the quality and purity of psilocybin products sold in these unregulated settings. As psilocybin continues to gain recognition for its therapeutic potential, It's essential to strike a balance between fostering research and innovation while implementing appropriate regulations to mitigate risks and protect public health. The future of psilocybin in Canada hinges on navigating this complex landscape responsibly.
There you go.
So that was a story about psilocybin and psilocybin.
Yeah, it was. Now, just so you know, they did talk about the SAP program here in Canada, and I call it SAP program because some people, it's sappy. It's just it's not.
They also did it
not what
about
patients need. I mean, patients are waiting hundreds of days for approvals. That's ridiculous.
And then they changed their mind.
Yeah.
They were allowing it very openly, and then they said basically, whoa, wait a minute, because they got flooded with requests. We need more research is basically what they said. I was going to try and Jack was going to try and help me get into that program. Allison as well.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't believe they've even authorized Allison yet.
Oh, look at Mr. Hartle. The fellow who was in the program, and then his year was up, and then he waited 550 days or something before they turned around and denied him. And now he's passed away.
Their argument is that they need more research. They're allowing it for end of care at this point, but they've done an about face on the mental health stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, there's lots of news coming out on the benefits of it.
You know what, dude? I've been very open about it. I've been microdosing for about 5 years, thanks to Paula at the lounge, who informed me and was there when I tried it first. I don't like tripping, so that's not something that I have to worry about. I'm only doing at the most 0.3 of a milligram. Yeah. That would be of a gram. That'd be a lot. And I've had a bad trip, but it wasn't that bad because I'm just microdosing. I'm not, going for the wackadoodle.
Yeah.
It has kicked the depression for the most part out the door.
Good.
And allows me to just kind of calm things down.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. Now I've got in the entertainment end of things, I've got us a song. And it's about cannabis.
We should do that in the center of the show, though. Next time.
Yeah. We can rearrange things. That's not a problem. Because I like to do this probably every week, is to have a cannabis song. And this one that I've picked for today is about legalizing right here in Canada. So here we go.
Up, they took our names for rolling dreams. They gave us chains, families torn, lives erased. A war on truth, a war on race. The cells were filled, the streets ran cold. The laws were written in blood and gold. 1 billion lost, but no one paid, except the ones they locked away. Then the walls fell down, the smoke poured through. Suddenly they said it's safe for you. They taxed the pain, they sold the cure, but justice still feels so unsure. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. North of the border, the tide has turned. 5 years free and the people learned. Crime went down, streets stayed clean. Cannabis healed, it changed the scene. No smoke and fear, no wasted lives. No broken homes, no goodbye cries. The world took note, they saw it clear. The green rush rose, the truth is near. Oh, smoke rise high, echoes whisper through the sky. For every name, for every fight, one green leaf still shining bright. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High still lights the way. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie.
There you go. Dr. High creates that music, and that song, as it says, cannabis is legal as last, but the scars remain. A lot of people out there have got criminal records. A lot of people out there that went to jail fighting as patients, and there are lots of scars. There's no doubt about that. So you can check out more of that music Thursday nights. It's played here on 420pace.ca and paceradio.net. I think it runs on yours. I'm not sure. Huh?
On the reroll, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, we'll incorporate music and we'll put it into a spot, and that one
maybe even 2 spots.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sounds like a plan. And we'll put some stuff in there, make them educational.
Just one of the things that's lacking over the last maybe 5 years is music, because that's what I started doing. The whole idea was listen to some tunes, talk about some weed, smoke some weed, and talk about the news, and blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Things change.
Yes, it does. It does. Yep. All right, what do we got going on here? I see we got a message. Buddy Weeds, he says, great start to the day. Thanks, guys. Enjoy the day. He says that I'm really enjoying the music show by Doc. So check it out. There we go. Anything else offhand? I see we've almost gone the full 2 hours.
No, I'm going to save this other thing for next show.
Okay, all right.
And yeah.
All right. We'll have to get together over the week and come up with a new segment. I can just tell.
There's a few, and maybe remove one or two.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Time we can discuss that. But yeah, I've got to go. I've got to head to the vets. I got this kitty that I've got to go out, or cat that I've got to go out and catch and take it to the vet so that we can scan it to see if it's got a microchip and return it to its owner. And if it doesn't have an owner or a microchip and no one's claimed it on Facebook, we have found an owner for this cat that showed up at our house on the weekend.
So if you're missing your pussy,
it's orange with a white patch.
I had an orange tabby long hair, Rusty, who I had the fortune of. He was the first one born. I had his mom.
Yeah.
And I had him from the day he was born till the day he died.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There you go.
16 years. Oh, he was a beautiful cat, and he got very sick, unfortunately, as animals do. Yeah, he's a short hair.
Yeah, short hair.
Rusty was a long hair.
Yeah. Look at my dog. Lays him back on the couch. Looks like she's even winking at you.
Dude, Rosa has her own fucking chair.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Tessa.
And you know what she does? She will I'll go to bed. I'll kick her out of the bed so I can make the bed because I don't much like sleeping in fur or slobber.
Yeah.
And then she'll jump back in, but the minute I get into the bed, she'll leave.
Yeah.
And because she wants to go lay on the couch, which is my spot. But she almost always I almost always wake up beside her. Like she's cuddled beside me when I wake up in the morning, right?
Yeah.
But she always comes. She doesn't like it when I roll around a lot and to get comfortable in that. She doesn't like it. She's been kicked.
Alrighty. Anything else before we say goodbye?
No.
Okay. All right. Then we got a message. And this is from the Shadow. Good show. Love the cat and cannabis.
The cat and cannabis.
My
cat's a stoner.
Your cat's a stoner.
Yep. All right, Al.
All right. Thanks, Miss the Shadow. Thanks, Buddy Weeds, and everybody else for tuning in the program.
Thanks, Miss Piggy, for being you, and Kermit.
Yeah, exactly. Other than that, we'll be back next week, same time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. And who knows?
High
maybe 90
time,
minutes,
same high channel.
That's right. We'll talk to you all then. Bye-bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, April 8th, 2025. This year's rolling right by.
It is. April.
So we got a bit of spring here. How's it?
Yeah, I know. I left there in sunshine and blooms and cherry blossoms. And when I stepped off the plane here in Nova Scotia, it was freezing rain and I had to be careful driving home.
I'm not going to laugh, but I am in my head.
I know you're laughing your butt off at me. I get it.
But
we've
been hammered with rain.
Yeah, well, I've been paying attention. And nothing but rain in your 4K. Oh yeah, nothing but rain in your forecast. We do have warmer weathers and sunshine coming up by the end of the week, so I'm excited about that.
Well, you can show me the sunny pictures while we're in the rain, and then you can brag and make fun of me.
I will. I will. We have a pretty cool guest on today. You know, I don't know if anybody can guess who that might be, but, you know, we'll tell them here in a second.
The quiet one, they call me.
John has been when we were talking about some of your guys' product, John was very excited. He wanted to share something that he uses for his health with us, and he's been excited for a couple of weeks to do this. So we decided that we wanted to do it as soon as possible because of John's excitement. He believes in what he does. He believes in the products he puts in, and I'm like, okay, let's do a show and let's talk about all of them. Right. And John and Steve agreed. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to make you guys speak, and I'm going to say I'm really, really excited to hear about everything. Hand it over to you guys, and I might pop back in with a question or two as we go along.
Awesome.
Excellent. Go for it, guys.
Okay, I'm going to do 3 parts if I can, if I have time. I'm going to do juicing with Vitamax, which is the big juicer. And then I'm going to go to the smaller NutriBullet.
Well, let's get into the ingredients first, and then we're going to talk about the process after the commercial.
Sure. Well, the liquid we use for the big smoothies that we make at the beginning of the week is coconut water, and that's the healthiest starter. I used to use the sugary juices, the greens and that, and just too much sugar in them. And coconut water is super high in electrolytes and potassium. And it's pretty neutral, so tasting sort of. So, yeah, that's about it. And then the next product is the bee pollen. Now, I started the bee pollen quite a few years ago because I was at a buddy's place who's a juicer, and he's in his 70s and he's running around building his house. And I'm going, how do you do this? And he goes, bee pollen.
Do you have any there that you can show us?
Yeah.
And there's a process that you have to do to make it work, right?
And the bee pollen, you have to have a Vitamax or a NutriBullet because any other machine will not be able to break it down. So my friend had the cheaper machine, but he grind his bee pollen in a coffee grinder.
So it comes in a bigger solid format then.
Yeah, it's like it's so hard that you have to, there's only 2 machines that'll break it down.
Wow.
So he uses a coffee grinder and he grinds it down and then puts it in a smoothie. Because if you don't break down the bee pollen into smaller pieces, your body won't absorb the antioxidants.
Well, that's really interesting because, of course, a lot of people, when they think bee pollen, they think honey and they think it's going to be kind of liquid like a honey, but it's not.
Oh, this is hard as a rock. Wow. And what they do is they put screens in front of the door where the bees come in and out, and the pollen falls off their feet on the screen, and it lands in the bottom, and then I guess they dry it out.
Very cool.
Yeah. So the farmer's market sells it over here on the corner, but we get ours online.
Nice.
Bee pollen online. Yeah.
And I'm going to jump in right now because we'll just go with the key nutrients in bee pollen. It's full of flavonoids, which include quercetin and include camphorol. It's not just a heavy antioxidant, but it's also an antihistamine and anti-inflammatory. So if you're getting bee pollen from around your area and you have allergies in the spring and whatnot,
you guys
take the bee pollen. It'll help your allergies, not be as blatant as they are. It's also heavy with the B vitamins. It's got B1, B2, B3, B6, B12.
Hi, that's from bee pollen.
Oh,
I'm on again at 7.
It's a vitamin B pollen. There's amino acids, including all 9 of the essential ones. Like that's when they talk about a superfood, that's one of the reasons why it has, a batch of the essential amino acids and minerals,
which is good for your liver.
Good for everything, you know.
Yeah, good for
the bee pollen is also a great source of iron, zinc, and selenium. So, it's got nucleic acids for DNA and RNA repair and regeneration. The stuff is just monster.
It's probably, out of all the superfoods that are in this smoothie, it's probably the superest. Yeah,
but people should always, if you're introducing bee pollen, always start small, because if you're allergy sensitive, it can activate your allergies. So you have to start small and build so your body doesn't histamine reaction to it.
Very interesting. Very cool, guys.
And the next thing is hemp hearts. Now, you wouldn't think hemp hearts would be super healthy for you, because they just look like little balls. There we go.
Your Vanna White's falling behind on you, John.
This is the hemp hearts.
Very cool. Yes.
That's the hemp hearts.
And that's basically just shelled hemp seeds.
Oh, I was going to say they milk the hemps, but that's okay.
Take
yeah. But anyways, that's the hemp hearts. And God, the list on these goodies is just unbelievable. We mostly do it for the protein, right? Because it's really high on plant protein. And good
and the essential fatty acids.
Yeah, and it's good for your gut. Really good for your gut. So,
and gut health, as we all know, is important. It's where our health starts. If we can keep our gut healthy, we have a better chance at keeping everything else up.
I've been really studying probiotics in the last little while, and really finding out what's going on. And if you don't give your stomach probiotics to feed the good bacteria, you're not going to be able to pull the good nutrients out. And sugar is one of the worst things for pulling nutrients out of your gut. It blocks the pathways for the nutrients to be absorbed. That's why if you have a high sugar meal, 2 hours later, you're out because of the body getting no nutrients, but it's full and trying to digest all that food, because 1/3 of your energy is in digestion. So that's why the smoothies are so good. It's because you're pulling all the nutrients out, but you're not using that 1/3 of the energy to
break it down
or whatever. So that's why it's really good in the morning, because you're pulling all those nutrients out in the morning and having the energy, and then you don't crash, because your body's, you get 1/3 more energy, put it that way, because your body's not working to break down a heavy breakfast like pancakes or something like that. That's really hard to digest, and you're pulling no nutrients out.
Yeah, you've given it to your body in a way that, in liquid form, which just makes everything so much more easy to absorb.
Exactly.
Yeah. So after hemp hearts, what do you toss in?
The 7 mushroom blend. And the 7 mushroom blend is a product of ours. It's basically one of the superest of the superfoods. Superest, copyright John Sayre.
.com.
Yeah.
So
whenever I make up a word, I copyright it.
Well, that's a smart thing to do. Now, we have talked about this before on a previous show, but why not go over a little bit of it again for us, and why you put it in your morning smoothie?
Okay. It's another superest food, copyright, and it's got 7 different types of mushrooms, and I'd say half of them fight cancer. And just, I don't even know where to begin. I'll get Nerd Boy to tell you.
The batch of mushrooms that are put in there, chaga, reishi, cordyceps, lion's mane, maitake, shiitake, and turkey tail. There's lots of science behind each of those and what they do for our health, what they do for our gut. The immune modulation, stress reduction, the anti-cancer support that they all have, they're you just honestly, you can't say enough about it for what they do for maintaining and regulating gut health and
brain health
and brain health. Yes. Well, even the healing for the brain starts in the gut.
That's true.
Because the stuff in the gut, the body changes it into something through a process and then gets it to the damaged areas.
Yeah.
And the lion's mane is massive for that. The reishi is massive for that. They're really good for helping to regulate LDL. Come up here. LDL cholesterol, and we've added in the rhodiola, which is an adaptogen, which gives added calm, less stress on the central nervous system, which means that now the healing or the rebuilding can happen because your central nervous system is down a little bit, not eating up all of the energy that you're putting in. And then we added in raw organic cacao into that. And the raw organic cacao is a superfood, again, mineral dense. It has theobromine, which is a great blood purifier regulator.
You put the
It's great
cacao
for
in the
heart
7
health.
mushroom blend?
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then we also have the cacao, which once we learned that how important this was, it's like, yeah, there's a bit in here, but
You need more.
take more.
Cacao is a superist food. Copyright.
Copyright John Sayer 2025.
It helps the
It's
body
superist.
generate stem cell growth. And, they say that 3 to 5 glasses of raw organic cacao a week can up to double your stem cell growth. And that's a major part of healing. Like it's in there. And if all you can get is one thing, then this is the one, because it's rich with them all.
Yeah, cacao. The cacao, I guess in South America, they eat it for health, and they're all pretty healthy.
Yeah, well, it's one of the medicines that I have taken time to study in the ceremonial aspect. And the tribe that is the most famous, the Mayan tribe, for making cacao famous, they sit and enjoy it together. So whether you are somebody that sweeps the streets or whether you are the chief of the tribe, everybody sits down together at least once a day and enjoys a beautiful cup of hot cacao. And the Mayan tribe is known for having 0 heart issues. So there's no high blood pressure, there's no heart attacks, there's no strokes. This doesn't happen within them. So it is an extremely heart healing and central blood flowing healing medicine that just does wonders for the body.
Well, it's high in minerals and it purifies your blood. And oh my God, the list is just immense.
Yeah. Yeah. What are some of the favorite things that you take it for? Because we're making really good time. So if you want to take extra time to talk about your ingredients, we'll probably get through the majority of them before break. So,
okay.
Take your time. If there's something that's really exciting for you, because I know.
Well, right now we did the coconut water, which is the base, the bee pollen, which only 2 machines will break down unless you put it in a coffee grinder. We've got the hemp hearts. 7 mushroom blend. We went through the cacao. And the next ingredient is a protein powder. And it's a vegan, vegetable-based protein. And we add that for protein. And fiber.
I've got questions about your protein powder, though. You picked a vegan, there are a gajillion protein powders out there.
Yeah,
let's talk about the one that you picked and why.
Well, this is because of my daughter being a nutritionist, and she was a vegan. She gave us this. We'll use usually any plant-based one that's on sale. I don't think it's a really important brand thing.
But you stick with the plant-based is what you stick.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. But you can get them on sale. And then you buy 2 of them, but our daughter gave us that one. She doesn't use it anymore.
Steve was reading it, so I was just
gave me that. Said "Happy birthday, Dad." What can I say? So, anyways, okay. So,
well, then I want to jump in. Actually, I want to jump in on the
7.
No, I want to go back to the hemp hearts. Actually,
hemp hearts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the hemp hearts, let me get into where we were, because they're not only a good source of protein, But part of what they're really known for is the ideal blend of a 3-to-1 fatty acid omega-3 omega-6. Like it's an optimal ratio for us, and that in itself supports cardiovascular health, reduces inflammation, and it supports brain function. One of the other things it's high in is GLA, gamma linoleic acid, and some people take supplements of that on the side as well. It's a unique omega-6, and it's the inflammatory properties of that are really helpful for things like eczema, PMS, arthritis, and things like that. And it is a complete plant-based protein, and like there's plant-based proteins, but for it to be a complete plant-based protein, it has to have all 9 of the essential minerals.
Does it have CBD in it at all, coming from the hemp plant?
No.
Okay.
No, but it has the 9 essential amino acids, which are, those are really heavy duty, and that's one of the reasons it's really good as an anti-inflammatory as well. And then with the 7 mushroom as well, when you get into the different mushrooms that are in there, lion's mane is one that's proven to regrow brain tissue. It's proven to regrow nerve endings and the telomeres on nerve endings. So,
I did not know that. That's lion's mane that has the wow. I did not know that about lion's mane. Very interesting.
Yes, it's one that, like, a lot of people, especially if you've had concussions or stuff, that's something you should be taking regular. We've got it combined with the 7, right? We've got the 7 mushroom, and it works synergistically for a lot of, because it's all in there. But if you're multi-concussion and have brain issues, lion's mane is one you should be getting on the side and taking regular as well, right? It's anywhere where you've got brain issues that need brain repair, lion's mane is massive. It's also great for nerve generation. So, like you've got neuropathy.
Well, I've had so many concussions. I've had so many concussions. I used to get the brain injury magazine every month, and I guess they stopped. It went to 3 months, and then twice a year I'd get the brain injury. I guess one of my doctors said, "Oh, you should get the brain injury magazine," and he put me on the list.
Well, we'll have to up your lion's mane.
Fractured my skull twice.
See the things we learned sitting chatting with our buddies here.
It's very cool.
Be upping your lion's mane content.
Yeah. And so that was a protein powder we were talking about. Next is fresh turmeric. Where's that?
I saw it back there earlier, so it can't be.
It'll be in a bag. The fresh turmeric. We got turmeric down.
Turmeric down. I don't know where to look for it in there.
It's just
that's okay.
It's in the veggie. It's in the vegetable section.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to edit this out then.
Well, let's talk about the turmeric anyway, even if we can't show
we
it.
want to show the turmeric. It's important because it's a root, and a lot of people don't understand. It's in the where the vegetables are, the veggie drawer.
So you don't have
pre-ground cheese one. What's that?
Pre-ground powdered turmeric.
Yeah, you don't. You can use it. You know what? But it's way healthier grinding your.
Yeah.
Yeah, way healthier. But
again, I mean, I'm learning that too, because I mean, I've never actually seen
turmeric down.
There we go. Okay, so the turmeric. This is what it looks like. It's a root similar to ginger, but smaller. Almost looks like a worm. So anyways, you want to use the fresh stuff like this, but if you can't find it, just use the powder. And this is like another superfood, but make sure you wear gloves or use a paper towel when you're handling it or whatever after the skin's off, because it'll stain your hands. And it's a heavy duty stain. Trust me, you want to watch out.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said anything. I should have just let people get stained. But
So tell us why you put the turmeric in there then.
And we cut it into chunks and put it in there. It's a superfood, an antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, gut health. Again, gut health. See, things keep coming up with all these ingredients: anti-inflammatory, gut health, and antioxidant. Right. And I think each one has different types of antioxidants fighting things. Like you're getting every spectrum of, and then if I get time to talk about the tea, then I can discuss the different types of tea that have different ways of fighting.
I think we're going to have loads of time to hear about that afterwards as well. I'm really excited. Yeah.
Okay. So, anyways, turmeric, should I get Nerd Boy here to talk about it?
Let me jump in because I have 10 science-backed benefits of fresh turmeric. One, it contains curcumin and some other volatile oils that are fresh. It reduces inflammation by inhibiting the NF-KB and the COX-2 and other pro-inflammatory markers. It's actually a real heavy anti-inflammatory. Studies show that it show reduction in arthritis symptoms and inflammation-linked diseases. It's a massive antioxidant. It increases antioxidant enzymes. It helps protect against oxidative stress, which is a major factor in both aging and chronic diseases and cancer. Oxidative stress, lack of oxygen stressing our system and at a cellular level is what beats the crap out of us. And this particular thing is really good at helping us with that. It's a massive liver detoxifier. It enhances both phase 1 and phase 2 detox pathways. Some things only do phase 1, some only do phase 2. This does both of them. It protects liver cells from damage from alcohol, toxins, fatty liver disease. It's great for cognitive protection and neuroplasticity as well, which means if you take this in conjunction with things like lion's mane, usually what will happen is the synergistic effects of that are more than what either of them would do individually or even together. It compounds to like a triple effect of what it does for you. It's also antimicrobial. It's cancer prevention and adjunct therapy use. This particular one, curcumin, is something that turmeric and curcumin, when people are taking chemo for a lot of the different cancers, these can strengthen the chemo, enhance what the chemo is trying to do, especially with thyroid cancers. People should look into that. It's also great for joint and muscle recovery. Cardiovascular health. Again, it improves reduces LDL and just improves your cardio function. The heart health aspect is massive for it.
Wow.
Why is a whole bunch of the stuff that you have in your drink focused on heart health?
Well, because I'm on my 4th pacemaker and I have a genetic heart disease. Plus, I know that doing the smoothies and the tea every morning saved my life a year ago. When I was in Richmond Hospital, I got a bacterial infection and it almost killed me. And I know for a fact, because I did all this in the morning, it saved my life. I know it did. And so the next thing I've got on the list here is carrots. And I put carrots optional because if we got some carrots that have been sitting in the drawer for a while, we'll chop them up and put them in, or some celery, or, vegetables that have been on the, spectrum of not looking edible. You can throw them, if they're still good, you can throw them in the smoothie. So we had some baby carrots that we hadn't eaten in a while. We threw some of them in yesterday when we made our weekly one. So, so I put carrots as optional. The carrots are kind of self-explanatory. I never did why are they good for the eyes? I can't remember, but anyways, Now, the next thing we put in is greens, and it's usually always spinach, but we will get the mixed greens, spring greens, if they're on sale with spinach in it. So then it's got the kale and the spinach, and both spinach and kale are superfoods. And so I'll let Nerd Boy here tell you about all the antioxidants and stuff in the spinach.
Okay, Mr. Nerd Boy.
Nerd Boy.
One,
Copyright.
It's a rich source of antioxidants. It contains vitamin C, E, and A, as well as flavonoids such as camphorol. It has carotenoids, which are lutein and zeaxanthin. Those things neutralize free radicals. They reduce oxidative stress. They support overall cellular growth and reduce the risk of chronic disease. Supports eye health. That's the carotenoids. That's what's in the carrots as well.
Yeah.
Lutein and zeaxanthin are in spinach are highly concentrated in the retina and help to protect against macular degeneration and cataracts. Damn, I should have been eating more spinach. Has anti-cancer properties, has chlorophyll, flavonoids, and glycolipids that demonstrate anti-cancer activities in laboratory and animal models, particularly in colon, breast, and prostate cancers. And it does it by inhibiting tumor growth and inducing apoptosis, or the death of the cells. It's another one that improves cardiovascular health. It's got some nitrates in there. It promotes nitric oxide production, which helps relax blood vessels, reduce your blood pressure, and improve circulation. Some clinical studies have showed it improves endothelial function and reduces hypertension. It supports bone health. It's a rich source of vitamin K1, which is an essential mineral for bone mineralization and calcium regulation. And it helps reduce the risk of fractures and osteoporosis.
And it's also fights cancer too. It's an anti-cancer. I don't know what that anti-cancer or fighting cancer or killing cancer. It's all a gray area.
Yeah, they usually put anti-cancer just to keep the lawsuits from happening.
Yeah.
It also enhances brain function. It has a folate, lutein, and antioxidants, which are linked to slower cognitive decline in aging populations. Aging populations.
I don't get it.
It supports the gut health. Contains fiber and polyphenols that improve the microbiota diversity. The microbiota diversity.
Ooh, that's a big word.
And may reduce the risk of colon cancer and inflammatory bowel disease. And also it has the ALAs, the alpha lipoic acid, which is great for regulating blood sugar. And it's also a iron deficiency prevention. It's got rich with iron as well. And it's a non-hemi.
Popeye knew what he was doing when he beat Brutus up after eating this.
Yes, right.
That's right. To get olive oil. Okay, so the next thing is frozen blueberries.
Oh, hang on.
Just a second. Let me ask a question. We're at the last ingredient now, aren't we?
Yeah, I've got it all written down here. Yeah.
Let's talk about the blueberries, and then we'll go to commercial. How's that?
Okay. So frozen blueberries, another superfood. And I use a little scoop, keep them in the freezer. And if we're doing the big one, we just I use one of these scoops if I'm using the one serving in the morning, or I use 7 scoops, because seven servings or 8 servings, 1 scoop per each serving. Keep this in the freezer with the scoop, just throw it in, off you go. And this is an antioxidant that's heart health, gut health, blood health, inflammation,
brain health.
I don't know the list. It's up there with spinach anyways. Spinach and blueberries are pretty much the 2 superest of the superfood, with the turmeric and the hemp hearts and the bee pollen.
And one thing about blueberries that a lot of people don't know, They have a similarity to cranberry, where they work urinary tract support. So things like UTI risk and bacterial infections and stuff in the.
So if we don't like our cranberry juice, we can drink blueberry juice.
You got it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Hey, I didn't know they were heavy with the eye health as well. They have the lutein and zeaxanthin as well.
Interesting. Well, this has been really cool learning about the ingredients. I'm excited to come back after the commercial break. And John has 2 ways that he was telling us earlier that he puts this together, and he'll explain why there's 2 ways and what they are. And then he also has a tea that he wants to share with us when we come back. So I think it's a good time for a commercial break, Steve.
Oh, hey, it's time to take a commercial break and check out our sponsors. You got a couple minutes to have some fun.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day and welcome back to the Mushy Moment here on Tuesday, April 8th.
Amazing. Oh, and Chica speaks up. So we spent the first half of the show hearing about all the ingredients in this shake, in this drink that John makes, and reasons why he puts it in. I'm hearing a lot of health benefits. It's been pretty amazing. I'm actually interested to know what it tastes like. And from what I hear, you guys are going to talk about how it's mixed, talk about how John makes it in a couple of ways, and you're actually going to drink some and tell us about it and tell us how it tastes. Hey?
Yeah.
And then we're going to get into the tea. So I'm going to give the boys back the spotlight and sit back.
I guess we'll need a couple cups, but right now I'll show you the machine. Okay, we got this. Got the Vitamax. This thing's heavy. This is the Vitamax. Except no other. And it's funny, on all the cooking shows I watch, a lot of them when they give them gifts, a lot of them are the Vitamax.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Steve has gone to run and get you guys a couple cups, has he?
Cups, yes. He's yelling he can't find cups. I got them out here if you need some, Steve.
Where's those red ones? I can't find them.
Right there. Left, right there, left, right. Point my look where I'm pointing. Okay, that's gonna taste weird, but we'll give it a shot. Okay, so this is a Vitamax. It is the only machine besides the NutriBullet that will break down the bee pollen.
Bee pollen.
The bee pollen. So you have to either break the bee pollen down in a coffee grinder or have a Vitamax, a mix, or the NutriBullet.
Okay.
And I use the NutriBullet when I make one, just a single one in the morning. And I'll talk about that. I'll talk about this first. This we make for like the beginning of the week. It'll last. Here, can you put this back? This is what it looks like in the container. And if you see right here, it's separated.
So you've now mixed up like
yeah,
you say,
so
7
mix it up
days
in the
worth of
blender.
big
Mix
thing.
it up in the blender and put in this.
So now this is what it looks like, and it's separating a little bit.
Yep. See this? That's why you have to have the container that has the silver little round wire shaker in it. So when you shake it, that wire thing breaks it all up perfectly.
Beautiful. Yes.
If you don't have that in there, the silver ball, the wire stainless steel ball that's inside there, it's about 1 inch in diameter. If you don't have that in there, it won't mix up as good. So
Okay.
you have to have the one with the steel ball in it.
Yeah, you need the proper shaker container.
That's right. And then an airtight seal. You can hear that click.
Yeah.
Hear that click.
Yeah, you don't want it shaking all over the place. That's
So
for sure.
now what I do is I take this and I'll put it in the cup. And,
well, that's thick.
Not much. Yeah, it's pretty thick. But it won't be in a minute.
Okay.
Stir
So
stick.
you pour a little bit in.
Then we get the kombucha.
Now, is it any flavor kombucha or is it?
Yeah, I'm using wild berry right here. It's really good.
Cool.
And what I do is I seal it with a plastic bag and an elastic band like that, because I only used about a dash like that.
Gotcha.
Right. Then I reseal it with the bag like this.
So you don't lose your
And
fizz.
the elastic.
Yeah.
Because it is a little bit fizzy.
Yeah.
And then I stir it.
Oh, I brought you a stir stick.
Yeah, pen works better. Anyways, there's your superfood with all the ingredients we were talking about, and it tastes not bad. It tastes turmeric-y, blueberry, cacao-y.
Yeah, those would be
I'll let you know if you drink it.
Yeah,
real
you see,
quick.
John shot it down, and Steve is
That's
analyzing.
not bad, actually.
No, you gotta. I like
That's
to.
not bad.
I like to shoot it.
No,
down
even on the
fast.
palate, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I was thinking, it might
So-
be turmeric.
Well, the cacao and the blueberries are pretty good together, but when you add the kombucha, it really helps. It really changes the flavor a lot.
Cool.
Now, the reason
So now, like my question is because you brought up the NutriBullet a couple of times. You keep
Yeah.
calling it that for a 1 day. So I'm
Yeah.
assuming that sometimes you get to the end of the week, you've maybe
That's
don't
right.
have enough left in your big container. So now you've got like a
Yeah.
day that you're going to make a quick one.
Exactly. That's right.
Yeah.
But also, I wanted to talk about the kombucha, why I put
Okay.
it in. Kombucha is a gut health. It's a live, it's, what do you call it? Probiotic.
Probiotic, yeah.
It's got it's actually fermented, and anything fermented is super high in the
Probiotic and
probiotics. So miso, kombucha, kimchi, the Korean dish with the cabbage in it or whatever, that's been fermented. And sauerkraut, which has been fermented. Some types of olives, pickles, pickled vegetables, and they feed the good bacteria that absorb the nutrients in your gut. So the kombucha, it flavors it pretty good, but it also has the probiotics in it, which helps absorb the nutrients from this.
Amazing.
So they go together.
Cool.
So yeah. Now this is a NutriBullet, and it breaks down the bee pollen too, but this is great for in the morning. You just what I do is I take one of these Bolthouse juices, any juice, the blueberry one. This one's the green goodness or whatever. What I do is I pour it in here up to about there, because you have to have a liquid to break down everything. If you don't have a liquid, none of your stuff's going to break down properly. So this is just because I'm not putting all the ingredients I do in the big one. I use this as a base of my drink.
And this is just if you've run out of your other one.
Yeah, if that one's gone near the end of the week and we haven't made anything, and then I go to this for 1 or 2 days. Usually just 1 day.
Okay,
just to fill in.
Just 1 day. That's why I use this juice, not the coconut water, because now I usually don't use the hemp parts, because I just use the bee pollen, blueberry, 7 mushroom mix, and the cacao with the juice during the week on one. It's fast, and I get all the nutrients. I don't put the spinach in the small one, because you got to cram a whole bunch in here, and it doesn't grind up, and it's a real hassle. So so I just do it quick with any juice, and I have this in the door beside this, and if it expires or whatever, I'll try and drink it. But so this is for the small ones, and then coconut water is for the big ones.
Gotcha.
So
then you would take, like that juice and a few other ingredients, you'd mix it all up, and then again mix that with kombucha at the end.
I'll put the kombucha in before I start grinding on this one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right? Because I'm not worried about it being too, like the kombucha, it helps thin it down.
Yeah.
So it drinks better. If it's too thick, it sticks to the sides and it won't run out, and you're wasting a whole bunch. And the kombucha really helps with the absorption, not only for the gut health, because it's got live cultures in it, probiotics, feeding the good bacteria in your gut. So now you just take it, screw the top on, and on it goes. And there you go. And then you can tell. Usually I can tell by the sound when it's finished breaking everything down and doing its thing. You can tell by the sound. It goes smooth, the sound. So you wait for the sound to go nice and smooth. That's what I do. And then you just rinse it out with hot water in the sink, and you put it aside, and it's good till next time you use it.
So if somebody wanted to go heavy antioxidants, they could go with berry juice.
And I think this is like in 20 years or 30 years or whatever. This is only my second one. And I used to use it every day.
They're good machines.
What happens if you get juice, if you overfill it and you spill and you get juice down in here, this is where all the switches are for the safety for these little knobs right here. And you'll break those off. So this is probably the 5th one we've ordered from Amazon, because these little tabs break when they get really hard to push down, because they're getting sticky from the juice. So you try and clean it as much as you can to keep the juice, but it's got a drain hole here and some rubber stoppers, but it's still, I've had some incidents where it overflows because the seal's not right here, and it comes out, and you really got to get on it right away, or you're going to clog it up. The sugars are going to see, you can hear the switch go click. Anyways, that's the NutriBullet. And that'll break down the bee pollen the same as the Vitamax.
Right on.
But from what I've talked to friends and what I've gathered up or whatever, so far, those are the only two things that break down the bee pollen. Now,
so why not talk about the tea?
Yeah, okay, we got the tea right here. And I do 3 types of tea in the morning. And I'll do a black tea. I'll do a black tea. Here's my mug. I'll do a black tea. I'll do a green tea. And then I do a ginger tea. And sometimes the lemon ginger is on special. And the ginger is good for gut health. The black tea and the green tea bring their own types of antioxidants. The black and the green have different types of antioxidants for fighting colds and disease and whatever else. So I leave the tea bags. I fill it up to about here with hot water. Let them steep for 4, 5, 6 minutes or whatever. Then I usually use coconut milk, not coconut water, coconut milk. And there's a big, huge difference between coconut water and coconut milk. Coconut milk has the MCT oil in it, and and the coconut water usually doesn't. So I've just started using the coconut milk in the last little while, and it takes a little getting used to, but I'm getting used to it because you can taste the tea more because it's more milder than a skim milk or whatever for flavoring. So that's a green tea, a black tea, and a ginger tea. But the thing is, I leave the tea bags in the mug. I fill it up to here with the tea. Then I do the coconut milk or the skim milk. And no sugar, no honey, no nothing, because the taste from the ginger tea will flavor your tea nicely. And the coconut milk is I don't know, it's MCT oils. What else does it have there, nerd boy?
Coconut milk is made from the meat. It has MCTs. It has capric and lauric acids. It's a low-calorie, high electrolyte source of hydration.
But the thing is, you got to leave the tea bags in and drink it with the tea bag still in there. So all the antioxidants come out of the bags of the tea and into the liquid. So by the time it gets down to here, the antioxidants are just absolutely incredible. You can actually feel them going through your body. And you actually, this last little bit here, it's pretty thick. The tea gets pretty heavy, but man, the antioxidants, now you've used the tea bags properly for their antioxidant purposes. You've left them in here. If you don't leave them in here and you only leave them in for 5 or 6 minutes, you're throwing all that goodness out. You've got to leave the tea bags in the mug. And if you look, my mug is completely black. Hold on. Completely black in the bottom. That's the tea. And my friend Leslie tried to clean it, and it drove her insane. And we had to put her in the home. But anyway, so that's the 3 types of tea in the mug. Leave the tea bags in there, and skim milk, 1% milk, or coconut milk, and no flavor, no sugars. And man, I bet you there's just as many antioxidants at the bottom of this tea as there is in that juice. So, and they're different types of antioxidants that
they're catechins, theaflavins, and polyphenols.
Oh, there you go.
Green and black teas are rich in those. The ginger adds gingerol and shogal, which enhances the antioxidant protection and beats down oxidative stress.
Because of the gut health. That's why.
Oh,
it's absorbing that because the ginger helps with the gut health. So it helps absorb the nutrients. It's all about absorbing the nutrients. So that's why sugar is the enemy. Sugar blocks the nutrients from being absorbed. So feeds if anybody has a tumor and you're overloaded the sugar, now it doesn't know where to go. It'll go to the tumor. So the sugar is the devil. So for pulling nutrients, that's why if you have a sugar-rich meal, you're crashed in 2 hours because your body is trying to digest all of that while not pulling out any nutrients, because the nutrients are being blocked by the sugar. So yeah, sugar's the enemy for gut health for sure.
And I just dialed up what would be the 10 key benefits of black and green and ginger tea. One is the enhanced antioxidant power, which we went through. It's also massive. The number 2 one is improved metabolism and fat burning. Green tea boosts the thermogenesis. Black tea helps modulate the gut microbiota. Ginger stimulates digestion and metabolism, and together they support a healthy weight management.
Oh yeah,
You're doing great.
Oh yeah, I manage the weight quite well.
Put it here and I put it there.
Yeah, I manage it all over.
The cardiovascular support. Green tea improves the blood lipid profiles. The black tea reduces blood pressure. Ginger enhances circulation and reduces blood clotting risk. Anti-inflammatory effects. Ginger has anti-inflammatory compounds that work alongside the tea polyphenols and reduce the systemic inflammation, beneficial for chronic conditions like arthritis or metabolic syndrome. Immune boost. Ginger has the antimicrobial and immune-enhancing properties. Green and black teas contribute to immune modulation and antiviral activity. They contribute to brain and cognitive health. Caffeine and L-theanine from green and black teas support focus and mood. Ginger supports cognitive function and may protect against neurodegeneration. Digestive health, that's where you were with the gut stuff. Ginger relieves nausea, stimulates bile production, soothes the gut. The green and black teas support the gut microbiota and reduce the intestinal inflammation. The combination works for blood sugar regulation. The green tea improves insulin sensitivity, while the black tea lowers postprandial glucose levels, and ginger assists in glucose metabolism. And again, the anti-cancer potential, the polyphenols, the EGCG in green tea, the theaflavins in the black tea, gingerols in the ginger, have all been shown to have anti-proliferative effects on various cancer cell lines. And they have respiratory and antimicrobial benefits on top of it.
Leave the tea bags in.
Leave the tea bags in.
Leave the tea bags in, or else you're throwing out all those antioxidants. So, you know, the people sit there and they dip their bag in and throw it out. Well, they're throwing out all the goodies. So, yeah, that's my advice for the day.
Wow.
That's advice for life, brother, not just the day.
And there's other things, like I've done a few, read a few studies, and if you sit up properly, drink the right amount of water, and snack on healthy nuts and fruit, you'll live 7 years longer. So, and then also I just heard that if you brush your teeth with your non-dominant hand, you have a 20% less chance of getting dementia, because you're using your non-dominant hand and you're creating neural pathways. So the 7 mushroom mix helps with the neural pathways. And then if you do stuff to help with the neural pathways, then that's even better.
Compounded healing.
Yeah. So brush your teeth with your non-dominant hand and you won't get dementia.
I prefer to use a toothbrush.
Well, no, yeah.
I'll be here all week, folks.
Yep, 7 o'clock.
Well, we are down to the last couple of minutes, guys. You know, John, you have passed on your morning ritual of this beautiful shake, and then your tea and all of the nutrients and antioxidants and everything else that comes with them. It's I'm very grateful for the education, the knowledge. You've had a lovely Vanna White / Nerd Boy assistant.
He's done pretty good. Yeah, he's
Not
done.
bad.
He's done better. He's done better than I thought he would, just based on past performances. But,
Is there anything else that you want to add?
just mostly if you can't get some of the ingredients.
I'm not sure what happened there. I'm not sure what happened there. Something happened, and that's okay. We are pretty much near the end. I'm sure that John is probably trying to give wonderful advice on where to get some ingredients, and I do apologize. We will put together a little post at the end and, share this information that John was trying to share, and we'll put it in the room. Absolutely, for sure. But if they hadn't left, John would have shared that. Steve would have come into. Thanks for joining us here at the Mushy Moment on the Pace Radio Network and the 420 Pace Project. And we'll see you next Tuesday. Have a great one. Much love. I'm pressing buttons. I'll be right back. There we go. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis whispers sway to the breeze, under the sun where the heart finds ease, rustling leaves in a vibrant scene, nature's embrace and dream. Let the good times roll and shine in this golden dawn that you are. By. Sing along with the birds' sweet song in this magic space. We know we belong. Oh, let the good times roll and shine. This golden moment, you are mine. Rolling hills with the sun on our face. Every spirit's in this sacred place. Every action, every moment we find with our heartbeat on, souls intertwined. Let the good times roll and shine.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spent. Take another look now and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Oh, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, right now it's time for him.
Thank you for taking time for hemp. I'm your host, Casper Leach. On the program today, we are getting ourselves down the road in life and pulling ourselves out of the weeds into a brand new future. And we have some exciting things to talk about on the program. But before we move too far down the road, I would be grateful if you could hit the subscribe button and the like button and share the link that you find up there in your browser with your friends. That's how we are found here on the big internet highway. And don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, we want you to hit your pipes, your vaporizers, your bongs, and your joints, and make it a point to join us and take time for hemp. Yeah, on the program today, I have sitting in the wings my two favorite joint hosts on the broadcast. Bring on Al Bird. He's the first joint host that came on to the broadcast last year and brought some guests with him. And he's also done a fantastic book that you need to make it a point to pick up and go and share with your friends as well. You can find it on Amazon. And so I'm going to bring on this joint host, Al Bird. Hey, Al, happy hemp day.
Oh, thank you very much, Casper. And I just noticed your pipe. That's made by a fellow in Hawaii. Am I right?
That's right. Celebration Pipes.
Yeah. I was fortunate enough to have been given 3 or 4 of those as a gift for Patients at a Time when we were running our conferences, and we used them as an auction item. But they're beautiful pipes. I just happened to see that.
They are. So they're made of lava rock.
Right.
And he does it by hand. And this one happens to be covered with mother of pearl as well.
Right. Yeah.
And what I like most about them is you can rinse them out with hot water and they're clean in a minute and they're dry in a minute. You can get back to taking time for hemp.
There you go. Well, thank you for introducing me. I'm going to introduce our next co-host. I'll light up that up. Okay. I was just going to say, I'll light up in a minute when I say joint house, but he's also my co-host. He's another Al. He's in Canada. We will not ever hold that against him, okay? And Al Graham, you out there somewhere?
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Happy Hemp Day.
Happy Hemp Day. That's exactly right. Exactly. It's Tuesday, or it's Wednesday, or it's Thursday. Depends on what day of the week you're listening to us, because it's available 24/7, 365 days a week.
And it's also available on the Pace Network, isn't it? Tell people about the Pace Network.
Yes, the Pace Radio Network is people advocating cannabis education, and we touch on topics of cannabis as well as psychedelics. So find us at paceradio.net. There you go.
There you go. And I'm going to bring on jointly our joint guests today. It's Craig Roberts, and some of you may know Craig from being involved in a little TV show back in the day called Weeds, which I think won a handful of awards and just had a huge following. And some of you may know Craig from his work in Los Angeles, if you're local to that area. And some of you just may know Craig from his spirit. And so we're going to bring Craig Roberts onto the joint broadcast and let the whole world know how important it is to take time for him. Craig, welcome back to the broadcast. You've been on a couple of times, and it's always fun to have you on.
First time video that you actually get to see me, though. So pleasure to be here. Feel like it's the grumpy old stoners here. Glad to be part of it. Well, and I forget. Oh yeah, the Roberts thing. So my kids are all Ruben. Most people know me as Craig X Ruben from all the TV and movies that I was in. But the government took away my last name again. So even though my kids are Ruben, they said I couldn't be a Ruben anymore. I had to go by Roberts.
Well, see, I only knew you as Craig X. And now that you've got Craig Roberts listed on your social profiles, I thought, oh, well, now I finally know your real last name. Because it's kind of like you had X as a name long before Elon Musk gave that to his kid, didn't you?
Yeah, I changed my name when I was 19 years old. My grandfather had changed his name when he came into this country, a Canadian, slipped across the border to work for Ford, Henry Ford, during the Depression, and he wouldn't hire Jewish people. So he went from Reuben to Roberts. All of his brothers did. And so my father was born Roberts. My grandma and I were real close. We used to smoke weed together. And she always told me how my grandfather felt like a phony when he was checking into a hotel. He was like, yeah, that's Roberts, Roberts for the last name. She's like, when in his heart, he was Reuben. And so when I changed my name years ago, it was weird for me because people would be like, Reuben, how do you spell that? I'd be like, capital J, little E, little W, you know.
It's that's interesting. My grandfather changed his name too. He was my whole descendants are Irish.
Right, and that's not an uncommon thing. So I'm not here whining and complaining about it. I'm trying to make humor out of it, make you guys laugh.
So why are you in Mexico
I'm not
then?
grumpy anymore.
I was just going to say, like an old friend of mine always used to say, you can call me JJ, you can call me RJ, you can call me Ray, just don't call me late to getting high. So how did you get involved?
Was that the guy down at the beach who used to sell the pipe? I remember that guy from Venice Beach. He was one of my early heroes from the late 70s. You guys know who he's talking about?
I do.
Come on, Craig, get with it. You're 7 years old and you're smoking reefer or something. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm 60 this year. It goes quick, man.
Ooh, I remember those days of being 60.
Yeah, boy, it's a long fucking time ago.
Yeah.
What's funny is my father's 24 years older than me. I got a 9-year-old son, and I got one on the way. And I think, man, my dad was old when I was a kid. And now I'm thinking, man, we grew up together. He's such a young guy at 83.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how did you get involved really into the cannabis movement and getting yourself becoming an activist?
Well, it was a real tragedy, a real horror story, if you will. My friend invited me over. His dad had a Betamax back in the late 70s. And he was the attorney for Ringo Starr. And that's my friend's father. And so they had a bunch of R-rated movies. I had never seen an R-rated movie before. And my friend had pinched a couple of joints out of Ringo's fag bag, his little merce, a little man purse. And so when the parents all went out, we were left alone. We were 12 years old. The 1970s, have long hair, you know, like everyone. And my dad, I ended up smoking a little bit of weed. We really didn't inhale. We didn't know what we were doing. We kind of just blew it in. We were looking in the mirror, but we watched The Exorcist and Jaws, 2 R-rated movies, which my parents would have been horrified at. And we smoked some weed. And my parents said, hey, tell us what happened. Just tell the truth. You won't get in any trouble. And They're like, did you smoke any of the wacky tobacco? And so I said, yeah, we tried a little joint. We watched the R-rated movie, and my dad took me for a crew cut the next day. And my poor brother got punished as well. And we both ended up with crew cuts and wore baseball hats for the rest of our lives or something like that. So we moved to Beverly Hills like a few weeks later, and we were down at the beach rolling. My parents were roller skating in the late 70s. I was skateboarding, and I came up to a booth where the couple of guys were passing out some information, everything they didn't teach you about school and marijuana. It was a little fold out pamphlet. It was prior to the Emperor Wears No Clothes. There was a bumper sticker that said, "Thank you for smoking pot." A notepad that said, "While you were out getting stoned, so-and-so may have called," or some other kind of jokey pad. And there was one hemp shirt from Eastern Europe that was very rough with a big yellow label that said hemp on it. And I think Jack sold that for years and years. And so I just started volunteering down at the hemp booth in the summers. My parents would go roller skating. I would skate up to the hemp booth and hang out with the older stoner guys, and felt like I had taken one for the team with my crew cuts. They were very kind to me, and I learned a little bit about marijuana and about hemp back as a teenager, and then in high school learned more about it, kind of became an activist in college. And upon graduating from UCLA, I opened up a hemp store called 2000 BC, the Stoned Age Hemp Shop on Melrose. And it was filled with lots of movie stars. And so that's how I got kind of into the film TV thing through cannabis.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, we noticed in the information, the connection there, weeds and all that stuff. So yeah, it's good to find out how you got to that point.
Well, I wrote a book called 9021 Grow, which was originally an article for High Times magazine. And a friend of mine was related to the producer of the show Weeds and gave my book to her, the creator, Genji Kohan. And then she asked for more copies, and they brought me in as a consultant. And one of my best friends is a pretty famous actor, so I could do that. I always thought I could do that. So when they asked me to be a consultant, I just went, "Hey guys, can I be on the show?" And so that's how I got on the show. And I thought I was going to be like a regular, like I was going to be on the show. And then they brought me in. Well, first they said I had to audition. I said, I thought I was playing myself. They're like, "Yeah, but you're not a member of SAG. You got to audition." So,
okay.
So I auditioned. I got the part as myself. Thank God. It would have been difficult to tell my parents someone played me better than me. So once I got on that show, that led to a few more movies and different opportunities. And, I just had a good time. But it wasn't as big a role as I originally imagined. But I was still happy to be on for a couple seasons. And they let me do the comedy that when you talk about the episode during the DVD. I don't remember what that's called. The narration or something.
So, Greg, I'm curious about the formation of the show itself, the Weeds show. You seem to have known the creator. Can you give us a brief idea of how she got that going? Why that was a good idea in her mind?
Well, obviously it was trending. And I had grown up in Beverly Hills, and a lot of kids from my high school and movie stars were coming into my shop on Melrose all the time. Cannabis was more and more entering the cultural domain. And she came from a family. Her father's won more Emmys than anyone else in Emmy history. His name's Buzz Kohan. Her brother had just had a hit television show called Dharma and Greg, I think. Was that a show?
Yeah, that was.
I think that was his show.
All right.
It was one of those big shows. I'm pretty sure that was it. I'm not a big TV guy, So she came into it through her family connections. I'm sure her talent as well. She's also created another hit. She's a very talented woman, but she had both business acumen and connectivity, which is very important in Hollywood. If you don't have the right agent, the right access to producers, money, camera people, it's difficult to get something.
Yeah, I'm learning that myself. But so she also sniffed out apparently that society was ready. Is that right?
Yes. Excuse me 1 second. I'm in.
That's all right. That's all right. But by the way, folks, Craig is in Mexico, so we're continuing with our Universal International thing. We've had a Mexican guest a month ago. Then we went to Australia, then Canada, and now we're back in Mexico. So
we're traveling the world.
Yeah, we're getting around, and the reason we're doing that, folks, is because these are smart guys, and they've done some amazing things about cannabis, and we just want you to understand there's a lot of ways to help, and these are some of the gentlemen and women that have done remarkable work over a long period of time. I mean, keep it now. This man is talking about doing this for the last 40 some years, right? You've been involved with cannabis
since 78 or 79. So it's a long time. Yeah, like I said, I started young. What was interesting is how it did start. You know, like when we had our first Hemp Industry Association, there was 87 people there in New Mexico. And I think me and Chris Boucher might have been maybe Don Worshefter were like kind of like well known. And what was that?
I said, I know Donnie. He's been on the show a lot. I've gotten high with him. He's a character.
Yeah, he's a very nice guy. So there was there was a very small network of people that had been in High Times a few times, that had been involved with hemp for years. And then in 2019, I went to that MJ Biz show in Las Vegas, and there was 50,000 visitors there. And I thought, wow, I wish Jack was alive to see that. And I can remember being a youngster and wanting to see a marijuana field. And this company, Genius, when I was working for Mike Tyson, they invited me on this private jet, my first time on a private jet, to go see their 1 million pounds of hemp that they grew in this beautiful top flower. I ended up selling at least 60,000 pounds of it for them. But I had never seen marijuana growing like that, and I had always dreamed of it. So we get off the private jet, we go on this tricked out Sprinter, you know, they're trying to treat us all like really nicely. And we go out to the hemp fields, and I started crying. I was like tears of joy. I was so happy to see a marijuana field. I did stand-up comedy years ago, and I used to say, one day I'm going to get naked, run through my cannabis field, scrape all the trichomes off, and stick it in a pipe and be like, woo-hoo! And it was just so realistic to suddenly see it, and I could go running through the fields, and I didn't get naked.
Where was the field? What state?
California, Central California. And I think there's a prohibition on hemp in California now, but it was this beautiful crop. These guys, Charlie and Austin, I don't know if they want me to say their names, but these two geniuses were working for Genius, Austin Wagner and Charlie Sharp. I love these guys. And they helped bring in the right people, the right soil, whatever it was. They did it organically. And they grew this beautiful hemp. They, I think, grew too much of it that year. Everybody did. The first year, their company had made so much money that they invested more into them, thinking these guys were geniuses, and they started believing their own genius stuff. And, you know, when it's $200 a pound for hemp, everyone can be a genius. But when it drops down to $20 a pound for hemp, you know, it's hard to pay those bills. To pay for the silent pods working in there in the fancy offices that they had, and the private jets. So, but it was exciting, and it has been exciting to watch things change from the very beginning. to now, and it's still, we're in the nascent state. You know, if someone's watching and thinking, oh, how can I get involved in cannabis, it's still such a wide open space. There's 400,000 people working in cannabis right now, and there's 4 million people working in the alcohol industry. And I think that eventually cannabis will have at least 4 million people working in this space as well in the next 20, 30 years.
I certainly would hope so, yeah.
I know that you
expansion for sure.
I know you decided to follow your character's plot line and put together your own little cannabis dispensary and smoke club, I guess, a cannabis club. And it's got a religious touch. Does that mean you got like pictures of Jesus saying, you know, it's your buzz, get high with me, get high and meet the Lord? What? I mean,
we still
meet us up on high. Meet us up on high.
This is the real tragedy part, is that I was raised Jewish and didn't know. I really studied the Bible hard. That was kind of what hit me about marijuana when my dad cut my hair. You know, I had been studying for my bar mitzvah for 8 years and really believed in God and the Bible. And when my dad did that, we were really, like, my brother and I were both in shock, and we didn't even know we both smoked weed until a couple years later. But I really felt like God talked to me and said, oh, you're going to be involved in this somehow. You're going to help legalize this plant. And that was like right before I ran into those guys at the beach. And then all of a sudden I started learning about hemp and all these other things. And I went, man, that's why this happened. And you know how you try to make excuses for why things happen in your own life and you put reason to it. And so I did that at the time. And then as an adult, I got in a fight with my brother one time. Then I got in a fight with my father. I was staying at my brother's house while he moved to Amsterdam to do his THC clothing over there. And he needed me to take care of his dogs. And then when the dogs got sent to Europe, he didn't need me in his house anymore. And I had kids and I was living there, and I had left my nice apartment in Beverly Hills to come take care of his house and dogs. So we got upset with each other. Then my dad got upset with me, and I was like, F him. I'm going to read I used to read the Bible. I still read the Bible every night to my kids, to myself, whatever. So I said, I had never really read the New Testament. So I said, F him. I'm reading the New Testament. Like that would piss my dad off or something. And and he didn't care. I never told him. But I started reading the Gospels, and I was like, oh, these guys are like stoners. These guys, you know, this is what Jesus was fighting for. The freedom, the system is wrong, cannabis is right, you know, and I put this very much like I could relate to these guys fighting the church people, because they were in touch with God themselves and didn't need the temple and the Pharisees and the Sadducees to tell them what to do. They had their own authority direct from God, and that Yeshua was there with them. And so I was like, oh, wow, that's kind of how I see us hempers fighting the man. We know this is good. It has value as a natural resource. It has value as a medicine. It has value for all these things. And it just seemed natural. So I became a Christian, a Jewish Christian. So then I thought, well, I didn't want to go, you know, try and convert Jewish people. I thought, who's my real community? The community that I've been in for years and years was the stoner community. So I created Temple 420, and all we taught was the Bible, but we taught the Old Testament on Saturday, the New Testament on Sunday. And I had spent a lot of years with the Havasupai Indians. I actually lived on the reservation at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. And so I'm a sweat leader down there. I've been involved in their traditions, and they respect and honor Jesus as well, but they use a smudge and they pray with smoke. And then it was later discovered that they actually used cannabis in Jewish temples back in Israel 2,000 years ago in the time of Jesus. And, you know, you can look up that document, like just Googling it right now, and you'll see that that's a fact. But what happened was I thought, wow, I don't want to reach out to like try and convert Jewish people to become Christians, but I thought I would just teach stoners the Bible and that would work out for me. And I thought, oh, how could I finance it? I do my medical marijuana club, and I got 20 years for selling 2 grams of cannabis to a police officer with a doctor's note. So we were becoming real popular. I was on the TV show and movies, and they really wanted to shut me up, is what I found out later. And then my dad told me that the judges were paid off. My dad worked in government, and told me that a guy named Zev Yaroslevsky was just conversing with him. They had known each other for years and years. And Zev told him, he goes, yeah, if we didn't pay off the judges, we'd be hit with millions of dollars in lawsuits for all the fuck ups that we do in the county and the city. I think it's the county. He was a county supervisor at the time. So that they were paying off judges. And so in my case, I ended up with 20 years and 7 years in state prison, 13 years probation on a suspended sentence. But
good God.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah,
God.
they took my life savings. My wife and I lost our house at the time. We ended up coming really close together, and then one of the judge gave us permission to reopen. We had worked for years. We reopened Temple 420, and then they came and arrested me and seized our money again the day we opened. Even though we had told them we were doing it, they said we didn't have the permit. I got arrested for not having a permit. Once we showed them the permit in court, they changed the charges and said, well, you're on probation anyways. I said, well, I have permission from the judge. They're like, we don't care. Any contact with the police is a probation violation. So we ended up splitting up, lost our store. I mean, it was a real tragedy. My kids, my oldest kids and I were not close for a while. I tried to see them as much as I could, but we were homeless for a couple years, living in hotels, not on the street, homeless, but still like never making enough money to put first and last into an apartment or in a house again. So it was a real challenge. I suffered a lot. My family suffered a lot because of cannabis. And I eventually became an international fugitive and just left the country after I found out that I had been railroaded in court by a corrupt judge who had been receiving money from the county to throw the case. And so then I've been in Mexico ever since. I got my green card here, had more children down here, met another woman. And, so life does go on, and I don't complain about America. And then since they passed Prop 16 or 64, which was interesting because it was 10 years to the day that I was arrested that the law changed. And then my record got cleared up. So I was able to get a passport and get my ID back, but they wouldn't give me my Reuben ID. They said I had to be Roberts to match my birth certificate because I had changed my name.
How are you finding it there in Mexico when it comes to the cannabis end of things?
It's completely illegal here unless you get an amparo. If you're rich, you can just get an amparo that says you use it personally and you're allowed to grow your own and not sell it. But you have to pay like $250 to do that, which is a lot of money for most people. So I don't have one of those at the moment, but I do buy cannabis. Like $10 a week is enough to make enough for the week. Which is
an hour. That's an hour for me. Excuse me.
It sounds like a joint.
Yeah, no, it's funny because I used to smoke. My brother and I joke around the value of like ounces. Remember when pot was more than an ounce of gold?
Yeah.
And we were smoking probably like 3-4. I mean, we both had good companies making lots of money back then, but we'd smoke 3-4 grand of weed a month, give it out to friends, smoke it ourselves. You want to use my phone? Okay. That's my 9-year-old. Hey, Sammy, you want to come say hi real quick? You guys, this is my handsome little son here. Super smart, great, nice kid too. He loves Messi.
Hi. How you doing, Sam?
He just brought me a glass of orange juice.
All right.
Coca-Cola.
Looking after Dad.
All right, go play your games. So I'm grateful to be joining you guys and getting to tell my story. It's been a long time, and it's been, like I said, some ups and downs, some real challenges.
Mm-hmm.
One of the highlights was getting to work for Mike Tyson and get to meet him, and that was a lot of fun.
So are you retired from the cannabis movement now? You just sitting around watching Frasier reruns and wondering what's next at the nursing home for dinner?
I
haven't watched TV since 1991 on a regular basis. I after I saw that Gulf War, I was like, this is all lies anyway. So I never even saw my own show, Weeds.
Well, no, what I'm getting at, are you still involved in the cannabis movement now? Are you still working as an activist, or are you just twiddling your thumbs and watching the sunset?
I'm part of a group that's trying to buy a cannabis magazine that was put into receivership. So hopefully we'll have some positive news on that today. And then I'd like to be the chief revenue officer. I own a house up in the States, so I'd like to maybe go back there and figure out how to make this magazine really successful and turn it into more of a media empire. Who knows where it could go?
Yeah, exactly. You never know. One thing leads to another, right?
Yes, one thing leads to another, and I've got 5 kids so far and 1 on the way, so I've still got a future to build here. I'm not ready to be watching Frasier just yet.
Well, no, you got to take care of your family first. That's a man's job. But let me just say, I'm sorry for what cannabis brought to your life that was so negative. I mean, you've really paid it. Well, no, you've really paid a price. And all the time I've ever been involved in this, it was guys like you and the sick that just kept motivating me to keep on going, because I mean, that whole story is just a story of injustice as well as just blatant stupidity. And that's not what we wanted for you or anybody else. So I can't apologize for him, Craig. But
well, you weren't in law enforcement, were you, Al?
Huh?
You weren't in law enforcement, were you?
Well, I was in the military for 24 years, but no, I've worked with a lot of cops over the years, including a couple of different times the head of state police for different states. And in fact, I went to meet with the guy in Minnesota one time years ago, and he came into the meeting with a bunch of chocolate chip cookies and some milk. I thought, he said something about, just in case you got the munchies while you're talking with me or something like that. So I did find that, and I did find the guys, law enforcement in general, couldn't have given a goddamn about cannabis. I had a lot of officers say, well, I get up with a guy with cannabis, I know I'm not going to get in a fist fight with him. Whereas somebody that's been drinking, man, it's always a problem. And they understand that. They're on the streets. They deal with cannabis people, which are essentially nonviolent. We all know that.
And this gives me a chance to jump in and talk about our archives, because if you get into our archives, you'll discover that once a week, I have Peter Chris, the co-founder of Law Enforcement Against Prohibition, on as a joint, here you go, host. And we would bring on members of the Law Enforcement Against Prohibition organization as guests every week. And Al, you're absolutely right. Many members of law enforcement are less concerned about drugs and more concerned about violence.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's people smoking a joint in their couch watching a R-rated movie are not a threat to anybody, but you're out there running around drunk on the road, or or getting in fights, or I won't go into it, but I just had a talk this morning with an MD, and she was talking about the same issue. She's just come back from India, and India's fallen apart because of alcohol, and that's what we're all saying here. But nevertheless, Craig, I'm sorry for the trouble that you were brought. It was unfair. Nothing we can do about it, but
here I'd like to say I appreciate your concern and empathy for what I went through. It was definitely a challenge, and it has created a disparity between my friends and I. My friends are worth millions, some of them, and I have nothing to complain about. I'm very fine and happy. I eat well. I grow chickens and potatoes, and I'm just blessed to get all this fresh food. I have love from lots of my children. I'm close with my family now. And even my ex and I communicate sometimes, and she helped me with trying to finance the magazine. So there is a light at the end of any dark time, and we all go through hard times in life, that's for sure. And I would just reflect back to my faith in God was able to help me get through those really difficult times. And everyone who believes in Jesus or God or puts their faith in the Bible will go through challenging times, and hopefully it doesn't break you and just helps make you stronger. But I appreciate that compassion, because it is a challenge, and I'm sure you guys on this show talk to people all the time who've been through these challenging situations and just tragedy, true tragedy, where I try to make fun of it. I know it's been a challenge, but with a good sense of humor and faith in God, it gets you through those difficult times, so that you can keep moving forward and knowing that there is a future, and that this life is just, we're here for this time, and it's part of it.
We can see that. We can see that, man. You're walking proof of what you just said. I'd say on top of it, congratulations, because you've pulled yourself out of a bad spot and you've done well, and that's very admirable. And I'm glad though that the audience is hearing you, because we talk about our archives and they're incredibly valuable. But for the younger folk, they don't understand what guys like you went through. They don't get it. No. They've grown up in there it is, and so telling that story, I hope a younger audience will say, "Whoa, wait a minute, it was different then."
Yeah, because my kids just roll into a dispensary right now, and they're like, put the credit card, and they buy some weed. And I'm like, you guys have no idea, what it was like trying to score some weed when you were 15 years old.
Or stay out of jail. I mean, the arrest levels were almost $1 million a year for just possession. Year after year.
This is what most people don't realize, is that the war on drugs was really just a war on marijuana. Of course, they went after cocaine and heroin, but the CIA was dealing it. So only they went after the street level people, never the big people, to actually stop it. With cannabis accounted for 85% of all drug arrests in the United States.
Yeah.
85%. And that means 85% of the people in jail for drugs were in jail for marijuana.
Yeah.
Well, and it's because, as you know from Jack's book, from our history, it's because the powers that be back then wanted to continue to be the powers that be, and they saw that cannabis, hemp, with medical cannabis and it being used as food, and hemp being used as paper and fiber and fuel, that the people who had money then would not have money. There would be an exchange of wealth from the petrochemical companies to the farmers, and because of that, they made it a point to go after.
Well, and here's the reason why. Here's the reason why. It's easier to centralize if you're a banker, to organize some big businesses like the oil companies that you can centralize, the coal companies, the big ag, where you're a distributor of like General Mills, Kraft Foods. These people that own these food companies own the tobacco companies, they own the alcohol companies, and they own the oil companies, and so they pushed out, like you said, the individual farmer, because an individual farmer doesn't necessarily have a group collective for negotiating, for bargaining. He's his own farmer. And one of the things you could do back in the day is, if you ran out of gas, you could go to any farm, because they actually made diesel fuel, hemp diesel or biodiesel, with some of their corn, or running their tractors. And this was a way to take that away from being a homespun business into being a centralized business. I've seen the same thing happen in cannabis right now. They flooded so much money in 6 years ago. The stocks went crazy. There was overinvestment. And then these companies collapsed. And then as the companies are collapsing, they're being centralized by the bankers and stockbrokers right now.
Well, I can hear Gatewood Galbraith's voice in my head telling me, and I'll share this with our audience as the best I can as Gatewood would. It would be, I tell you, brother, Kentucky was one of the wealthiest commonwealths in the hills of America. That Kentucky led America in education, led America in farming, led America in prosperity in our business. And it's because of hemp, brother. I tell you, it was hemp. And after they outlawed hemp, I'll tell you, brother, Kentucky went from being the most prosperous commonwealth in America to be now the most impoverished state in America. We can't afford to take care of our schools. We can't afford to take care of our roads. Our farmers are gone broke, and we no longer have a resource in our state to provide for our people. And it's because they outlawed hemp. I tell you, brother, and if you want to put hemp back into the market, make it a cash crop, that's what's going to happen. You'll have a change of wealth. And the farmers, I tell you, brother, the farmers will start getting their part of this pie. That's my best Gatewood. Thank you very much.
I remember him. He passed away, didn't he?
He did. I loved him so dearly. He was on my show about once or twice a month. And Gatewood pushed me into being a cannabis activist. Gatewood was a champion of this show.
He was like a hippie in a suit, is what I remember about him. He was always
to the young'uns, he was a lawyer in Kentucky, very dignified gentleman, tall, very well dressed, always wore like a very polished cowboy hat. He had that Kentucky drawl and smart as hell. And he was a champion of hemp from the get-go. I met up with him years ago, running Normal. Had him speak at some of our conferences, and he's just a terrific gentleman. Just to make Craig's point about the farmers used to run their tractors on this stuff. At one point, to prove a point, Gatewood decided he got a hold of a used diesel Mercedes-Benz, a sedan. And he loaded the back end of it down with like 1,000-gallon tank of hemp oil, or hemp gasoline, if you will. And he drove that thing around the country using that fuel to make a point. And if you don't know, when you
owns it now.
Yeah, and hemp fuel, when it is burned, has no exhaust. There's no pollution that comes out of the tailpipe. So yeah, Gatewood Galbraith, just so you all know, but he has passed.
I've been in that Mercedes before. It was like a tannish Mercedes.
Yeah. It was an old Mercedes of some kind, but
had
no problem. Drove it all over the place.
Yeah, I think one of my friends was in the car driving around with them.
Yeah, really.
Gatewood walks in my heart. Gatewood walks in my heart every day. My first time in High Times magazine was with a photograph of Gatewood when they did a story about Time for Hemp. And Gatewood introduced me to Willie Nelson, and Gatewood kept pushing me to do more Time for Hemp segments and kept pushing me to do Time for Hemp podcasting, and kept telling me that the stuff that I was doing was so important, I couldn't stop doing what I was doing. And because Gatewood kept pushing me, we now have a large archive at Time for Hemp. I love you, Gatewood.
Did you guys know Dennis Perrone and Jack Hare and all those
I
guys?
did. Oh my gosh, I got Dennis in my archives. I used to sit and listen to Jack and Dennis argue on the phone. Dennis would say, all use is medical, all use is medical. Jack is not going to do you any good. Be talking about fiber and fuel. If you're not talking about medicine, no one cares. And Jack would say, everybody knows about medicine. They had that for years. They don't know about fuel. They don't know about paper. We're going to be doing the hemp organization. Jack, you don't know. It's medical marijuana. You don't know, Dennis. You don't. And I used to listen to that an hour.
Al, did you guys know Dennis and Jack? And
well, I had a totally different relationship with both of them. I was running Normal back from, I don't know, 89 to 94 or something like that. So these guys were, we were all always working together. And the thing that we had, the three of us and a few more, had in common that is not obvious is that we were all veterans. So regardless of our differences, Jack and Dennis, for instance, on this debate of what should we do as a unit, they loved each other. It don't ever think that these guys weren't close. And as a veteran, I fit into their mold, and we did a lot of work together in different ways. I arranged, for instance, to have Dennis came, he called me up one day. And I was on the board of directors of Normal, and he said, Al, can you get me on the board of directors? I said, boy, Dennis, I don't think that's going to be a problem. And he said, well, I'd like to get on. So I got him on. So he comes to D.C. for a meeting, one of the first meetings. And I said, Dennis, what do you want? And he said, I want you to help me get the Normal conference out to San Francisco. And I said, we don't do that. We have them in D.C. He said, I want you to help me, Al. And as soon as we get that conference done, I know we can do it. Then I went off the board. I said, what? He said, I'm being honest with you. I just want to use you, motherfuckers. And I said, so anyway, we got the conference out in San Francisco. It went very well, and he resigned. So that's the kind of the way we worked. It was all above board and all friendly. And both of those guys were leaders. They led by, we all know this, but if you don't out there, these guys led by example. They were at the point of the spear. They asked nobody to do anything they hadn't already done themselves 100 times, and they were willing to take a punishment. Dennis Perone, unarmed, was shot by a San Francisco policeman just because the guy hated him so much. And, of course, the cop walked. These guys paid a price, and it's good you brought them up. They're well respected within the community, and they should be.
The first time I met Dennis Perone was my very first day as a cannabis activist. Jack had been trying to get me to come to work for him because his office was a mess. He needed somebody to sort out and getting the books out and T-shirts out and a lot of other things. And I kept turning down his offer, but he had me come out to his house there on Venice Beach. And the day I came out there, they were working on the California Hemp Initiative, and at his house was Dr. Todd Mickeria, Dennis Perone, Ed Rosenthal, Chris Conrad, and let's see, the guy from California Normal, Del Geringer, and Jack Hare talked me into, with Captain Ed, talked me into coming on board to run his office, and I took an oath in front of that room full of people that I, Casper Leach, would be a cannabis activist until I was age 65 or the day I died, or it was legal, whichever came first. So help me. And I took that oath in front of Jack wouldn't let me start work for him until I took that oath. So
Jack and Ed said they were 84.
All right, yeah. So I took that oath in front of that room full of people. That was
at Brenda Kirschbaum's house in 1991.
Yes, it was. Oh my gosh, Jack and Brenda. I used to work in that house, and Julie always dropped off my paycheck, and what sealed the deal was Jack offered me a car to drive to and from, offered to hire somebody to be a driver, a lousy driver. Offered me more money where I was working at, and I still wasn't interested. And from the back of the room, I hear Captain Ed say, "And we'll give you an ounce of pot every Friday." And I said, I'll start Monday.
To answer your question, Craig, up here in the Great White North, I don't have any interaction with either one of the gentlemen. Obviously, I know of both of them. But as far as when it comes to Jack, I read Jack's book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, and I learned tons. And I thought people got to know about this. And I started a cannabis educational series where I went to different cafes and I would show different documentaries about the benefits of cannabis. And one of the movies was history on Jack Hare. And it talked all about what all he had done and gone through, and how he was a Republican, but he supported cannabis and how it could save, basically the planet. And every year I would show that for the April 20th or the April showing of the documentaries, was to highlight Jack's work and help further his knowledge onto others.
And since we're talking about Jack Hare, let me remind people that if you go to the Time for Hemp blog, you can find that I have brought Jack Hare back to life with the art of AI. And there's a blog there that features Jack Hare. When you spend some time on that blog, you get to know Jack Hare like you spent the day with him. And you get a free copy of his book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes. And you see Jack Hare introduce Hemp for Victory and hear about how he and his friends unearthed that video, that film, to make it possible for people to still have it today. And it's Jack Hare that began the archives along with Gateway Galbraith and Captain Ed. Long time ago, they began unearthing relics of our past that now today seem to hold a lot of truths for next generations. Right, guys?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And we can talk about Dennis with the medical issue too, because while I was trying to introduce it, he was out there again in San Francisco, just pushing it in their face. He just wouldn't get out of the way. And I found him most helpful to the conversation that I was trying to get going. And again, we worked forever. And those guys were dedicated. That was their thing. They knew they had knowledge and they could help people, and that's what they were going to do. And again, that when you look at the whole concept of those days, including Casper here, ex-Army, most of the leadership that dominated the conversation back in the 80s were 80s to 90s were veterans. All the guys that really made a difference they were used to stepping up. And I think the fact that we each knew we were out there and that we would find each other's back if we could in the debate that we're having trouble with, that gave us a lot of confidence, I think, to continue on. And of course, these guys were confident men.
I was at that. It was the 1990 or 1991 final wording of the California Hemp Initiative at Brenda's house where Casper took the oath. And so we were working on the final wording. And so Jack says, invite everyone and get a bunch of people down there. We want to really take some input on what we should change for the final wording. And so I agreed with almost everything, and it came down to this one last vote. And Jack said, he said, should it really be 18 or 21 for the age that we should put in this final wording? And I said, listen, it should be 18. If you can join the military at 18, you should be able to smoke cannabis at 18. You shouldn't have to wait till 21. Correct. And he says, well, we're trying to follow the wine regulation. So we're using the basically our lawyers have taken the wine, whatever their outlaw was or outline regulations for the regulations, and we're applying that to marijuana. We think it should be the same.
Well,
he's like, all right. Let's tell this story real quickly, Casper. He says, all right, let's take a vote, everyone. Who thinks it should be 21? After Jack makes this whole speech, it should be 21. Everyone almost follows Jack and votes for 21. He goes, and who thinks it should be 18? Jack and I are the only ones to raise our hands. And I was kind of pissed at him. I appreciate him. I feel like, okay, I'm glad he had my back. But at the same time, I felt like had he made the pitch for 18, he was convincing enough and had enough authority at the time that we could have had it be 18. Not that we made the ballot anyways, but and then go ahead, Casper. I didn't mean.
Okay, and since you were working on the 1991 hemp initiative, I was too. That's one of the reasons why Time for Hemp was launched, was so that we could use the audio and the video from the community cable access and the advertising. So that means you and I probably worked side by side and just don't remember it at a couple of points in our path in life.
Oh, I remember. And I used to see you at the public access in Pasadena because I used to do my show out there. I would do one with Richard Marcella. We would do Hemp for Victory.
I love Richard.
Yeah. So I started financing Richard's show and being the to putting my store and my name on the back there. And then we started producing comedy shows that ended up into a couple movies.
Well, forgive me for not remembering you, and I'm grateful that you were nice enough to remember me. So
I do remember you, my friends from UCLA, and I thought you might have been a cop too when you took the oath. So
No.
All right. Now let me tell you about my story about Dennis. So I know this guy named Bill Bridges who's taking pictures for High Times.
Oh yeah. Bill got pictures of Willie and I. I love Bill. Tell him hi. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Okay, so I've taken Bill to the Grand Canyon, down to the Indian Reservation. We've done protests at UCLA, out at the Federal Building, and so he's gotten pictures of me, and I become the Freedom Fighter of the Month for High Times. And he tells me, there's a guy in San Francisco selling weed. I'm going up to take pictures of him. I'm like, you're kidding. He's like, yeah, it's out in the open. It's a medical marijuana club. They don't care. Da, 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 da. He goes, we got to go see him. So me and this guy, Luca, and Bill, we pile in the car. We go see Dennis. We just show up. We say, hey, we're the Freedom Fighters. Let us in. And they're like, they whip out their magazine. They're like, okay, yeah, you're cool. Come on in. It was all sick people in there, but everyone was having a great time. Everyone was eating. There was Brownie Mary, and we meet all these characters. And so Dennis, before we leave, sets me up with a pound of weed. He's like, listen, I'm fronting you a pound of weed. I got all these people down in this one. It's $5,000 a pound too. He goes, I got all these people down in LA that need medical marijuana. You've got a hemp store. I'm going to send them to you. He goes, they're mostly AIDS patients and cancer patients. And I was like, fuck it. I'm like, if I get in trouble for cannabis, at least I'm healing people and healing the sick. It's something I believe in. I'm like, all right, I'm willing to take the risk. And the first week we put up our big cannabis leaf in front of the store, 2000 BC. Maybe it was like the first couple months. This father and his 14-year-old son, we're right around the corner. We're on Melrose, around the corner from Cedars-Sinai Hospital. The guy comes in, his 14-year-old is puking in front of our store. He's getting chemotherapy. He's got leukemia. And the dad just wants to get him some cannabis because the doctor told him it might help him. And so we end up getting all these patients, people like that, and then people that Dennis sent us. And we did that for almost 7 years. Well, not quite 7 years, but almost 7 years, until 1996 when it got legal. And then this guy, I didn't used to like him, but he told us, he's like, listen, you're not gay. And if you don't give me all your patients and everything, I'm the new medical marijuana club in town. Scott
Himmler.
What
Scotty
yes.
Himmler.
Yes. So we ended up giving all of our patients to him, and we just quit right then. But about half of them came back to us. But yeah, Scott basically said, you can't do this anymore. I'm the only one doing it in LA. And then at one point, there were 1,600 medical marijuana clubs in LA. And I wanted to distinguish myself as a church because there had been the decision, UDV versus Gonzalez under President Bush, where this church in New Mexico was allowed to import, sell, distribute, and consume on their church a Schedule I hallucinogen, ayahuasca. And so cannabis is Schedule I also a hallucinogen under the same thing, but clearly it's both benign and benevolent. So we thought, well, here's our opportunity to do something positive, teach the Bible, reach people with this positive message. And the funniest thing was the Jews all came on Sunday to learn about Jesus, and the Christians all came on Saturday to learn the Old Testament. We even had a cantor and a rabbi who I went to high school with, who were at a big major synagogue, and they're like, listen, we're here, but we wanted to come on Sunday and find out what Jesus is all about.
And I'm sure there's been a couple of times in your path then that you've broken bread with Roger Christie.
Oh yeah, Roger and I still stay in touch. I love Roger. I feel horrible for him and his wife that he had to spend so much time in prison and suffer so badly as well, because he's such a kind-hearted person. I'm glad he's still alive and doing well.
Absolutely.
But
He was a guest on my show quite a few times, and he was one of the people who also was a champion of Time for Hemp. When Time for Hemp first started doing video releases, Roger made it a point to start putting his money and his efforts behind that to keep that production afloat. So I've been blessed to have had Roger as a friend in my path in life.
yeah, he's just a kind-hearted man. I really love
And
him.
Bill Bridges, again, he's still with us, right? Tell Bill I have never forgot him, and I send him my love.
I haven't seen Bill in years. There's a lot of people that I know have passed away and that we really miss. There's too many to really count them all. But you remember Peter McWilliams?
Yes. The tribute to Peter on my website.
Yeah,
Got it
Peter.
straight in my drawer.
When I first opened 2000 BC, they arrested me. I mean, they keep arresting me, but they arrested me for using the word bong instead of water pipe. And that was why I appreciate you veterans and stuff. So they came in, they arrested me, they seized everything, and I'm living in my store at the time in the back. So I just graduated college and decided to open this hemp shop. And John Rappaport, the writer, have you guys ever heard of him?
Yes.
No.
He's a very kind guy. He was writing for the LA Weekly at the time. And I said, I'm a capitalist. I said, I don't know why they're arresting me. I said, I'm just here to make some money. And I said, I believe in free speech. I said, I can't believe they could arrest me for a bong instead of a water pipe, but I could sell a water pipe, no problem. I said, is this not America or what? So he wrote this great article about me, and people started coming in like crazy to my shop. And then we were selling bongs out the back of our car.
Yeah. Captain Ed's head shop, Heads and Highs, and Lion's Lair out in Van Nuys supported Time for Hemp. And I lost track with the people out at Lion's Lair. But they were just wonderful, caring people. And I tell you, you're bringing back memories that are just mind-blowing to me. And I'm so grateful that I have these. That's one of the things that I have been blessed with the cannabis movement. It is a family. And I have found so much love in the hemp movement. So much love. And when I'm not part of the hemp movement, I am kind of empty. But when I'm busy doing things like this, I feel full. I feel alive because I'm spending time with my family.
Right. Well, yeah, there were times I felt exactly the same, where it was just a family. There's been times when I felt a little betrayed by people in the family too, and have seen murders go without being prosecuted, like Les Crane and stuff, or Jeff Jacobs, who I'm in a couple movies with, how he was murdered and under somewhat suspicious circumstances. So it's really I felt like there was a big COINTELPRO against our movement as well. The person that I was really close with, he had spent time in my house, but he actually, when they arrested me at Temple 420, they came in and we were doing everything by the book. So can I say his name? I don't want to.
Yeah,
it's up to yourself.
Yeah, because I don't care. He can sue me if he wants. I've been begging him to sue me for years because I still have all the videotapes. Like, I hang on to that shit. But there was a gentleman named Brett Bogue. He was working with High Times. He had met my brother in Amsterdam, and I was buying some cannabis from him for the Medical Marijuana Club. And we see it on the videotapes later. He actually showed up with the cops that arrested me. And his brother, who's there, was like throwing signals. He walked out right before they came in and arrested me. So we wrote him a check for the cannabis that we purchased. And we were just building up, at our Temple 420. And so we were trying to do it all legitimately, getting Social Security, paying checks for everything like it was a business, paying our taxes.
Yeah.
And so my own friend was involved in having me arrested which was a real heartbreaking experience. Someone that I had been close with, spent the night at my house. I had been to their house, know their wife and children, and they knew my kids. So that was part of the bad part of feeling like family sometimes. But I guess maybe he got in trouble, was trying to get out of trouble. I don't know what his reasoning was or thinking, but it was really that broke my heart almost as much as anything else.
And you sound like you were in the same situation pretty much as Lynette Shaw, who had the first medical cannabis dispensary in the state of California. And she was trying to do it by the numbers, by writing checks and keeping track of what she spent and what she brought in and who she paid what to. And it turned out that though she was trying to do it by the numbers as a business would, they used her business records to put her in jail and to take away her. She fought as she won. And it took about 8 years almost.
Right. No, there was a couple
Went
other.
through a lot of crap.
I forget Angel Rach also.
Oh yeah, Angel.
There was, believe me, there's so many people that we've known. And the woman that runs the Last Prisoner Project, do you remember her name right now? Stephanie Landa.
I don't know her. I know of the project, but
yeah, there's just so many awesome people, like so many great, like I was close with Lynette at one time. She was very close with Bill Bridges too. Sometimes when I see you, Casper, it really reminds me of all these old times, the public access TV, all that crazy stuff back in the day. And it's just a challenge. And I think part of it has been the United States. And I haven't done any interviews in years. I think the last one I did was growing up Beverly Hills. Some friends of mine from high school asked me to do their podcast. And that was like 3 years ago. And we talked a little cannabis, but it was more Beverly Hills, what we remembered about growing up there. But I always felt like this was getting so corrupt. Our government was just so bad. I didn't even want to talk about it and put myself out there too much. But I feel like things are starting to turn around a little right now. It's getting a little more conservative. Hopefully we'll have paper ballots and one day voting soon. And things just get better for free speech all around. But it seems like we've been through real challenging times because of the political situation. And part of that started with cannabis too, because the government was really corrupt in 1972 when they created the Controlled Substance Act versus the 1920s when they prohibited alcohol. And one of the reasons for that alcohol prohibition is it stopped those farmers from making some of their own fuel, and it consolidated that. And then you had the 1937 prohibition of cannabis, which was through the Marijuana Tax Act. But the same people that had worked in alcohol prohibition then went to work for it. And when they made the alcohol prohibition, they had enough respect for the U.S. Constitution to pass an amendment and then have to pass another amendment to terminate the prohibition. But they went around it in this sneaky bullshit way with the Tax Act in 1937 and then in 1972 with the Controlled Substance Act, which again was very political based on Nixon's fighting the left, which was being financed by some of these kids dealing drugs on college campuses and protesting the war. And now we have, I was just saying, now we have 100,000 people a year dying of fentanyl being smuggled into our country, and you can't get a person out in the street to freaking protest this shit. And we had 58,000 people die over 15 years in Vietnam, and people were ready to have a revolution over that. Yep. So it's kind of like our country, for a 3% stamp tax or T-tax, we were ready to overthrow the British. And now we're slaves working for the government until September, October, how much do they take between, licensing and fees and taxes? It's like, and not only that, they print our money out of thin air. We don't even have gold and silver anymore since August 15th of 71 when we went off the gold standard. So we really are in some form of, mental slavery, as Bob Marley would say, but it is, sure, we still have the ability to buy material things and work for money, but at some level, we're working for someone else for something they print for nothing.
Well, I can tell you one thing.
no other critter on earth works for money.
Exactly. And I can tell you, we don't work for money here at Time for Him. We don't have any sponsors.
That's another point. Yeah.
We have no sponsors, no grant money. We just wake up each day, cross our fingers, and hope the lights are still on. And so I want to remind people of that. I'm going to get my Cash App thing up so you can make a donation if you want. But we do make it because you share us with your friends. We are at the end of the hour. And Craig, is there anything you want to share with our audience before we say la vie?
I appreciate you grumpy old stoners for having me on. It's been a pleasure. I'm glad we could relive some of the ups and downs of the cannabis movement. And I guess my last thing would be read your Bible, get some exercise, and get into the cannabis industry because it is growing and there's space for you if that's something you want to do.
And Al Byrne, I know you got a groovy book that people can pick up at Amazon and read.
Well, it's everywhere. It's Amazon, Apple Books, Barnes and Noble. Anywhere you got a book, it's there. And curiously, there's a couple of the book is a history book of how it went down, at least in my world, between 1985 and a couple of years ago. That includes another 20 years prior to 85, where I was in the Navy, and how the government, Navy, military interfaced with the cannabis plant at different times in those 20 years. It was strikingly different depending. So that's the for country part. The cannabis part is 1983 on, the development of medical cannabis in the United States. How did that happen? Craig, you mentioned, you were talking about some of the people like Dennis and Jack and others, and you're saying it's almost too many to mention. That's why one of the reasons I wrote the book. I mentioned them. All of those people you talked about are in that book. Now, there only might be 2 sentences, but I wanted them remembered. I wanted people to understand that their sacrifices, like you, were huge, and that they were courageous people. They had something to say. They weren't afraid to say it. The other thing, you corrected Casper, and you didn't. Casper says it's a club, and you said, yeah, it is, but it isn't. And I agree with both of you. I have had the same experience. I wrote it in the book. There are some people in here I'll die for. There are other people that betrayed me. And they were very close and all of that. So I wrote that in the book. And again, I wrote it more for the younger folks, although people that are older and my age, is so much information in there about medical cannabis. I don't care what you think you know, you don't know at all. And all of it isn't in that book either, but a hell of a lot more than you know. So buy the book and read it. And like we say about Time for Hemp, spread the word out on this. Use these are tools, these Zooms, these books, this work that Craig has done. These are tools that you should use yourself, or to at least use them as a foundation for doing whatever it is you're going to do with cannabis your way, which is what we want you to do. And so Al Graham, now your time to I get to pontificate. Go ahead, it's your turn.
All right. Catch Pace Radio, which is people advocating cannabis educational radio, at paceradio.net. We have a new broadcast that comes out every day of the week, so we're broadcasting 7 days a week. And today's discussion with Craig is basically time for memories, just like it is time for hemp.
Can I bring up one more person, a Canadian?
Yes.
I just want to say Mark Emery is a real hero of mine. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Mark.
He's been on my show so many times. Yeah, good old Mark. I love Mark.
Sure.
Jody.
He's a real hero in this space too, even though he was Canadian, and he didn't come down to a lot of our events. He helped supply the seeds to America to help get and he went to jail for it, and then now it's legal to sell them anywhere in the U.S. and 52 countries we can ship to. But Mark Emery really helped change that and paid the price for it also, like so many of us did. And I think he spent 5 years in prison and and he's not bitter at all. And I just feel so grateful for guys like him as an example of how to stand up for what you believe in, try to make a difference in the world, deal with the consequences if they come, and then still be able to move forward with your life.
And as Craig has also pointed out, there's been too many that have come and gone. And that is truly the reason why I continue to do Time for Hemp. I retired and said, I'm done with this a few years back. But then I kept hearing all the voices in my archives telling me that I had made a promise to each of them that I would do what I could to raise their voice around the world and get their message out to as many people as I could. And there's been a lot of people in my archives who, shortly before they passed away, made it a point to come on to Time for Hemp to tell their story so that someone out there in the audience who might be dealing with Crohn's disease or dealing with cancer or dealing with some kind of problem, maybe even going through an arrest and getting back out of jail and getting back into the world, can understand that there's been others that came before them that have also walked that path. And this is how they got through it. And this is how they managed to stay strong. And they wanted to make certain that their message did get heard. So when you come to timeforhemp.news, please make it a point to visit our archives and understand that is really the reason why all of us here make it a point to take Time for Hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they spend. Take another look and spend some time for him. Don't cut trees for Facebook, cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yes, it's time for him. Whoa, an acre of hemp makes 20 bales of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rest. Well, time for hemp! Yeah.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.